This is Luca Vitiello, written by Cora Reilly, read for you by Sebastian York. Prologue. I was the boy who killed his first man at 11. I was the teenager who crushed his cousin's throat at 17. I was the man who bathed in his enemy's blood without a flicker of remorse, who relished in their screams as if it was a fucking Mozart sonata. Monsters are created, not born. Bullshit. I was born a monster. Cruelty ran in my veins like poison. It ran in the veins of every Vitiello man, passed on from father to son, an endless spiral of monstrosity. I was a born monster, shaped into an even worse monster by my father's blade and fists and harsh words. I was raised to become Capo, to rule without mercy, to dish out brutality without a second thought. I was raised to break others. When Aria was given to me in marriage, everyone waited with bated breath to see how fast I'd break her like my father broke his women. How I'd crush her innocence and kindness with the force of my cruelty, with relentless brutality. Breaking her would have taken little effort. It came naturally to me. A man born a monster, raised to be a monster, bound to be a monster, to become Capo. I was gladly the monster everyone feared, until her, until Aria. With her, I didn't have to cover up my darkness. Her light shone brighter than my darkness ever could. With her, I didn't want to be the monster. I wanted to shield her from that part of my nature. But I was born a monster, raised to break others. Not breaking her would come with a price a monster like myself shouldn't risk paying. Chapter 1. Luca, 9 years old. Matteo and I sat at the dining table, our eyes trained on the door, waiting for Mother. The bell for dinner had rung a long time ago. Our nanny, Mariana, stood against the wall, glancing toward the clock on the sideboard, then back to us. Father rarely ate with us, but Mother always did, at least dinner, even when she could hardly stand. She was always on time in case Father decided to show up. Where was she? Was she sick? Yesterday she'd looked white, except for the blue and yellow blotches on her face and arms where Father had disciplined her. She often did things wrong. It was difficult not to do wrong with Father. A thing that was okay yesterday could be wrong today. Matteo and I often confused one with the other and got punished as well. Matteo took his knife and stuck it into the bowl with mashed potato that had stopped steaming before slipping the mash-covered blade into his mouth. Mariana clucked her tongue. One day you'll cut yourself. Matteo shoved the knife back into the mash and licked it off again, his chin jutting out stubbornly. I won't. I pushed my chair back and stood. It wasn't permitted to get up before dinner was eaten, but Father wasn't home, so I was the master of the house, because Matteo was 2 years younger than me. I walked around the table. Mariana made a step in my direction. Luca, you shouldn't, she trailed off as she looked at my face. I looked like Father. That's why she was more scared of me than Matteo. That, and because I was going to be Capo. Soon, I'd be the one to punish everyone for doing wrong things. She didn't follow me when I walked through the foyer and up the stairs. Mother, dinner's ready. No answer. I stepped onto the landing, then approached Mother's bedroom. The door was ajar. The last time that had happened, I'd found her wailing on her bed, but it was quiet inside. I pushed the door open, swallowing. It was too quiet. Light spilled out of the open bathroom. Downstairs, I heard Father's voice. He had arrived home from work. He was probably angry that I wasn't sitting at the dining room table. I should have gone downstairs and apologized, but my feet carried me toward the light source. Our bathrooms were white Carrara marble, but for some reason, a pink glow reflected in the room. I stepped into the doorframe, and froze. The floor was covered with blood. I'd seen it often enough to recognize it and its smell. A hint of copper and something sweet. Was even sweeter today as it mixed with Mother's perfume. My eyes followed the river of blood, then the dried waterfall of red staining the white tub up to a limp arm. The white flesh was parted, giving way to dark red below. The arm belonged to Mother. It had to be her, even if she looked alien. Mask-like and stiff, her eyes were dull brown. They were staring at me, sad and lonely. I moved a few steps closer. Mother? Another step. Mom? She didn't react. She was dead. Dead. My eyes registered the knife on the floor. It was one of Mateo's, a black karambit knife. She didn't have her own weapons. She had cut herself. It was her blood. I looked down at her feet. My socks were soaked with the red liquid. I stumbled away and slipped, falling back, crying out. My butt hit the floor hard and my clothes soaked up her blood, sticking to my skin. I scrambled to my feet and stormed outside, my mouth wide open, my head throbbing, my eyes stinging. I collided with something. Looking up, I found Father's furious face glaring down at me. He hit me hard across the face. Stop screaming. My lips snapped shut. I'd screamed? I blinked up at my father, but he was blurry. He gripped me by the collar, shaking me. Are you crying? I wasn't sure. I knew crying wasn't allowed. I never cried, not even when Father hurt me. He hit me even harder. Speak up. Mother's dead, I croaked. Father frowned, taking in the blood on my clothes. He moved past me toward the bedroom. Come, he ordered. I noticed his two bodyguards in the hallway with us. They watched me with a look in their eyes I didn't understand. I didn't move. Come, Luca, Father hissed. Please, I said. Another forbidden thing, begging. I don't want to see her again. Father's face twisted with rage, and I braced myself. He was upon me and gripped my arm. Never again. You won't ever say that word again, and no tears, not another disgusting tear, or I'll burn out your left eye. You can still be a made man with one eye. I gave a quick nod and wiped my eyes with the back of my hand. I didn't fight when Father wrenched me back into the bathroom, and I didn't cry again, only stared at the body in the tub. Only a body. Slowly, the roar in my chest quieted. It was only a body. Pathetic, Father muttered. Pathetic whore. My brows drew together. The women Father met when he wasn't home were whores, but Mother wasn't. She was his wife. Whores took care of Father so he didn't hurt Mother as badly. That's what she explained to me. But it didn't work. One, Father bellowed. One of the bodyguards entered. His name wasn't One, but Father didn't bother learning the names of low soldiers and gave them numbers instead. One stood close behind me, and when Father inspected Mother more closely with a cruel smile, he squeezed my shoulder. I peered up at him, wondering why he was doing it, what it meant, but his gaze was focused on Father, not me. Get someone to clean up this mess and call for Bardoni. He needs to find me a new wife. My brain stumbled over what he'd said. New wife? Father narrowed his gray eyes, gray like mine. Change clothes and act like a goddamn man, not a boy. He paused. And get Mateo. He needs to see what kind of cowardly whore his mother was. No, I said. Father stared at me. What did you say? No, I repeated in a small voice. Mateo loved our mother. It would hurt him. Father glanced at the hand still on my shoulder, then up at his bodyguard. One, beat some sense into him. One pulled his hand away, and with a short glance at my face, he began beating me. I fell to my knees, back to crouching in Mother's blood. I barely felt the hits, only stared at the red on the white marble. Stop, Father ordered, and the blows did stop. I looked back up at him, my head ringing, my back and stomach burning. He looked into my eyes for a long time, and I stared back. No, no, I wouldn't get Matteo. I wouldn't whether one kept beating me or not. I was used to pain. His mouth thinned. 2. Bodyguard 2 came in. Get Matteo. Luca will only get blood on the expensive Persian rugs. I almost smiled because I had won. I tried to jump to my feet to stop too, but one gripped my arm hard. I fought and almost freed myself, but then Matteo appeared in the doorway and I went slack. Matteo's brown eyes became huge when he saw our mother and the blood, then his knife next to the tub. Father motioned at Mother. Your mother abandoned you. She killed herself. Matteo only looked. Get your knife, Father ordered. Matteo stumbled inside and one's grip on my arm tightened. Father glanced at me, then back at my brother, who picked up the knife with shaking hands. I hated Father. I hated him so much. And I hated Mother for doing this, for leaving us with him. Now clean up, the both of you. Matteo stood stock still, staring at his bloody knife. I gripped his arm and pulled him out, stumbling after me. I led him into my bedroom, then into the bathroom. He still looked at his knife. I ripped it from his hand and held it under the faucet, cleaning it with hot water to get rid of the dried blood. My eyes prickled, but I swallowed. No tears, not ever again. Why did she use my knife? Matteo asked quietly. I turned off the water and dried it with a towel, then held it out to him. After a moment, he shook his head, backing away until he bumped against the wall before he sank down on his butt. Why? He muttered, eyes filling with tears. Don't cry, I hissed, quickly closing the bathroom door in case Father came into my bedroom. Matteo jutted his chin out, narrowing his eyes even as he began bawling. I tensed and gripped a clean towel before I knelt in front of my brother. Stop crying, Matteo. Stop it, I said quietly. I shoved the towel into his face. Dry your face. Father will punish you. I don't care, Matteo choked out. I don't care what he does. His words were proven wrong by the shaky note of terror in his voice. I glanced at the door, worried I'd heard footsteps. It was silent unless Father was spying on us, but he was probably busy taking care of Mother's body. Maybe he'd tell his consigliere Bardoni to drop her in the Hudson River. I shuddered. Take the towel, I ordered. Matteo finally did and wiped it roughly over his red eyes. I held the knife out to him. He eyed it critically. Take it. He pressed his lips together. Matteo, you have to take it. Father wouldn't allow him to get rid of it. My little brother finally reached for the knife and curled his fingers around the handle. It's only a knife, I said, but I, too, could only see the blood it had been covered with. He nodded and pushed it into his pocket. We stared at each other. Now we're alone. You have me, I said. A knock sounded, and I quickly pulled Matteo to his feet. The door swung open, and Mariana stepped inside. Her eyes crinkled as she looked at us. Her brown hair, which she usually wore in a bun, was all over the place, as if she'd ripped the hairnet out of it. The master sent me to see if you were getting ready. Soon his consigliere will be here. Her voice held a strange note I didn't recognize, and her lips trembled as her eyes darted between Matteo and me. I nodded. She came closer and touched my shoulder. I'm so sorry. I stepped back away from the touch. I glared because it made not crying easier. I'm not, I muttered. She was weak. Mariana took a step back, glancing between Matteo and me, her expression falling. Hurry, she said before she left. Matteo slipped his hand in mine. I'll miss her. I looked down at my feet, at my blood-covered socks, not saying anything because it would have been weak to do so. I wasn't allowed to be weak, not ever. Cesare landed a hard hit in my stomach. Gasping, I dropped to my knees. Mariana put down her knitting needles with a sharp intake of breath. Before he could land a hit on my head, I rolled away and pushed to my feet, then raised my balled fists. Cesare nodded. Don't get distracted again. I gritted my teeth and attacked, feigning an uppercut, then smashed my fist into his side. He grunted, then jumped back. Cesare had been giving me fighting lessons since I was 3 years old. Cesare stepped back from me. You'll be unbeatable when you're older. I wanted to be unbeatable now so I could stop Father from hurting us. I was already much taller and stronger than the other kids in school, but I needed to be even stronger. I began to pull off my gloves. Cesare turned to Matteo, who sat on the edge of the boxing ring, his legs pulled up to his chest, a deep frown on his forehead. It's your turn. My brother didn't react, staring off into space. I threw my boxing glove at him. He gasped, rubbing in the side of his head, messing up his brown hair, then scowled. Your turn, I said. He got to his feet, but I could tell that he was in a sour mood. I knew why, but I really hoped he would keep it to himself. Why aren't we at Mom's funeral? Mariana was heading our way. I threw my second glove at him. Shut up. He stomped his foot. No! He jumped off the boxing ring and stalked toward the door of the gym. What was he doing? Matteo, I shouted, chasing after him. I want to say goodbye to her. It's not fair that she's alone. No, no, no. Why did he have to say something like that when others were around? I didn't look back at Cesare and Mariana, but I knew they'd heard every word. I grabbed Matteo's arm shortly before the exit and jerked him back. He tried to shake me off, but I was stronger than him. He glared up at me with teary eyes. Stop crying, I whispered harshly. Do you want to say goodbye? He rasped. My chest tightened. She didn't say goodbye to us either. I released Matteo, and he began crying again. Mariana put her hand on his shoulder, but not on mine. She'd learned. Every time she'd tried to console me in the last few days, I'd shaken her off. It's okay to be sad. No, it's not, I said firmly. Didn't she understand? If Father found out that Matteo was crying after our mother, especially when Cesare was around, he'd punish him. Maybe he'd burn his eye out like he'd threatened to do to me. I couldn't let that happen. I glanced at Cesare, who stood a few steps back, unwrapping his tape from his wrist. Our mother was a sinner. Suicide is sin. She doesn't deserve our sadness. I repeated what the pastor had told me when I'd visited church with Father. I didn't understand it. Killing was a sin too, but the pastor never said anything to Father about that. Mariana shook her head and touched my shoulder with sad eyes. Why did she have to do it? She shouldn't have left you boys alone. She was never really there for us before either, I said firmly, bawling my emotions inside of me. Mariana nodded. I know. Your mother was weak, I hissed, drawing back from her touch. I didn't want to talk about her. I just wanted to forget she'd ever existed, and I wanted Matteo to stop looking at the stupid knife as if it would kill him. Don't, Mariana whispered. Don't become like your father, Luca. That's what Grandma Marcella had said before she died. Grandma looked thin and small. Her skin appeared too big for her body, as if she'd borrowed it from a person twice her size. She smiled in a way no one ever smiled at me and stretched out her old hand. I took it. Her skin felt like paper, dry and cold. Don't leave, I demanded. Father said she would die soon. That's why he'd sent me into a room to understand death, but I already did. Grandma squeezed my hand lightly. I'll watch over you from heaven. I shook my head. You can't protect us when you're up there. Her brown eyes were kind. Soon you won't need protection anymore. I'll rule over everyone, I whispered. Then I'll kill Father so he can't hurt Matteo and Mother anymore. Grandma touched my cheek. Your father killed his father so he could become Capo. My eyes widened. You hate him for it? No, she said. Your grandfather was a cruel man. I couldn't protect Salvatore from him. Her voice got raspier and very quiet, so I had to lean close to hear her. That's why I tried to protect you from your father, but I failed again. Her eyelids fluttered, and she released my hand, but I clung to it. Don't become like your grandfather and father, Luca. She closed her eyes. Grandma? I scowled, then glanced back at Cesare, who was watching with his arms crossed. Had he heard what Mariana had said? Father would be angry with her, very angry. I turned on my heel and walked toward him, stopping right in front of him and narrowing my eyes. You didn't hear anything. Cesare's eyebrows rose. Did he think I was kidding? I didn't have much I could do. Father held all the power. You won't tell anyone anything, or I'll tell my father that you talked shit about him. I'm his heir. He'll believe me. Cesare dropped his arms. You don't have to threaten me, Luca. I'm on your side. With that, he turned on his heel and went into the locker room. Father always said we were surrounded by enemies. How was I supposed to know whom I could trust? Luca, 11 years old. Screams tore through my nightmare, through the images of red rivulets on white marble. I sat up, disoriented, listening to shouting and gunfire. What was happening? Light flared up in the hallway, probably the motion sensors. I rolled over to the edge of my bed when the door opened. A tall man I'd never seen before stood in the doorway, his gun trained on my head. I froze. He was going to kill me. I could see it in his expression. I stared into his eyes, wanting to die with my head held high like a real man. A small shadow dashed forward behind the man, and with a battle cry, Matteo jumped on his back. The gun fired, and I jerked as hot pain sliced through my middle. The bullet went a lot lower than it was supposed to. He would have killed me if it hadn't been for Matteo. Tears shot into my eyes, but I stumbled out of the bed and wrenched my gun out of the nightstand. The man lifted the barrel at Matteo. I raised my gun, pointed it at his head, the way Cesare and One had taught me, then pulled the trigger. Blood splattered everywhere, even over Matteo's shock-widened face. For a moment, everything seemed to stand still, even my heartbeat. And then everything sped up. The man tumbled forward and would have taken my brother with him had he not jumped back in the last moment, still looking stunned. He blinked at me, then peered down at the body. Slowly, he dragged his gaze back up, lingering on my belly. You're bleeding. I clutched the wound in my side, shaking from the force of the pain. My hand with the gun shook, but I didn't drop it. Shots and screams still rang out downstairs. I nodded toward my closet. Hide in there. Matteo frowned. Do it, I said sharply. No. I staggered toward him, almost passing out from the sharp pain in my body. I gripped Matteo by the cuff of his pajama and pulled him toward the closet. He struggled, but I shoved him inside and turned the lock. Matteo hammered against the door from inside. Let me out! Trembling with anxiety and pain, I crept downstairs toward the living room where the sounds were coming from. When I stepped in, I saw Father crouched behind a sofa in a shooting match with two other men. Both had their backs turned to me. Father's eyes flitted to me, and for a moment I considered not doing anything. I hated him, hated how he hurt Matteo and me, and even his new wife, Nina. Still, I raised my hand and shot one of the men. Father took care of the other. The man fell to the floor, clutching his shoulder. Father kicked the gun away, then shot him in both feet. Somewhere in the house I heard more gunshots, then heavy steps. One stumbled inside, bleeding from a wound in his head. Father frowned. Did you kill everyone? One nodded. Yes, they got two. They shouldn't have come as far as they did, Father muttered. Without warning, he aimed his gun at one and pulled the trigger. I cried out in surprise as the man fell to the floor beside me. I'd known him all my life. My legs gave way, my wound throbbing. Father regarded me as he lifted his phone and spoke into it. Send for the doc and come over with Durant. No one else until I know who the rats are. Father stalked toward me and pulled me roughly to my feet. Holding me upright, he shoved my hand away from my bleeding wound. He prodded at it, and my vision turned black as I jerked in agony. Father shook me. Get a grip on yourself. Don't die on me. My eyes peeled open. Father shook his head, then released me, and I sank back down to the ground. I braced myself on my hands, wheezing. Father moved out of the room, leaving me alone with the attacker who was moaning as he tried to crawl away. When Father returned, he carried rope. He tied up the man, then pulled out his knife and touched it to the man's forearm. He screamed when Father began to cut his skin off his flesh. It's like peeling an apple. That's what Father always said, but an apple didn't screech and beg. Cradling my bleeding stomach, I watched even as bile crawled up my throat. Father kept glancing my way. I knew he'd punish me if I looked away. The screams rang in my ears, and I shivered. My arms gave way, and my cheek collided with the hard floor. The static in my ears soon drowned out the screaming, and then all was black. The underbosses and captains waited in the living room of our mansion. Father stood in the middle and beckoned me forward. Every eye in the room followed me as I headed toward him. I held my head high, trying to appear taller. I was tall for my age, but the men around me still towered over me. They looked at me like I was something they had never seen before. I stopped right in front of my father. "The youngest initiate the Familia has ever seen," he announced, his voice booming in the room. 11 years and already so much stronger and crueler than any father could wish for. Pride swelled in my chest. Father had never sounded proud of me, never shown the slightest hint that I or Matteo were more than a burden. I straightened my shoulders, trying to appear like a man in my black suit and wingtip shoes. "Our enemies will whisper your name in fear, my son. My blood, my heir." He withdrew a knife and held out my hand, knowing what was to come. I didn't flinch when Father cut my palm. He'd cut me many times before to make me strong for this day. Every time I'd flinched, he'd cut me again and dripped lemon juice or salt into my wound until I hid the pain. Born in blood, sworn in blood. I enter alive and I leave dead, I said firmly. You are a made man of the Familia, Luca. You will kill and maim in my name. You will break and burn. A man was dragged into the room. I didn't know him or what he had done. He was covered in bruises and blood. His swollen eyes met mine, and they begged me. No one had ever looked at me like that, like I held all the power. Father gave a nod and held the knife out to me, the same knife my mother had killed herself with. I took it from him, then stepped up to the man. He struggled against the hold of Father's new bodyguards, but they didn't release him. My fingers tightened around the handle. Everyone was watching me, waiting for a flicker of weakness, but I was my father's son, and I would be Capo one day. I quickly slashed my hand sideways, drawing the knife along his throat. The cut was messy, and blood spurted out, splattering my shoes and shirt. I took a step back as the man's eyes widened. He was dropped on the floor, horrified eyes staring up at me as he convulsed and choked. I watched as the life drained out of him. 2 days later, the most important words of my life were inked onto my chest, making me a made man for life. Nothing would ever be more important than the Familia. Chapter 2. Luca, 13 years old. Father's grip on my shoulder was tight when we entered the Foxy. I'd been inside the place a few times before when he had to talk to the manager. It was one of the most expensive whorehouses we owned. The whores were lined up in front of the bar, and the manager stood beside them. He nodded at Father, then winked at me. Father motioned for him to leave. "You're 13, Luca," Father said. Surprise washed through me that he'd remembered my birthday was today. He hadn't mentioned it before. "You've been a made man for 18 months. You can't be a virgin and a killer." I flushed, my eyes darting to the women, knowing they had heard my father's words. None of them laughed, probably too scared of him. I straightened my shoulders, wanting them to watch me with the same caution they watched him. "Choose 2 of them," Father said with a nod toward the whores. Shock shot through me when I understood why I was here. Slowly, I made my way toward the women, trying to look calm even as nerves twisted my stomach. At almost 5'7", I was already very tall for 13, so the women were eye level with me in their high heels. They weren't wearing much, only short skirts and bras. My eyes lingered on their chests. All of them had big tits, and I couldn't stop staring. I'd seen a few naked girls in our strip clubs, but always only in passing, never this close up. They were all pretty. I pointed at a woman with brown hair and one with blonde hair. Father nodded. One woman grabbed my hand and led me through the back door. The other was close behind me. Eventually, I was alone with them in a big suite at the back of the Foxy. I swallowed, trying to look like I knew what was going to happen. I'd watched porn and listened to the stories the other made men told, but this felt very different. The blonde woman began to undress slowly, touching herself everywhere. I stared but tensed when I could feel my pants becoming tight. The brown-haired woman smiled a fake smile and moved toward me. I tensed even more, but I let her touch my chest. "You're a big boy already, oh my," she said. I didn't say anything, watching her closely. Then my eyes darted to the blonde woman again, who'd started touching her pussy. My mouth became dry. The brown-haired woman slid her hand into my boxers, and I released a shaky breath. "Oh, I think this will work out just fine, don't you agree?" I gave a nod. Then I let her drag me toward the huge round bed in the center. Luca, 17 years old. "I'm fucking glad to be away from Father, but I wish we didn't have to go to Junior to celebrate my birthday," Matteo muttered, shoving his shirt into his pants and checking his reflection. It was the fourth one he'd tried on. Fuck, how did he become such a vain bastard? It seemed to become worse every year. Now at 15, he was pretty much insufferable. Cesare shot me a look. He, Romero, and I had been waiting for Matteo to get ready for the last 30 minutes. "It would have been dishonorable to decline an invitation from your cousin when he organizes a party for you," Romero said, sounding twice his age. He'd turned 14 a few days ago, and he had been a made man since his father died a few months ago. His family needed the money, but we'd known each other for many years. "I don't trust him," Cesare muttered. "He and his family are too ambitious." My uncle Gottardo and his eldest, Gottardo Jr., definitely weren't in favor of me becoming capo after my father. But that could be said about all of my uncles. They thought they would be better capos. "We'll stay a few hours and then we'll come back here and have our own party. Or we'll drive back to New York and go into one of our clubs." "Do you really think we'll be sober enough to drive back to New York? It's a long drive from the Hamptons," Romero said, frowning. Matteo chuckled. "How come you're so goddamn rule-abiding?" Romero flushed. "Come, Matteo, nobody gives a fuck about your shirt," I growled when it looked as if he was considering trying on another. Uncle Gottardo's mansion wasn't far from ours, so we walked over. A guard opened the gates for us, and we headed up the long driveway to the entrance door where Gottardo Jr. was waiting. He frowned when he saw us. "I didn't expect you to bring more people along." "Romero and Cesare are always with us," I told him as I shook his hand, before he turned to my brother and congratulated him. We all stepped into the entrance hall. Loud music and voices were coming from the living area. I stripped off my gun and knife holders and dropped them on the sideboard, as was expected. Matteo, Romero, and Cesare did the same before we followed my cousin toward the party. I knew most of the men only distantly since they were friends of Junior and his brother, Angelo, from Washington. "How come you're here?" I asked, as I headed for the array of alcoholic beverages, while several half-naked girls danced around us. Junior had even set up poles for them. "I needed a few days off. Business has been soul-sucking." I nodded. The Bratva had given us all trouble recently. Junior smiled widely. "Now, let's have fun." A couple of hours later, we were all trashed. Matteo and I danced with a group of 4 girls. It would be a long night. One of the whores started twerking right in front of us, her ass cheeks glittery, her thong a thin strip of nothing. Romero had disappeared with another whore in a back room. Maybe he'd finally get fucked. Cesare slouched in his seat, eyes half closed as a woman rode him like a pro. Matteo clapped the dancer's ass and she squealed, then whirled around and ground against his groin. More girls swarmed around us. I plopped down on one of the armchairs, the alcohol taking its toll, and one of the girls sank down in front of me, massaging my cock through my pants. A second came up behind me and ran her hands down my chest. I was about to snarl at her for being at my back when she fell forward, her cut throat spilling blood down my shirt. Fuck! The whore massaging my cock looked up with wide eyes. I shoved myself out of the armchair and turned at the same time, bringing my arm up just when Junior brought his knife down. The blade grazed my forearm, cutting it open. The whores began screaming around us. Where was Matteo? Junior slashed the knife at me again, and I rammed my shoulder into his chest, then grabbed his throat and shoved him into the wall. Grunts and screams rang out around us. Then the first shot sounded. I was focused only on Junior. I was going to crush him to fucking dust. I wrapped my second hand around his throat as well, and then squeezed as hard as I could. You fucking traitor, I snarled. Did he think he could kill me? His eyes began bulging, and I squeezed even harder until the veins in his fucking eyeballs began to pop and his bones crumpled under the force of my grip. He jerked one last time, and I dropped him to the ground. My fingers were covered in his blood. Slowly, I turned to find Matteo atop another attacker, about to cut his throat. No, I ordered, but it was too late. Matteo had sliced open the fucker. Breathing harshly, I took in the mess around us. Cesare leaned against a wall, looking slightly dazed. He had a cut on the side of his neck and was staring down at the dead body in front of him. Romero was breathing harshly, only in his boxer shorts and a gun in his hand. 2 whores were dead, and the others were crying and staring at me like I was the devil. I walked past them toward Romero and Cesare. Romero was bleeding from a wound in his shoulder. Matteo staggered to his feet, eyes wide, almost feverish. It was the thrill of the kill I knew only too well. You crushed his fucking throat with your bare hands! Father won't be happy, I said, then glanced down at my hands. I'd killed so many, but this felt different. It had been more personal, fucking thrilling. Feeling the life drain out of him, feeling his bones break under my palms. Fuck, I'd loved it. Cesare regarded my face. You all right? My mouth curled. Did he think crushing my cousin's throat had bothered me? Call my father. I turned to Romero, who looked a bit shaken. How bad is it? He shrugged. It's nothing. Bullet went straight through. One of Junior's friends got his guns the same I did. I nodded, but my mind kept replaying my cousin's death. My eyes were drawn to the uninjured whores, wondering if any of them had been involved in this. Matteo stepped up to me. Fuck, I can't believe our own cousin tried to kill us. You had your knife, I said. You know I never go anywhere without it, Matteo said with an unsettling grin. I won't put my fucking guns down ever again. Romero came closer, looking a little shaky. Do you think your uncle and your other cousin were involved? Probably, I muttered. I doubted that Junior had come up with the plan by himself. It fit Gottardo's character that he'd talk one of his sons into this instead of risking his own fucking life. Coward. Why did he risk it? Even if he'd managed to kill us, there would still be your father, and he'd avenge you, Romero said. No, I gritted out. If Matteo and I had been stupid enough to get us killed by Junior, Father would have considered us weak links. He would have allowed Nina to have a child, and then he'd have had a new heir. End of story. Matteo grimaced because it was the truth. We both knew it. I need a fucking drink, I growled in the direction of one of the whores. She rushed toward the bar and poured me a whiskey before she brought it to me. I regarded her closely as I took a sip, and she lowered her eyes. Did you know? She shook her head jerkily. No. We were told this was a birthday party and we were supposed to dance, that's all. I walked over to one of the armchairs with my drink and sank down. The whore whose throat Junior had cut lay beside it in a puddle of blood. Eventually, Matteo, Cesare, and Romero sat down across from me as we waited for Father and his men. There was nothing else to do. We'd killed Junior and his friends, so we couldn't question them, and Gottardo and Angelo were all the way in Washington. I caught the looks Romero and Cesare gave me, a mixture of respect and shock. Matteo shook his head. Fuck, that's not how I wanted to spend this day. Father, his consigliere Bardoni, and several soldiers arrived about 1 hour later. Father barely glanced our way before he headed for my cousin. You crushed his throat? He asked, inspecting what remained of Gottardo Jr. I caught the hint of pride in his voice. I didn't want his fucking approval. I nodded. I didn't have any weapons because I assumed I was among family and not a fucking traitor. He choked on his traitorous blood. Like a vice, Matteo commented. Luca the Vice, Father said with a strange smile. It had been a long fucking day, long fucking weeks, one ordeal followed by another. I wanted to kill every single one of my uncles. I'm so over them treating me like a fucking kid, I said as Matteo and I headed for the entrance of the sphere. Matteo grinned and ran his hand through his hair for what seemed like the 100th time. One day I was going to knock him out and shave his fucking hair off to stop his annoying preening. You're 17, Luca, not yet a man. He imitated Uncle Gottardo's voice in annoying perfection, including the nasal undertone that made me want to rip his vocal cords out of his throat. I had seen the fear in his eyes, the same fear I saw in many people's eyes since I'd crushed Junior's throat. Gottardo was only able to spew this bullshit because he thought himself safe as my uncle. I couldn't believe my father had believed him and Angelo. Or maybe he didn't and enjoyed the groveling. He definitely upped his security and guards since that day, so he knew there were still traitors among us. I'm more man than all of them together. I've killed more men, have fucked more women, and I have bigger balls. Careful with the ego there, Matteo said, chuckling. You've got a zit on your forehead, I muttered. It was a lie, but given Matteo's vanity, I knew it was my best bet to pay him back for being an insufferable asshole most of these days. As predicted, Matteo immediately felt his skin for the offending flaw, then narrowed his eyes and dropped his hand. I rolled my eyes with a chuckle. We arrived in front of the bouncer of the sphere. He greeted us with a curt nod and stepped back to let us through when a guy at the front of the long queue, waiting to be allowed inside, shouted, Hey! We were here first, and that guy's not old enough to be in a club. Matteo and I both looked at the idiot. He had been referring to Matteo, and of course he was right. At 15, Matteo was definitely not allowed to be in a nightclub like this, but neither was I. Only with my size, everyone assumed I was older. Matteo and I exchanged a look and walked over to Big Mouth. Some of his bravado slipped off when I stopped right in front of him. Got a problem there? There are laws, he said. Matteo flashed his sharp grin he'd perfected recently after spending too many hours in front of a mirror. Maybe for you. Since when are boys allowed in clubs? Is this prom or what? Big Mouth said to our bouncer. Matteo was about to draw his knife right in front of everyone, and I had half a mind to let him for the fun of it when a woman in the queue spoke up. He doesn't look like a boy to me, she said flirtingly in Matteo's direction. And you look like my next conquest, added the girl beside her with a smile at me. I cocked an eyebrow. Matteo, with his sunny boy charm, was always a girl magnet, but my rougher predator charm definitely had its perks as well. Both women were tall, blonde, and sex on legs. Let them in, I told our bouncer. He opened the barrier so they could slip through. And he and his friends are banned from the sphere, I added. The sound of their protests followed us into the club, but I didn't give a fuck. I wrapped my arm around the blonde at my side, who squeezed my butt and gave me a seductive smile. Matteo and his girl were already tongue wrestling for all it's worth. Is there a place where we can fuck? Blonde asked me, pressing herself against me. I smirked. That's how I liked it best. Women who weren't work, easy lays, no questions asked. Sure, I told her, reaching for her own ass and squeezing it. Is your cock as big as the rest of you? She asked as I led her through the back door into a storage room. Find out for yourself, I growled, and she did. The moment the door closed, she got down on her knees and sucked any sane thought out of my brain. Her lipstick stained my cock red as she blew me like a fucking pro. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes. Fuck, I hissed as she worked me deep into her mouth. She was better than most of the whores I'd been with, and those women had spent years perfecting their craft. I relaxed against the door, getting closer and closer to spill my cum down her throat. She shifted and tensed in a way that raised my suspicions. Instinct made my eyes shoot open a moment before she jerked something toward my thigh. I lashed out, hitting her arm. She dropped a syringe and scrambled for it again. Grabbing her throat, I hurled her away from me. The back of her head collided with the storage shelves with a sickening crunch, and she slumped to the ground. Breathing harshly, I stared down at the syringe. What kind of shit did she try to inject me with? I pulled up my pants and staggered over to her. I didn't bother feeling for her pulse. Her neck was twisted at an angle that left no doubt about her death. I bent over her and tugged her pants down, revealing her hip bone. There was a scar where someone had burnt away a tattoo. I knew what kind of sign had been on her skin. The crossed Kalashnikovs of the fucking Bratva that they inked onto the skin of every single one of their whores. Fuck, I snarled. This had been a trap, and I'd walked straight into it, had let my dick rule over my thinking, had lowered my guards. Shouldn't the incident with my cousin have taught me better? I jerked upright. Matteo, fuck. I rushed out of the room and searched the other back rooms. No sign of him or the other no-doubt traitorous whore. I stormed across the dance floor, searching the crowd for a sign of my brother, but I didn't see him anywhere. Where was he? I headed outside past the waiting crowd and around the corner until I reached the small back alley behind the Sphere. Matteo was busy getting head. His eyes, too, were closed. We were fucking stupid idiots. No goddamn blowjob was worth forgetting about the first rule in our world. Don't trust anyone. The whore reached for something in her bag. Matteo! I shouted, pulling my gun. His eyes shot open, his expression a mix of annoyance and confusion before he registered what she was holding in her hand. He reached for his knife and she raised the syringe to strike. I pulled the trigger and the bullet tore straight through her head, throwing it back. She fell to her side, the syringe tumbling out of her palm. Matteo stared down at the woman, knife in hand and his fucking boner still on display. I moved toward him and revealed the burnt skin over her hip bone. I really wish she would have waited for me to come before she tried to kill me, he muttered. I straightened, then grimaced. Why don't you pull up your pants? There's no reason to present your junk anymore. He dragged his pants up his legs and fastened his belt. Then he looked at me. Thanks for saving my ass. He gave me a smirk, but it was off. Did you at least have your happy ending before your conquest tried to end you for good? I shook my head. The Bratva almost got us. We both acted like fucking fools, letting those stupid whores lead us around by our dicks like randy teenagers. We are randy teenagers, Matteo joked as he sheathed his knife. I glared down at the dead woman. The other whore's dead as well? Matteo asked. I nodded. Broke her neck. Your first two women, he said with a hint of wariness, his eyes scanning my face, looking for God knew what. You feel guilty? I regarded the blood staining the concrete and the lifeless eyes of the woman. Anger was the prevailing emotion in my body. Anger at myself for being an easy target, for thinking a pretty woman was no threat, and burning fury at the Bratva for trying to kill me, and worse, Matteo. No, I said. The only thing I regret is that I killed them before they could answer a few questions. Now we'll have to hunt down a few Bratva assholes and get info out of them. Matteo picked up the syringe and I tensed, worried he could get some of the poison on his skin by accident. I had no doubt that whatever was in there would lead to an excruciating death. We need to find out what's in there. First, we need to get rid of the two bodies before guests or the police find them. I raised my phone to my ear, calling Cesare. "I need you at the Sphere, fast." "All right, give me 10 minutes," Cesare said, sounding as if I'd woken him. Cesare was more my man than he was Father Soldier, and I trusted him to keep his mouth shut when required. "Father won't be happy about this," I said. Matteo gave me a curious look. "About us walking into a trap, or that the Bratva tried to kill us?" "The first and maybe the second." "I'm growing tired of people trying to kill us," Matteo muttered, his tone serious for once. I took a deep breath. "That's how it is. How it'll always be. We can't trust anyone but each other." Matteo shook his head. "Look at Father. He trusts no one, not even Nina." He did well not to trust his wife, considering the way he treated her. The marriages in our world rarely led to trust, much less love. Chapter 3. Luca, 20 years old. The second we entered the elevator, the sound of music and laughter drifted down to us. "Seems like this party might be worth our time," Matteo said, checking his looks in the reflection of the doors. "Except for our general facial features, we don't look alike. I was still the spitting image of my father, same cold gray eyes, same black hair, but I'd never wear it in that disgusting slicked-back way he did. That would be a plus, but the main reason we're here is for connections. The apartment belonged to Senator Parker, who was away on business with his wife. His son, Michael, used the chance to throw a party, inviting pretty much everyone who mattered in New York. Michael waited in the open door when Matteo and I stepped out into the hallway. It was the first time I'd seen Parker Jr. without a suit, since he was trying to follow in his father's footsteps. He waved at us with a crooked smile, already drunk. I nodded at him. For a moment, he looked as if he wanted to hug me like so many people tended to do with everyone. But then he thought better of it. Good for him. "So glad you can make it," he slurred. "Grab a drink. I booked a few bartenders who can prepare any cocktail you want." The penthouse was packed with guests, and the beat throbbed in my temples. Matteo and I wouldn't drink much, if anything. We'd learned from our mistakes of the past, even if the present crowd didn't pose a danger. Most of them would piss their pants if they knew half the things Matteo and I had done since we'd become made men. As it was, they only knew rumors. Officially, we were the heirs of businessman, real estate mogul, and club owner Salvatore Vitiello. The moment we entered, people began to whisper. It was always the same. Michael pointed at the bar and buffet, but I barely listened. My eyes were drawn to the dance floor, which had been set up in the center of the large open space that must have been the living room before the furniture had been removed for the party. Several girls who had been dancing with sons of other politicians were throwing glances our way. Matteo and I exchanged a look. The thrill-seekers were about to descend on us. These kinds of girls, from good families, pampered, and entirely boring, were our main prey. They wouldn't end up trying to kill us. One of the girls, a tall blonde sex bomb with fake tits and an outfit that clung to her body like a second skin, began eye-fucking me immediately. She left her dance partner standing dumbfounded on the dance floor and shimmied over to me on high heels. Michael groaned. I glanced his way. "That's my younger sister, Grace." I frowned. This could complicate my plans. Michael looked at my face, then at Grace. "I don't care if you make a move on her. She does what she wants anyway. She's always on the lookout for her next conquest, but lots of wieners have been dipped into the mustard jar, if you catch my drift." My eyebrows rose. I didn't care if Grace had fucked half of New York's male population. She was for fucking and sucking, not anything else. But if I had a sister, I would definitely mind if she acted like that, unlike Michael. Michael shook his head. "I'm off. I don't want to witness that." He moved to the bar, and Matteo followed him, but not before he sent me a wink. Grace danced closer and closer, then touched my chest. "I hear you're involved in organized crime," she crooned into my ear. Her hand slipped lower. her eyes eager and flirting. She definitely went for it. If she reached around, she'd feel the gun in the holster at my lower back hidden under my T-shirt. "Is that what you hear?" I asked with the smile that got girls like her going. Dark enough to call to her bored-as-fuck pampered rich girl persona, but nowhere near my true dark side, which would scare her away. She shivered against me. "Is it true?" "What do you think?" I growled, pulling her against me, letting some of my harshness show. Her lips parted, her expression a mix of fear and lust. She pressed her mouth to my ear. "I think I want to be fucked." "Good," I said darkly, "because I'm going to fuck you now. Lead the way." With an excited smile, she grabbed my hand and pulled me along. Mateo grinned at me, but a second later, he was back to shoving his tongue down a brunette's throat. Grace and I entered what I assumed was her bedroom. I pushed her toward her vanity and hoisted her up, knocking half of her lipsticks off in the process. She pursed her lips. "You're making a mess." I gave her a dark smile. "Do I look like I give a fuck? The rest of your fucking lipsticks will fall off when I fuck you." Her lips parted. She was used to weak-ass rich boys who'd never swung a fist in their life. "Then you'll have to pick them up later." Was she testing me? Trying to see if I was someone who could be pushed around like her preppy boyfriends of the past? Tugging her skirt down, I checked the unblemished skin of her hip bones. It was more habit than necessity. Definitely not a Bratva assassin. "I won't do a fucking thing, Grace. Got it?" I growled as I slid my hand under her skirt, then pushed her thong aside, finding her wet. People do what I tell them, not the other way around. New York is my fucking city, I added as I pushed 2 fingers into her. Her eyes flashed with fascination. She was fascinated by the danger, even when she didn't know the first thing about it. I finger-fucked her hard. "Choke me," she whispered. "One of those." I closed my fingers around her throat and pressed her down on the vanity, shoving the rest of her makeup to the floor. She shuddered with pleasure. I hardly put any pressure behind my grip. If she knew that this was how I'd killed a man, if she knew how many worse things I'd done with these hands, she wouldn't have asked me to do this. But for her, this was a game, a thrilling kink. It was the same with all the girls. I was their darkest fantasy come true. She didn't understand that I didn't play a dark role for her, that this wasn't my dark side, not even close, but the only side I was allowed to show in public. Mateo and I had gotten less than 2 hours of sleep when our father rang us out of bed, ordered us to come over for breakfast. But first, he wanted a word alone with me. Never a good thing. "What do you think he wants?" Mateo asked as we headed toward Father's office. "Who knows?" I knocked. "Come in," Father said after he'd made me wait for almost 5 minutes. "Good luck," Mateo said with a twisted grin. I ignored him and headed into the room. I hated that I had to come running whenever he called me. He was the only person who could order me around, and he fucking enjoyed it. He sat behind his desk with that narcissistic smile I loathed more than anything. "You called for me, Father," I said, trying to sound like I didn't give a damn. His smile widened. "We found you a wife, Luca." I raised one eyebrow. I know he and the Chicago outfit had been discussing a possible union for months, but Father had never been very forthcoming with information. He loved having that power over me. "From the outfit?" "Of course," he said, tapping his fingers against the desk and watching me. He wanted me to ask him who she was, wanted to draw this out, wanted to see me squirm. Screw him. I pushed my hands into my pockets, meeting his gaze straight on. His expression darkened. "She's the most beautiful woman the outfit has to offer. A real stunner. Golden hair, blue eyes, pale skin. An angel come down to earth, as Fiore put it. I'd fucked so many beautiful women. Only last night I'd fucked Grace on every surface in her room. Did he really think I'd be awestruck because he'd found me a pretty wife? If it were up to me, I wouldn't marry any time soon." "I hope you'll enjoy breaking her wings," Father added. I waited for the but. Father looked too pleased with himself, as if he were holding something back that he knew I would hate. Maybe you have heard of her. It's Aria Scuderi. She's the daughter of the consigliere, and she turned 15 a few months ago. I wasn't quick enough to hide my shock. 15? Was he fucking kidding me? I thought they wanted the wedding to take place soon, I said carefully. Father leaned back, his eyes looking for a flicker of weakness. They do. We all do. I won't marry a fucking child, I growled, done with playing nice. I was sick of his games. You will marry her, and you will fuck her, Luca. I exhaled before I said or did something that I'd regret later. Do you really think our men will look up to me if I act like a fucking pedophile? Don't be ridiculous. They look up to us because they fear us. And Aria isn't that young. She's old enough to spread her legs and have you fuck her. It wasn't the first time I'd considered putting a bullet in his head. He was my father, but he was also a sadistic bastard I hated more than anything else in the world. What does the girl say to your plan? Father barked a laugh. Ha! She doesn't know yet, and it's not like her feelings are important. She'll do what she's told, and so should you. Her father doesn't mind giving his daughter to me before she's of age. He doesn't? What kind of bastard was Scuderi? I could see how much Father enjoyed my fury. But Dante Cavallaro was averse to the idea and suggested to postpone the wedding. I nodded. At least one person wasn't out of their fucking mind. Of course, we haven't decided yet what to do. I'll let you know once the decision is made. I'll be in the dining room in 15 minutes. Tell Nina I want a 5-minute egg, not a second longer. I left, knowing I was dismissed. Matteo leaned against the wall across from Father's office. I strode past him, trying to get a handle on the rage burning through my body. I wanted to kill someone, preferably our father. I went straight toward the bar area in the living room of the house. What did our sadist of a father do now? Matteo asked as he fell into step beside me. I glared. He wants me to marry a fucking child. What the fuck are you talking about? I thought he was trying to set you up with the most beautiful woman of the fucking outfit, Matteo said mockingly. They must be out of pretty women over there because they want me to marry Aria Scuderi, who's fucking 15. Matteo whistled. Holy shit. Have they lost their fucking mind? What did the poor girl do to deserve such a fate? I wasn't in the mood for his jokes. I wanted to hit something, hard. She's the oldest daughter of the consigliere, and she looks like an angel come down to earth, if you believe Fiore Cavallaro. So they marry her off to the devil, a match made in hell. You're starting to piss me off, Matteo. I reached over the counter of the bar and grasped the most expensive whiskey bottle, which our father kept for special occasions. I brought it to my lips and took a deep swig. Matteo snatched the bottle out of my hand and tipped it back, downing a considerable amount of the amber liquid before sliding it back over to me. We went back and forth like that for a while before Matteo spoke again. Are they really going to make you marry that girl? I mean, I'm all for the kinky stuff, but fucking a 15-year-old is too freaky even for me. Her asshole of a father would hand her over to me tomorrow. That bastard doesn't seem to care. So what are you going to do? I told Father I wouldn't marry a child. And he told you to grow a pair and to do what your capo tells you. He can't see why the girl needs to be older for the wedding. All she has to do is spread her legs for me. Matteo narrowed his eyes in that fucking annoying way he had when he was trying to figure something out. And would you? Would I what? I knew what he meant, but it annoyed the living hell out of me that he had to ask. I expected that question from everyone else, but not him. He knew even I had certain lines I wasn't willing to cross. Yet. Life could be a bitch, especially if you were in the mob, so I'd learned that never say never was a motto to live by. Would you fuck her? I'm a killer, not a pedophile, you stupid asshole. Spoken like a true philanthropist. Fuck you, and stop reading the fucking dictionary. Matteo grinned, and I shook my head with a smirk. That fucker knew how to make me feel better. Matteo had barely stopped talking since we'd gotten off the plane, and he obviously had no intention of doing so now that we were in the Scuderi mansion. I was seconds away from punching him in the throat. Stop sulking, Luca. You should be happy. You'll meet your fiancée today. Aren't you curious how she looks? She could be butt ugly. She wasn't. Father wouldn't let the outfit cheat us like that. But I hadn't found a photo of her on the internet. Scuderi seemed to keep his family out of the public eye. I'm surprised the maid didn't follow us. It seems like a risk to let potential enemies walk through the house without supervision. Makes me wonder if this is a trap, Cesare said as he kept looking over his shoulder. It's a power play. Scuderi wants to show us that he isn't worried about our presence, I said, as we headed in the direction the maid had pointed us toward. I could hear people running our way. My hand went to my gun. Cesare and Matteo did the same as we turned the corner. When I saw what caused the commotion, I relaxed. Children were chasing each other, hurtling straight toward us. The boy managed to stop, but a young girl rushed toward me, her arms flailing, and crashed into my body. My hand shot out to catch her. She stared up at me with wide eyes as I held her by the shoulders. "Liliana!" one of the other girls shrieked. My eyes snapped toward her, then her golden blonde hair, and I knew who she was. Aria Scuderi, my future wife. She was the oldest of the bunch, but damn it, she looked so fucking young. I mean, it wasn't as if I'd expected a grown woman, but I'd hoped it wouldn't be so fucking obvious that she was only 15. When I was that age, I already felt and acted like a man. I wasn't sure what I'd have done if Cavallero and my father hadn't agreed to wait until she was 18. She was beautiful in a childish way, but there was the promise of breathtaking beauty under her young features. She was small, but with my size, most women were. In a few years, when she'd become my wife, she'd be stunning. She'd better learn to hide her emotions better until then. She looked fucking terrified. I was used to people giving me that kind of look, but with women I preferred admiration and lust to terror any day. "Liliana, come here," she said. It was pretty obvious that she was trying to look strong and grown up. She would have been more convincing if her voice wasn't shaking and if there wasn't that petrified glint in her eyes. I loosened my grip on her sister, who bolted toward Aria as if the devil were at her heels. Had these girls never met other men? Scuderi probably kept them in a golden cage, which suited me just well. "That's Luca Vitiello," a redhead blurted, and actually wrinkled her fucking nose at me. I wasn't used to so much rudeness. People knew better than to disrespect me. Not Scuderi's brats, however. There was a hiss, and the boy shot in my direction and actually attacked me. "Leave Aria alone! You don't get her!" Cesare made a move to interject as if I needed help against a midget. "No, Cesare." I stared down at the boy. His fervor was almost admirable, if it wasn't so futile. I caught his hands. Aria crept toward me as if she thought I might snap her brother's neck and then her own. Fuck, what had her family told her about me? They should have lied. I knew I had a reputation, and I was fucking proud of it, but Aria didn't need to know about it. Yet. "What a warm welcome we get. That's the infamous hospitality of the outfit," Matteo said, as usual, letting his fat mouth run free. "Matteo," I warned before he said more. These were children, even my future wife, and they didn't need to hear his colorful vocabulary. The midget was squirming in my grip, snapping and growling like a wild dog. "Fabiano," Aria said, her eyes darting up to me for a millisecond before she grabbed her brother's arm. "That's enough. It's not how we treat guests." Despite her breakable appearance, Aria seemed to hold some power over her siblings. Her brother stopped struggling and looked at her as if she were the center of his world. "He's not a guest. He wants to steal you away, Aria." "Sorry, buddy. Nothing about this fucking arrangement was my idea. And yet I had to admit that, after having seen Aria, I wouldn't let her slip out of my grip for anything in the world. She was mine now. I regarded her as she smiled down at her brother with so much kindness, stunning me. Matteo chuckled. This is too good. I'm glad Father convinced me to come. Ordered you. Our father never tried to convince anyone. He ordered, bribed, or blackmailed. Aria had a hard time meeting my gaze. She was obviously embarrassed by my attention. A deep flush had spread on her cheeks. I released her brother, and she clutched him against her body protectively. She was so shy and terrified that I wondered if she dared to oppose me if I actually made a move toward her brother. Not that I'd ever do that. There was no honor in attacking children and women. I'm sorry, Aria said feebly. My brother didn't mean to be disrespectful. I did, the boy shouted. Aria's hand shot out and clamped his mouth shut. I almost laughed. It had been a while since a woman had made me want to laugh, even by accident. Don't apologize, the red-headed girl hissed. It's not our fault that he and his bodyguards take up so much room in the corridor. At least Fabiano speaks the truth. Everyone else thinks they need to blow sugar up his ass because he's going to be Capo. I sent Matteo a look. That girl had the same bad temper as him. After more bickering, Aria finally got her siblings to leave. I was glad to see them gone. They grated on my nerves. It was no surprise that Scuderi wanted to marry his daughters off as quickly as possible. Aria squirmed when she looked at me. I apologize for my sisters and brother. They are protective of you. I helped her out. This is my brother, Matteo. Aria barely glanced his way, but she wasn't really meeting my eyes either. I nodded to my side. And this is my right hand, Cesare. She blinked. She looked like she would bolt if I took a step in her direction. I should go to my siblings. She whirled around and hurried away until her blonde head disappeared from view. You've still got it, Luca. Terrifying girls left and right with your rough charm, Matteo said. Let's get going. Scuderi will be wondering what's taken us so long. Scuderi was the last person I wanted to meet unless said meeting involved knives and guns and a bloodbath. I hated him without ever having met him. What kind of father married a girl like Aria off to a guy like me? She looked like an angel, and she was as shy and innocent as one, and I had absolutely no illusions what I was. A cold bastard on the best of days and a monster the rest of the time. At least, she had 3 more years before I got the chance to destroy her life with my darkness. There wasn't enough booze in the world to make Scuderi and Fiore Cavallaro's presence more bearable. I wanted nothing more than to slice their throats open and watch them bleed to death. Matteo shot me a sideways glance, probably knowing exactly what I was thinking. He wouldn't hesitate a second if I asked him to pull his knives. Matteo was always ready to stick his knife into the next person who annoyed him. She's a real beauty, Luca, Scuderi said proudly. You won't regret your choice. There hadn't really been a choice on my part, but I kept the words to myself. There was no use starting an argument, especially with Father watching me like a hawk. She's completely pure. She's never allowed to go anywhere without her bodyguards. She's only yours. I forced a smile. Not that I didn't appreciate it. The idea that someone might touch Aria made my blood throb furiously in my veins. I felt fucking possessive of her. I'd never cared if the girls I'd had affairs with fucked other men, but with Aria, I'd kill anyone who dared to look at her the wrong way. There's nothing better than breaking them in, Aria's cousin, Raffaele, said. He was a head smaller than me. If tonight ended in a bloodbath, he'd be the one I'd kill last, so I could take my time with him. Let's see if he'd still manage that ugly grin with my knife sticking out of his eye socket. Dante sent his soldier a hard look, and Raffaele quickly glanced back down to his drink. It was the first time Dante had shown any kind of emotional reaction at all. His wife had died not too long ago. Fiore was officially still the boss of the outfit, but I couldn't help but wonder if Dante was the man who ran the show. Someone knocked. When the door opened and Aria slipped in, keeping her back to us, I stiffened. She didn't look like the girl I'd seen yesterday. She was wearing a skimpy dress, revealing long, lean legs, creamy skin, and a nice butt. Damn it. When she finally turned, I found that the front was just as nice to look at. Then my eyes traveled farther up. Aria kept her head down, her eyes cast on the ground, and I could see her shivering in fear and discomfort. Something protective and furious reared its head in my chest, startling me. She was mine. How could her mother have let her walk around in this outfit? I'd bet my left ball that Aria hadn't had a say in choosing that fucking joke of a dress. I'd fucked girls with skimpier dresses, but this was my future wife, and she was only 15. Her parents should protect her, not treat her like this. She finally risked a peek up and met my gaze. For fuck's sake, she looked like she wanted to cry. If I ever got the chance, I'd kill Scuderi, and I'd fucking enjoy it. I put my glass down before I could fling it at the wall. Aria's eyes flitted around nervously. The other men in the room watched her with the necessary respect, but that fucker, Raffaele, was undressing her with his fucking eyes. If this were New York, I'd relieve him of the burden of ever seeing anything again. And maybe I'd do it anyway if he didn't stop the leering soon. Oblivious to Raffaele's disrespect, Scuderi ushered Aria toward me. He looked at me as if he expected my jaw to drop to the floor because of Aria. She was gorgeous, and in 3 years I might appreciate her being dressed like this, but now it only pissed me off that Scuderi tried to make Aria look like some fucking sex bomb when she obviously hated it. "This is my daughter, Aria," Scuderi said, with an eager look like a German shepherd waiting for his master to throw a stick. Fiore gave me a self-satisfied grin. "I didn't promise too much, did I?" "Fuck you. You didn't?" Aria's little brother snuck up on her and slipped his hand into hers. My eyes went to her legs for a moment, but I tore them away. "Maybe the future bride and husband want to be alone for a few minutes," Father said with the look I knew only too well. He probably thought he was doing me a fucking favor. I didn't miss Aria's panicked expression, or the way she practically begged her father with her eyes to forbid it. Of course, Scuderi didn't. He'd probably let me manhandle her right in front of him as long as I didn't steal her virginity before the wedding. "Should I stay?" her bodyguard asked. Relief flashed across Aria's face. I had no illusions as to what I was, but in this room, I was the one Aria had to fear the least. "Give them a few minutes alone," Scuderi said, and Aria froze. What did she think I was going to do to her? Ravish her on the sofa? Father winked at me. He obviously thought I was going to grope at my 15-year-old fiancée. He probably would have. Everyone started to leave until only the little boy was left, clinging to his sister protectively. I had to give it to the midget. He was the only one from the outfit with an ounce of courage. "Fabiano, get out of there now," Scuderi snapped, and the boy let go of Aria and sent me a scathing look before he left. I liked that insolent brat. The door fell shut, and Aria and I were alone. She peered up at me through her long lashes, biting her lip. Did she have to look so fucking terrified? I knew how I appeared to others, and for a petite girl like her, I probably looked like a menacing giant about to crush her. But I had absolutely no intention of hurting her, much less feel her up, no matter how delicious she looked. I wasn't that depraved. I'd never forced myself on a woman, and Aria was only a girl. My fiancée, mine to protect. To distract her from her obvious terror, I asked, "Did you choose the dress?" She jerked, her eyes growing wide. Huge blue eyes so full of innocence I felt like they could wash even my sins away. And that golden hair, fuck me, I wanted to touch it to find out if it was as silky as it looked. "No, my father did," she said in that soft, genteel voice. Of course he did. I could see her shivering from cold and fear. I decided to cut this ridiculous meeting short before Aria passed out on me, and I reached for the ring I'd bought for her a couple of days ago. My little fiancée flinched, and my mood dropped even further. I showed her the velvet box, hoping it would set her at ease, but she only stared. I wanted to shake some sense into her, but that would only have proven her fears right. I shoved the box at her, and she finally reached for it. When her fingers brushed mine, she pulled away with a gasp. I had to stifle my annoyance, not at her, but at her parents, Cavallaro, and my father, who'd brought this mess down upon us. She was too young. I could only hope she'd gain some confidence in the next 3 years. I didn't want a wife who cowered in front of me. "Thank you," she said, after she'd checked out the ring. Her eyes met mine. I held out my arm. She took it with barely any hesitation, and I led her toward the living room to the people who'd betrayed her. The moment I released her, she rushed off to her sisters and mother as if they could protect her from what was to come. I went over to the men. "And?" Father asked smugly. I wasn't sure what he expected. A lewd comment about how I'd used my chance alone with Aria. Matteo shot me a sideways glance. "Aria accepted the ring," I said matter-of-factly. Scuderi's face fell. "As she should. My daughter was brought up to be obedient. You'll see." "Luca will make her obey him. He can bring the strongest men to their knees. A weak woman will bow to his will," Father said snidely. Dinner was served that moment and saved us from a fight. It was a pity. I would have enjoyed it thoroughly. I sat down beside Scuderi as tradition dictated. Matteo sat across from me, a flicker of boredom on his face. Aboard Matteo was always a ticking bomb. Fiore Cavallero raised his glass. The way his eyes went out of focus, I'd say he should stop drinking. Old bastard. I would have preferred dealing with his son, the cold fish, Dante, but as long as his father was still in command, I'd have to live with the demented old fool. To a long and successful partnership. I lifted my glass and downed the red wine. My eyes found Aria again. She was sitting at the other end of the table with the other women. She peered down at her ring as if it were something terrifying. Of course it was. It bound her to me. It marked her as mine. When she looked up, our eyes met. She flushed and quickly turned away, red traveling up her delicate throat. Matteo kicked me under the table, smirking. "Already lusting after your child bride?" "I can wait," I said. "It's not like I can't keep myself entertained. But from this day, she was mine." After dinner, we moved to the lounge to drink and smoke. Rocco Scuderi and Fiore Cavallaro were insufferable show-offs, and Father tried to overshadow them with his own bragging. I wanted to stuff my ears with hot wax to be spared their bullshit talk. Aria better be worth it, because peace sounded less enticing with every fucking second I had to spend with the outfit bastards. I was on my 4th glass of scotch when everyone had finally left the lounge, except for Matteo, Romero, and Cesare. Father had left to meet with a high-class prostitute from the outfit's best whorehouse, but I had no intention of risking a repeat performance of the Bratva whore incident. I allowed myself to relax against the marble ledge of the fireplace. My eyes were heavy from being alert all day, and I couldn't risk letting my guard down as long as we were in Chicago. Matteo was sprawled out on an armchair as if he owned the place. His grin didn't bode well. "It could have been worse," Matteo said, grinning even wider. "She could have been ugly, but holy fuck, your little fiancé is an apparition. That dress, that body, that hair and face." Matteo whistled. Anger surged through me. Matteo and I often talked about women like that, and even with less favorable words, but this was different. "She's a child," I said dismissively, hiding my annoyance. Matteo would only irk me further if I gave him an opening. "She didn't look like a child to me," he said, then clucked his tongue. He nudged Cesare. "What do you say? Is Luca blind?" Cesare shrugged with a careful glance in my direction. "I didn't look at her closely." "What about you, Romero? You got functioning eyes in your head?" Romero looked up, then quickly looked back down to his drink. I stifled a smirk. Matteo threw his head back and laughed. "Fuck, Luca. Did you tell your men you'd cut their dicks off if they looked at that girl? You aren't even married to her." "She's mine," I said quietly. I glared at Matteo. My men respected me, but Matteo was a losing battle. Not that I had to worry. He'd never lay a hand on my woman. Matteo shook his head. For the next 3 years, you'll be in New York, and she will be here. You can't always keep an eye on her, or do you intend to threaten every man in the outfit? You can't cut off all of the dicks. Maybe Scuderi knows of a few eunuchs who can keep watch over her. I'll do what I have to, I said, swirling the drink in my glass. I had considered what Matteo had said before, and it didn't sit well with me. I didn't like the idea of being so far from Aria. 3 years were a long time. She was beautiful and vulnerable, a dangerous combination in our world. Cesare, find the 2 idiots who are supposed to guard Aria, I ordered. Cesare left immediately and returned 10 minutes later with Umberto and Raffaele. Scuderi was a step behind them, looking pissed. What's the meaning of this? He asked. I want to have a word with the men you chose to protect what's mine. They are good soldiers, both of them. Raffaele is Aria's cousin, and Umberto has worked for me for almost 2 decades. I mustered them both. I'd like to decide for myself if I trust them. I stepped up to Umberto. He was almost a head smaller than me. I hear you're good with the knife. The best, Scuderi interjected. I wanted to silence him once and for all. Not as good as your brother, as rumor has it, Umberto said with a nod toward Matteo, who flashed him his shark grin. But better than any man in our territory, Umberto admitted eventually. Matteo was the best with a knife. Are you married? I asked next. Not that marriage had ever stopped a man from having another woman. Umberto nodded. For 21 years. That's a long time, Matteo said. Aria must look awfully delicious in comparison to your old wife. I shot Matteo a look. Couldn't he keep his mouth shut for a second? Umberto's hand twitched and inched toward the holster around his waist. My own hand was already resting on my gun. I met Umberto's gaze. He cleared his throat. I've known Aria since her birth. She is a child. He said it with a hint of reproach. If he thought that would make me feel guilty or anything close to it, he was a fool. She won't be a child for much longer, I said. She will always be a child in my eyes, and I'm faithful to my wife. Umberto glared at Matteo. If you insult my wife again, I'll ask your father for permission to challenge you in a knife fight to defend her honor, and I'll kill you. That would make Matteo's day. There was nothing he enjoyed more than a bloody knife fight, probably not even a pussy. You could try, Matteo said, baring his teeth, but you would not succeed. Umberto wasn't a threat, neither for Matteo nor for Aria. I could tell he was protective of her in a fatherly way. I think you're a good choice, Umberto. I turned to Raffaele. If we'd been in New York, I'd have already put a bullet in his head. Perhaps he thought I hadn't seen the looks he'd given Aria when he thought nobody was paying attention. I stepped right in front of him. He craned his neck to meet my gaze. He tried to look cool. He wasn't fooling me. There was fear. Good. He's family. Are you honestly going to accuse him of having an interest in my daughter? Scuderi butted in from the side. I saw how you looked at Aria, I said to Raffaele. His eyes flickered nervously. Like a juicy peach you wanted to pluck, Matteo threw in, enjoying this entirely too much. Raffaele's eyes darted to Scuderi like the spineless wimp he was. I knew guys like him. They got off on preying on the weak, especially women, because it was the only way they could feel strong. Don't deny it. I know want when I see it, and you want Aria, I growled. Raffaele didn't deny it. If I find out you're looking at her like that again, if I find out you're in a room alone with her, if I find out you touch as much as her hand, I will kill you. Raffaele flushed red. You aren't a member of the outfit. Nobody would tell you anything even if I raped her. I could break her in for you. Maybe I'll even film it for you. I grabbed the bastard and threw him to the ground. His face hit the floor hard, and I dug my knee into his back. I wanted to break his spine in two and rip off his fucking balls. Then he'd never even think about using the words rape and Aria in the same sentence again. Raffaele struggled and cursed. He was like a bothersome fly, weak and disgusting, worth less than dirt on my shoes. That he even dared think about touching Aria, about breaking her in. I grabbed his wrist and pulled out my knife. I should cut off his balls and dick. That was what he deserved. But this wasn't my territory. Even though it pissed me off, I looked at Scuderi for permission. Scuderi nodded. I brought my knife down on Raffaele's pinky, cutting through bone and flesh and relishing in his pussy screams. A female cry echoed through the walls. I let go of Raffaele and stood. He cradled his hand like a baby, a blubbering mess. Disgusting. Romero and Cesare had drawn their weapons. Scuderi went to open a secret door, revealing the red-headed sister and Aria. "Of course," Scuderi hissed. "I should have known it was you causing trouble again." He wrenched the redhead away from Aria and into the lounge, raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face. My fingers on the knife tightened. And then the fucker stepped toward Aria, raising his arm again. Fury burned through me. Mine. I caught his wrist, stopping him. It took all my willpower not to ram the bloody knife into his stomach and let him bleed out like a pig. From the corner of my eye, I saw Umberto draw his knife and Scuderi reaching for his gun. Matteo, Romero, and Cesare had drawn their own guns. I hated the words I had to speak next. I didn't mean disrespect, but Aria is no longer your responsibility. You lost your right to punish her when you made her my fiancée. She's mine to deal with now. Scuderi glanced at the ring on Aria's finger, marking her as mine. He gave a nod, and I released him. "That's true." He stepped back from me and gestured at Aria. "Then would you like the honor of beating some sense into her?" I turned my eyes on Aria. She was pale. Her fearful eyes darted to the knife in my blood-covered hand, then back up to my face. She froze. The idea of raising my hand against her was ludicrous. What kind of man hit a woman? And Aria? No. The mere idea set my teeth on edge. She weighed less than half of me. She was innocent and vulnerable. She didn't disobey me. Scuderi looked fucking unhappy, as if I gave a fuck. "You're right, but as I see it, Aria will be living under my roof until the wedding, and since honor forbids me to raise my hand against her, I'll have to find another way to make her obey me." He hit Aria's sister a second time, and I had half a mind to intervene again, but that was beyond my control. "For every one of your wrongdoings, Aria, your sister will accept the punishment in your stead," Scuderi said. Aria looked as if she'd rather have him hit her than her sister. She was way too innocent and gentle for someone like me. Scuderi turned to the bodyguard. "Umberto, take Gianna and Aria to their rooms and make sure they stay there." Umberto sheathed his knife and led them out. Aria avoided looking at me as she helped her sister. Raffaele's whimper drew my attention back to him. He was still clutching his hand, crying like the fucking wimp he was. Matteo held out a tissue. I took it and cleaned my hand and knife roughly. I'd need water and soap to get rid of it completely. "I trust you'll keep Aria safe from male attention," I said coldly, fixing Scuderi with a hard look. "I don't want him anywhere near her. If I hear that someone as much as looks at her the wrong way, nothing will stop me from dragging Chicago into the bloodiest war you can imagine. I don't share what's mine, and Aria is mine, only mine. She's under my protection from this day on." Scuderi's mouth thinned, but Fiore would lose his shit if peace broke because Scuderi couldn't protect his own daughter. "Don't worry, she will be protected. Like I said, she attends a Catholic school for girls and is never alone with men." I knelt beside Raffaele and he shied back, terror flashing in his eyes. I leaned even closer. "This was nothing," I growled. "This pain is a fucking joke compared to the kind of agony you'll be in if you go near Aria ever again. If you ever touch as much as a hair on her body. My voice turned even deadlier, shaking with the force of my rage. A single fucking hair. I'll shove my knife up your ass and fuck you with it, slowly, until you bleed out through your asshole. Got it? He gave a jerky nod. I want to hear it. I won't touch her, he pressed out, looking like he was going to puke onto my shoes at any moment. I stood and stepped back, my lip curling in disgust at the coward in front of me. We're done here, I said. I'll see you out, Scuderi said in a clipped voice. Romero, Cesare, Matteo, and I followed him. We didn't shake hands as we parted. Those kinds of fake pleasantries could wait until my wedding. After returning to our hotel, we gathered in the bar for another drink. Romero was the only one who barely touched his, always dutiful. I regarded him. I knew him since we were kids. He was close to Matteo's age, and they'd gone to school together. He was a good soldier and a trustworthy man. Noticing my attention, he frowned. Is something the matter? What do you think of Aria? Cesare and Matteo both fell silent. Romero set down his glass, his body tightening. She's going to be your wife. I don't want you to state the obvious. I want to hear your impression of her. She's shy and obedient, well-behaved. I don't think she'll cause trouble in the next 3 years. His words had been chosen carefully. She's beautiful now. She'll be out of this world stunning in 3 years. I need someone to be her bodyguard, someone I can trust not to touch what's not his or anyone else's. Romero's eyes widened, finally catching up. Matteo and Cesare looked surprised as well. Luca, he said quietly, if you choose me to guard Aria, I swear she'll be safe. And I won't ever even think about her in an inappropriate way. Matteo snorted. Don't swear on it. I have a feeling it'll be difficult not to have inappropriate thoughts about Aria. I fixed Romero with a hard look. You know I trust you, and you're one of my best soldiers. But what I just said to Raffaele holds true for anyone who touches her. My eyes slid over all 3 men before I smirked and raised my arm, asking the barkeeper for another round. They'd got the message. Chapter 4. Almost 3 years later. Matteo waved a newspaper in the air when he entered my penthouse. Setting my cup of coffee down, I raised my eyebrows. Since when do you read the newspaper? I asked. Of course we needed to stay up to date on political events, especially legislation, but that's what the internet was for. Did Matteo think it would make him look better, like some fucking Brooklyn hipster? I wouldn't put it past him to carry a newspaper with him for fashion purposes. His answering grin raised my suspicions. I saw an interesting article online when I checked the news in bed this morning and decided to get physical proof of it. Of what? Matteo stepped up to the kitchen bar and put the newspaper down in front of me. My eyebrows rose in surprise when I saw the headline and the photo. This is the woman who snatched New York's most sought-after bachelor from the market. Below the headline was a photo of me, and beside it, a photo of Aria. For a second, I froze. I hadn't seen Aria in the last 3 years since our engagement. There hadn't been any reason to do so. I'd sent her presents for Christmas, the anniversary of our engagement, Valentine's Day, and her birthday, the last one yesterday for her 18th birthday. Aria was painfully beautiful. The photo wasn't an official one. It looked as if paparazzi had taken it without her knowledge, so her gaze was distant as she looked into the camera. She was walking the streets in Chicago, carrying a few shopping bags, and followed by Umberto and her second bodyguard. She was dressed in a short gray winter coat, an oversized white wool pullover, a heart-stoppingly short plaid skirt, and gray over-knee suede boots that showed off her slim calves and legs. Her long blonde hair trailed down her shoulders, and good Lord, her face. I wasn't even sure if she wore makeup, but she was stunning. You're drooling, Matteo said as he leaned across from me. My eyes snapped up to his. But so was he, Matteo pointed at a man in the photo who almost broke his neck to stare after Aria, checking her out. I felt the urge to find out who he was and kill him just for the thrill of it. But I had a feeling I wouldn't stop killing if I punished every guy who checked out my fiancée. I have to say I'm a bit offended that they didn't consider me the most sought-after bachelor in New York. I mean, look at me. Matteo stepped back so I could admire him in his outfit. Fucking biker boots, leather jacket, and ripped jeans. You don't have to worry about it anymore. According to this, I'm now off the market, I said dryly. Did you know the news would be leaked to the press? I shook my head. Father hadn't told me when exactly the announcement would go out. I scanned the article to see what they'd written about Aria. Luca Vitiello's long row of conquests will certainly shed a couple of tears finding out that the heir with an estimated net worth of $600 million is no longer up for grabs. They even disinherited you in their article, I said to my brother. He and I would both inherit Father's fortunes, and it was closer to $700 million, but what were $100 million give or take for the press? They kept their fact-checking to a minimum, as usual. His future wife, Aria Scuderi, Italian-American as expected, is the oldest daughter of restaurant chain owner Rocco Scuderi. I almost snorted. Rocco definitely had his hands in several restaurant chains, but that was definitely not his job description. His connections to the Chicago underworld have been rumored but never confirmed. The same can be said for the Vitiellos, which leads to the question of how the connection came to be. Salvatore Vitiello and Rocco Scuderi declined any comment. One can't help but wonder how Aria Scuderi convinced the Vitiello heir to give up his bachelor ways. I closed the newspaper. What bullshit. My phone rang and Grace's name flashed across the screen. She usually knew better than to call me. I was the one who asked for a meeting, not the other way around. It's an angry ring, Matteo said with glee. I picked up, but before I could say a word, Grace's voice shrilled in my ear. When were you intending on telling me? Her voice was pissed and whiny. Matteo chuckled and emptied the rest of my coffee. Telling you what? That you're going to marry, of course. It's none of your business. What? She screeched. We've been fucking each other for 3 years. I think I deserve... You don't deserve shit, Grace. It's like you said, we fucked, and if I remember correctly, we both fucked others in that time as well. Silence. I would have agreed to being exclusive if you'd asked me. I didn't want to. I don't care whom you fuck. Matteo was laughing quietly, making me want to chuck my phone at his pretty head. So you think I'll just let you keep fucking me when you're married as if nothing's changed? First of all, I'm not married yet. Second, you've fucked married guys before. And third, you aren't anything special, so I don't give a fuck if you let me fuck you or not. Luca! Her voice became even whinier. You don't mean it. Why don't we meet later and have some fun? I hung up. That woman had no pride. Matteo grinned. Your Grace drama brightens my day once again. Let's head to the dojo. I want to rearrange your pretty face with my fists. Matteo clapped his hands. All right. I shook my head and followed him toward the elevator. There were several reasons why I needed a good fight, and Grace was only a minor one. The major one was that I needed to release the pent-up desire stirring in my body since I'd seen Aria. There were still 6 months until I could finally touch that body. 6 fucking long months. 6 months later. So, are you nervous, Luca? Matteo grinned. No, I'm never nervous. But you haven't seen Aria in 3 years. What if she doesn't look hot in person? Photos can be deceiving. Then you'll be stuck fucking an ugly woman for the rest of your life. As usual, Matteo's favorite pastime was to annoy the crap out of me. You're full of shit. She'd been pretty 3 years ago. I could only imagine how beautiful she'd be now. The photos of her had been the worst kind of torture I could imagine. When she'd been underage, I'd managed to stop myself from imagining fucking her, but for a while now, Every look at the photo of her had turned my cock rock hard. We arrived at the door to Aria's suite. I paused, looking around for her bodyguard who was supposed to keep watch. He wasn't there. I should have sent you to guard Aria years ago, I told Romero, then I knocked. Light steps rushed toward us, and the door was ripped open by a girl with dark blonde hair. She was dressed like a cheap rocker girl. She was obviously trying to impress me with her barely there hips and moderate chest. I had trouble remembering her name. She had to be the kid's sister. "Hi, Luca," she said, actually smiling in a flirty way. I had to stifle a chuckle. Did she really think I didn't see how young she was? Then it finally clicked. "You're Liliana, the youngest sister." "I'm not that young." "Yes, you are," a familiar soft voice said. "Go to Jana." And there she was. Damn it. 3 years ago she'd shown promise, but today she looked like a fucking wet dream come true. Long blonde hair, smooth skin, lean legs, and firm tits. I couldn't wait to see every fucking inch of her body. "I didn't know we'd meet in my suite," she said with a hint of disapproval. What a warm welcome. "Are you going to let me in?" She stepped aside. I gave Cesare a sign to wait outside before the rest of us walked into the suite. Matteo headed straight toward the redhead. As usual, he was attracted to the troublemaker. My eyes were once again drawn to Aria's fucking hot body. Only a few more days and she'd be mine. I couldn't wait. "You shouldn't be here alone with us. It's not appropriate," Jana muttered. Of course it wasn't. That's why there was supposed to be a guard in front of their door. "Where's Umberto?" Aria shrugged. "He's probably on a toilet or cigarette break." "Does he often leave you without protection?" "Oh, all the time," Jana said mockingly. "You see, Lily, Aria, and I sneak out every weekend because we have a bet on who can pick up more guys." Matteo shot me a grin. I wasn't sure how he could be in such a disgustingly good mood. If I had to spend any more time with the big-mouthed redhead, I'd lose my shit. "I want to have a word with you, Aria," I said. Jana had to butt in again, of course. "I was joking, for God's sake." The brat actually tried to step between Aria and me. Thankfully, Matteo dragged her away. I really hoped the glint of fascination in his eyes was only that. "Let go of me or I'll break your fingers," Jana growled. Matteo raised his hands with a wide grin. Those two were more than even the most patient saint could handle. "Come on." I turned to Aria and barely touched her lower back. She swallowed and tensed. Had she still not gotten over her fear of me? "Where's your bedroom?" No, she definitely hadn't. I usually only saw that kind of look on the faces of my enemies after I got my hands on them. Aria pointed toward a door to our right, and I nudged her in that direction, trying to ignore the way she trembled under my touch. It was starting to seriously annoy me. Of course, the big mouth had the last word. "I'll call our father. You can't do that." As if Scuderi would care. We stepped into the bedroom, and I closed the door before facing Aria, who was staring up at me with fear-widened eyes. "Jana was joking. I haven't even kissed anyone yet, I swear." She blushed deliciously as she said it. That's why she was so scared. I had to admit that hearing her confirm what I'd known made a possessive beast in my chest rear its head. "I know." Her fucking kissable lips parted in surprise. Damn it. I wanted to push her against the door and kiss her. "Oh, then why are you angry?" "Do I look angry to you?" Her expression was like an open book. It would make things easier for me. "You don't know me very well." She shot me an indignant look. "That's not my fault." This was the first real sign of defiance from her, and I was fucking glad about it. I really couldn't live with a terror-stricken wife. I wasn't the most sensitive guy, and would lose my patience pretty quickly if I had to tiptoe around Aria like she was breakable. I took her chin between my thumb and forefinger. She stiffened, and defiance was replaced by worry. "You're like a skittish doe in the clutches of a wolf. I'm not going to maul you." I'd do many other things to her, but she'd enjoy them all. She pressed her lips together, obviously not believing me. She looked fucking beautiful, and her skin was like velvet under my fingertips. Would every inch of her feel so soft? I leaned down to kiss her, wanting to know if she'd let me. Women had rarely refused me, but Aria wasn't like them. Her eyes grew wide. "What are you doing?" Man, did she have to act as if I were a creep who trapped her in a dark alley? "I'm not going to take you if that's what you're worried about. I can wait a few more days. I've waited 3 years, after all." Fury flickered across her pretty face, and I fucking loved the sight of it. "You called me a child last time." She remembered that. I let my eyes trail over her amazing body, then smirked. "But you aren't a child anymore." Damn it, I wanted her more than I'd ever wanted a woman, but the horrified glint in her eyes stopped my cock from getting any ideas. I moved even closer. "You're making this really hard. I can't kiss you if you look at me like that." "Then maybe I should give you that look on our wedding night," the little vixen actually said. Two could play that game. "Then maybe I'll have to take you from behind so I don't have to see it." It was meant as a joke, even if the idea of having her perfect butt propped up in front of me was too good. Aria paled and flinched away from me before bumping into the fucking wall. For fuck's sake, did she really think I'd throw her on the bed and mount her from behind in our first night together? Not that I didn't have the intention to have her braced on all fours in front of me while I slammed into her, but that would have to wait until later. From her fearful expression, she really thought I'd take her virginity like a beast. Stifling my annoyance, I said in as calm a voice as I was capable of, "Relax, I was joking. I'm not a monster." "Aren't you?" What the fuck? I hadn't come here to let her insult me. If she wanted to see me as a monster, then I could gladly act like one. I glared down at her. "I wanted to discuss the matter of your protection with you. Once you move into my penthouse after the wedding, Cesare and Romero will be responsible for your safety. But I want Romero at your side until then." "I have Umberto," she said with a frown. "Right. That's why I could walk into their suite without anyone trying to stop me. Apparently, he's taking too many toilet breaks. Romero won't leave your side from now on." "Will he watch me when I shower, too?" "Not in a million years. If I want him to." Defiance returned with full force. "You would let another man see me naked? You must really trust Romero not to take advantage of the situation." She tried to make herself taller, which was still more than a head smaller than me. "Romero is loyal," I said, then bent down until we were at eye level. "Don't worry. I'll be the only man to ever see you naked. I can't wait." I made a show of undressing her with my eyes, and of course, she wrapped her arms around herself, looking as if she were about to cry. I couldn't deal with crying women. "What about Lily?" she asked quietly. If she didn't stop looking so damn vulnerable, I might feel the need to console her, and that would be a fucking premiere for me. I wasn't the consoling type. "She and Jonna share the suite with me. You saw how Lily can be. She'll flirt with Romero. She'll do anything to get a rise out of him. She doesn't realize what she could get herself into. I need to know that she's safe." "Romero won't touch your sister. Liliana is playing around. She's a little girl. Romero likes his women of age and willing," I told her. I trusted Romero. He took his job seriously, and no matter how much Aria's little sister flirted, it wouldn't change the fact that she was a kid. I knew there were made men that wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of a girl that age, and even some who preferred them that young. But those pieces of shit would never be in my inner circle. Aria's eyes found the bed, and I wondered what she was thinking. Before my own dirty mind could start imagining all the things I wanted to do with her, I said, "There's something else. Are you taking the pill?" "Of course not." It was almost cute how offended she was by my question. "Your mother could have made you start it in preparation for the wedding. I had absolutely no intention of using a fucking condom with my wife. I wanted to bury my cock in Aria's pussy without anything between us. I was the only man who'd ever have her, and I had always made sure to use a condom with the women I'd fucked in the past. Aria's lower lip trembled. My mother would never do that. She won't even talk to me about these things. I loved that Aria was only mine, but I wasn't used to this level of inexperience. Only half joking, I asked, but you do know what happens between a man and a woman on a wedding night? If I had to give her the sex talk, I'd have to fucking kill someone, or I'd seriously lose my shit. I do know what happens between normal couples. In our case, I think the word you're looking for is rape. Fury burst through my body, making me want to lash out at anything and anyone. I'd gotten better at controlling myself over the years, but I still had to wait a moment before I was sure I wouldn't snarl at her. I want you to start taking the pill. I handed her the packet the doc had given me. Don't I need to see a doctor before I start taking birth control? We have a doctor who's been working for the Familia for decades. This is from him. You need to start taking the pill immediately. It takes 48 hours for them to start working. And what if I don't? She challenged. Anger was still simmering under my skin, but when wasn't it? Then I'll use a condom. Either way, on our wedding night, you're mine. I opened the door. Aria staggered out. I hadn't meant to terrify her, but she'd better get used to it. I wasn't a kind man. Chapter 5. Father sat with a self-righteous expression in the pew at the front, as if this wedding was his ultimate triumph. I didn't think a marriage to Aria would lead to indefinite peace with the outfit. Maybe the euphoria of the union would carry us through a few more years, but that was it. Matteo leaned closer when the string quartet and piano started to play, announcing Aria's entry. Nervous? These are your last moments as a free man? I rolled my eyes at him. A marriage wouldn't bind me the same way it would bind Aria, and free, that's not something I'd ever been. From birth, I'd been bound to the Familia, and that wouldn't change until my death. The Familia was the only thing that mattered in my life. Matteo let out a low whistle, and I followed his gaze toward the back. Aria stood at the end of the aisle, white and golden. My eyes drank in every inch of her body, but a veil covered her face. My stomach did tighten for only a moment before I reined myself in. When she and her father arrived in the front, he finally lifted her veil, and for the briefest moment, before Aria could mask it, I could see utter fear in her eyes. Damn it. Damn them all for forcing her into a marriage with me. But most of all, damn myself, because nothing in the world would have stopped me from making her mine. Not anymore, not ever. I held out my hand, and Scuderi gave her to me with almost the same self-righteous smile my father wore on his face. Aria didn't look at me. She was fighting for composure. Her hand was cold in mine, and a tremor went through her body. I wasn't sure what she expected of me. The priest in his white frock greeted us, then the guests, before he began his opening prayer. It was tradition to get the church's blessing, but I didn't believe in a God. I doubted we'd all be here if there was one. Luca and Aria, the priest addressed us. Have you come here freely and without reservation to give yourselves to each other in marriage? Will you love and honor each other as man and wife for the rest of your lives? Love. As if this marriage was about love. I didn't love anyone and never would. Love was a weakness. Aria's hand stiffened, and I wondered if she was stupid enough to hope for something like that. I would treat her with respect and perhaps even come to tolerate her as a partner, but love her? I almost laughed. The Familia, that was the only love I had. Yes, I said, because it was expected. Aria's own yes held no hesitation. The priest nodded, satisfied. Since it is your intention to enter into marriage, join your right hands and declare your consent before God and His church. I took Aria's hands in mine and turned toward her. For the first time since she'd lifted the veil, she met my eyes. Her face didn't betray anything, but her eyes couldn't hide her emotions. Fear, despair, hopelessness. Anger filled my bones. I, Luca Vitiello, take you, Aria Scuderi, to be my wife. I promise to be true to you in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health. I will love you and honor you all the days of my life. I tried to ignore her shaking when I slipped the ring on her finger. Aria, take this ring as a sign of my love and fidelity. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. She was mine now. It was Aria's turn to put the ring on my finger, but she was trembling too fucking much. I steadied her hand. People didn't need to see how terrified she was of me. Mateo, with his fucking hawk eyes, noticed, of course, and gave me a smirk. I wouldn't hear the end of it. You may kiss the bride, the priest said. Aria's head shot up. She stiffened further, and her eyes held trepidation and embarrassment. Fuck! I squeezed her hands. I wasn't even sure why. I hated to share this moment with all the fuckers in the room. I'd kissed so many women, fucked just as many, but this first taste of my wife, that wasn't something I wanted to share. I knew Aria would have preferred more privacy. Of course she would. This was her first kiss. Her first fucking kiss. I leaned down and brushed my lips over hers. It was nothing. More air than touch. Not worth a second thought, but damn, my body sprang to life anyway. Aria was mine. A blush spread on her cheeks, and it took every ounce of self-control not to throw her over my shoulder and carry her up to our room right away. I couldn't wait to have her naked body under me, to bury my cock in her. As if she could read my mind, Aria shuddered violently, and my lust evaporated. I didn't want to consider the possibility that she might react the same way to my touch tonight. Fuck. I took her hand and led her down the aisle. The men of the family gave me nods as they clapped. A waiter headed our way at once, balancing a tray with champagne glasses on his palm. I took one for me and one for Aria, handing it to her. Aria clutched the glass in her delicate fingers, but didn't react otherwise, not even looking my way. Soon our guests crowded around us to offer us their blessings. It was a necessary tradition we couldn't avoid, even when all I wanted was to fast forward to my first night with my wife. Aria's gaze was distant, her lips a thin line in her pale face. I dipped my head down to her. Smile. You're the happy bride, remember? As if a switch had been turned, Aria's face became a mask of happiness, all fake. I took a sip of the champagne, stifling my frustration over her apparent unhappiness. This marriage hadn't been my idea. I wouldn't have married at all. My life was devoted to the familia, and a woman had no place in it. The first guests appeared before us, my father and Nina. She stood a step behind him, as he expected. My father put a hand on my shoulder. He was my height, the only man at the party who was, and his eyes met mine. Gray eyes and dark hair like me. But that was the extent of our similarities, if you disregarded our streak of cruelty. Luca, my eldest, he said in a booming voice, drawing the attention of the surrounding guests to us. Today marks a special day for you and the familia. I gave him a tight smile. He leaned closer, lowering his voice so only I could hear him. I envy you tonight. There's nothing better than looking into a woman's eyes when she realizes you can do to her whatever you want, to crush those silly hopes and break their spirit and body. And I must say, your wife has expressive eyes. It'll be thrilling to see terror in them. Something dark and cruel roared in my chest, but it was definitely not directed at the vulnerable woman at my side. I gave my father another smile, not saying anything from fear of revealing my thoughts. Father stepped back, and his gaze settled on Aria as he moved to congratulate her. My entire body erupted with tension as he kissed her hand. Then Nina appeared before me and leaned up to kiss my cheek, saying in a conspiratorial whisper, "Oh, Luca, that girl is petite. Don't break her your first night together. There will be many more nights for you to savor." She had to know. My father enjoyed breaking her almost daily. Nina's spitefulness made me hate her fiercely, but I knew it was the only armor she had. Finally, my father and his wife excused themselves and allowed other guests to step forward. As honor dictated, it was Aria's family. Scuderi looked like he'd won the Nobel Prize as he shook my hand, then hugged Aria. Her mother, Ludovica, stepped up to me. She briefly glanced up into my eyes, then lowered her gaze submissively. That was why Aria was like that. For a moment, Ludovica looked as if she wanted to say something, her gaze flickering from Aria to me, her face filling with worry before she managed to mask it. She swallowed hard and surprised me by stepping closer and taking my hands. Aria is a good girl. She won't give you any reason to hurt her. She'll comply with your wishes. Her voice was barely audible. Ludovica, the other guests want their turn, Scuderi said sharply, and his wife drew back from me at once. With a last pleading glance at me, she stepped up to her husband. It didn't take a genius to realize what her veiled words had meant. She begged me not to brutalize her daughter tonight, because that was what a man like me would do. I didn't offer her words of assurance. Aria was no longer her responsibility. She was mine. Father stood back like a benevolent patron, but his sharp eyes watched my every move. He wouldn't see a sliver of weakness, not today, not ever. Dante Cavallaro and his parents were next. It surprised me that Dante was at the front. It was a clear sign that he would soon become the head of the outfit, even when his father was still officially the boss. His expression was stoic when he kissed Aria's hand, breaking protocol by greeting her first and not me. I regarded him closely, my eyes narrowing. When he finally stepped up to me, our gazes locked, and the same wariness I felt reflected in his eyes. This marriage was supposed to ensure peace, but neither Dante nor I trusted this fragile truce. Congratulations on your marriage, he said, emotionlessly. Thank you for giving me the outfit's most beautiful woman, considering you are in need of a wife as well. Something feral flashed in Dante's eyes, but it wasn't the only emotion my words had summoned. There had been a flicker of sorrow and pain in his expression before the cold mask had returned. Dante missed his dead wife. The realization surprised me. I filed it away for possible later use. My father hadn't waited long to marry Nina once my mother was dead. Women were replaceable pleasure objects for him. My son has peculiar tastes when it comes to his next wife, Fiore butted in, stepping up beside his son. I didn't say anything. Dante's eyes were already murderous, and while I would have enjoyed killing him and every outfit fucker in the room, a wedding wasn't the right place or time. Mrs. Cavallaro waited with a pinched expression beside her husband and son. She barely talked. Maybe Fiore forbade her. My eyes darted to Aria, who stood with her hands folded before her stomach. Her expression reflected polite interest and fake happiness, but I could see the myriad of darker emotions lurking beneath her outward mask. Would she be like her mother, Nina, or Mrs. Cavallaro soon? Would I break her? She didn't glance my way, but I was sure she noticed my gaze. After her cousin Bibiana had talked to Aria, and I to her old fat husband, my wife's demeanor changed. I couldn't pinpoint why, but she kept risking peeks at me. I was talking to one of my captains when Aria watched me again, and I finally turned to meet her gaze. In it, I saw curiosity and a flicker of hope. The latter was even more deadly than the former in our world. Then a bright red dress and patent red leather heels caught my attention. My eyes returned to the line of well-wishers, and a curse died on my tongue. Senator Parker and his family. I barely paid attention to the man whose campaigns we paid, or his equally ambitious son who was also on our payroll. Behind them stood the last person I wanted to see at my wedding, Grace. I was pretty sure she had been sewn into her fucking dress. I shook her father's and brother's hands before she stepped up to me. Senator Parker sent her a warning look, which Grace ignored like she always ignored sensible advice. "Congrats, Luca," she said. her eyes practically trying to fuck me. If she didn't stop it soon, I'd have to throw her out. "Grace," I said in a bored voice. She stepped very close, closer than was proper, and I would have shoved her away if it hadn't caused a big scene. "I'm so fucking wet for your cock, Luca. I want to taste your cum in my mouth," she purred into my ear. "Perhaps you'll think of me tonight when you fuck your little boring wife. She won't be half as good as I am." I kept my face neutral, even if my blood boiled with fury. I doubted that had been Grace's fucking intention. Did she really believe I'd think of her when I was with Aria? Aria was gorgeous. She was honorable. She was my wife. Grace was nothing. Of course, Aria wouldn't blow my mind with her skills. She had never been with anyone, but I'd teach her. Fuck, I couldn't wait to do it. Then Grace actually hugged Aria, and when she pulled back, Aria looked as if she was going to be sick. What the fuck had Grace told her? She was a fucking backstabbing creature. I reached for Aria's hand, and she flinched so violently that I knew Grace must have divulged one of our harder adventures. As if I'd treat Aria as I treated Grace. That whore should have never been invited. My fucking father had probably done it on purpose to mess with me. When the ordeal was over and we finally moved toward the tables, I almost groaned in relief. I wished I knew what was going on in Aria's head, but she wasn't even looking my way, intent on pretending I wasn't there, even though I held her hand. "You can't ignore me forever, Aria. We're married now." "Bacio, bacio," cries rose from the crowd when we were about to sit down. Aria was still frozen at my side. Stifling my annoyance, I pulled her against me and kissed her again. I wanted nothing more than to deepen the kiss, to claim that sweet mouth, but I knew she would have hated to experience a more intimate kiss in front of so many people. She was already fucking embarrassed by the kiss we'd just shared, and that was tame. The moment we sat down, the red-headed troublemaker took her seat beside Aria. I hoped she wouldn't make a scene. On the other hand, perhaps it would distract from the scene Matteo would undoubtedly make. My brother took a large sip of wine before he leaned over to me. "All through church, I couldn't think about anything but to stick my knife into a few outfit fuckers. A bloody wedding would be so much more interesting than this farce. And I don't mean our fucking bloody sheets tradition. At least you get to spill some blood tonight." Matteo laughed and I fell in, but then sobered again. I had been in a few presentations of the sheets over the years. Matteo and I had always made fun of them. My eyes found Aria, who was listening to something her sister whispered in her ear. Aria was my wife now. She was mine to protect. I hated the idea of presenting sheets with her blood in the morning. She'd be fucking embarrassed, that was for sure. "You got a strange look on your face, Luca. Worried she won't bleed?" I narrowed my eyes at Matteo. "I hope you're not insinuating that Aria isn't honorable." Matteo snorted. "Oh, please. It's obvious she's never even been close to a man the way she acts around them and you." He grinned. "But perhaps you can't go through with it." I gave him a disbelieving look. "Really? You think anything or anyone could stop me from taking my wife tonight?" Matteo smirked. "No, not a single man in this room could stop you, and probably not even all of them, but perhaps she will." He nodded toward Aria, who was holding her sister's hand, looking pale and small. "You've lost your fucking mind, Matteo. You should know me better than that. I will fuck her." Matteo shrugged. "Perhaps." Matteo rose from his chair after everyone had settled down and clinked his knife against the champagne glass to silence the crowd. I sent him a warning look, which only made him grin. I'd kill him one day. "Ladies and gentlemen, old and new friends, we've come here today to celebrate the wedding of my brother Luca and his stunningly beautiful wife, Aria." Matteo made an exaggerated bow in her direction. Aria smiled tensely, and Gianna sent her best death glare my brother's way, as if that would discourage him. "To uncharted grounds. Nothing better than to tread on fresh snow, leaving the first marks." He winked at me, then Aria, before he turned to the crowd. "I'm sure everyone here agrees. To uncharted grounds." The men laughed and threw his words back at me, lifting their glasses in my direction. I shook my head with a smile. Matteo was a fucking nuisance. My smile died when I saw Aria. She'd put her brave face on, but her skin was bright red from embarrassment, and her eyes reflected anxiety. Jonna was clutching one of her hands, but the other was curled into a fist on her pure white dress. For some reason, I wanted to reach out and unfurl her fingers, link them with my own. It was a ridiculous notion I would never follow, especially not in a room with my enemies and my soldiers. I was glad when my father and Scuderi were done with their toasts and the food was finally served. Not only was I starving, but I was tired of their bullshit talk. The servers began piling the tables with antipasti. I wanted to make a toast as your bridesmaid, but father forbade it. He seemed worried I would say something to embarrass our family, Jonna said loudly. I looked her way, then rolled my eyes and filled my plate with antipasti. Aria took a big gulp from her wine and lifted the glass for another. I stopped her with my hand on hers. You should eat. Her plate was empty, and she hadn't touched any of the appetizers during the champagne reception. Her lips thinned, but she picked up a piece of bread and took a bite before she dropped it on her plate. She didn't eat much more when the main course was served, and I had to hold back my frustration, especially when she drank more wine. Maybe she thought I didn't notice because my father and the Cavalleros dragged me into a conversation about the bratva, but I wasn't blind. When it was time for our dance, I rose and held out my hand. Of course, the crowd requested another kiss the second Aria stood beside me. I pulled her against me, tightening my grip when she swayed. Her gaze wasn't as focused as it should be. She definitely had too much alcohol. I had to steer her over the dance floor in a tight grip to keep her upright and stop her from stumbling, all the while fighting my anger. I was glad when the dance was finally over, but before I led Aria back to the table, I whispered in her ear, "Once we're back at the table, you'll eat. I don't want you to pass out during our celebration, much less during our wedding night." If she was drunk, I definitely wouldn't fuck her, and that wasn't going to happen. Under my watchful eyes, Aria ate her main course and drank 2 glasses of water. When father stepped up to Aria to ask her for a dance, I almost snarled at him, but I had to hide my feelings and gave him a tight smile. As was tradition, I had to dance with Nina while my father danced with my wife. Nina was surprisingly quiet as I led her over the dance floor, but my full attention was directed at my father and Aria anyway. I could tell she was uncomfortable in his hold, not that she'd been relaxed when we'd danced. "Jealous?" Nina asked. "No," I said coldly. Matteo strode past the other dancers and tapped father's shoulder, asking to dance with Aria. He sent me a quick smile the moment he whirled my wife over the dance floor. Nina finally moved on, and I danced with Ludovica and then Liliana. When I noticed Grace heading in my direction, I quickly excused myself and headed off the dance floor and toward the table. No way in hell would I dance with Grace. Her brother grabbed her arm and forced her into a dance with him, to Grace's obvious dismay. "They would have made a good-looking couple," Matteo said as he stepped up beside me. I followed his gaze and tensed. Dante was dancing with Aria. "The Golden Couple is what some people nicknamed them in the outfit. There were even rumors that Fiore considered canceling your engagement to Aria so his son could have her." That would have meant war. I would personally have walked straight into Chicago, crushed Dante's throat, and taken Aria home with me. Matteo chuckled. "That sounds like more fun than this." I left him standing there and headed for Dante and my wife. They danced long enough. It was time Aria returned to my arms. Dante noticed me first. "I think your husband is eager to have you back in his arms," he drawled in that annoying way. He stepped back with a calculating expression, and I quickly took Aria's hand and led her away before we began dancing. What did Cavallaro want? Aria hesitated the briefest moment before her reply. "To congratulate me on the festivities." That definitely hadn't been all they'd talked about, but the music stopped at a sign from Matteo, and he silenced our guests with loud clapping. Time to throw the garter. The crowd circled us immediately. I'd witnessed this tradition so often, I knew what was expected. I got down on my knee and cocked my eyebrows expectantly at Aria. I knew her mother had instructed her on our traditions. I wasn't sure if it was the same in the outfit. Aria lifted her gown, revealing white high heels, slender calves, then gorgeous knees. Fuck, I didn't even know gorgeous knees were a thing. I cupped Aria's calves, stifling a groan at the feel of her warm skin. This was the first time I'd touched her legs, for God's sake. The first time any man touched those legs. I slid my palms up slowly until I reached her thighs. She froze and goosebumps rose on her skin. I searched her eyes, trying to figure out the emotion behind her reaction, but she had her public happy bride face in place. In this moment, I wanted nothing more than to be alone with her. The feel of Aria's thighs made me want to reach higher, to discover the rest of her curves, but my fingers brushed her garter on her right leg. I used one hand to push her dress up further to reveal the garter, even if I didn't like the idea of all the men in the room seeing her thighs. Aria gripped her dress, and I crossed my arms behind my back, then leaned forward, bringing my face closer to her leg. I was supposed to grab the garter with my teeth, but before I did, I couldn't stop myself from kissing the skin right below it. Aria sucked in a startled breath, and I stifled a groan when her sweet scent drifted into my nose. My eyes darted up, but unfortunately the bunched-up fabric barred my view from her panties. I finally closed my teeth around the garter and dragged it down Aria's leg until it fell to the floor. Aria lifted her foot, and I grabbed the piece of clothing and stood with it clutched in my hand for everyone to see. Our guests applauded wildly. "Bachelors," I shouted, "gather around. Maybe you'll be the lucky one to marry next." It took a couple of minutes for everyone to come together, or for the mothers to drag their protesting teenage sons to the front. Aria let out a bell-like laugh. Stunned by the first carefree sound I'd heard from her, I glanced her way. She was beaming at her younger brother, Fabiano, who stood with his arms crossed among the men. Would she ever look that happy when she lived with me in New York? Shoving the thought aside, I raised my arm and threw the garter at the men. Of course my brother dove for it, shoving a few less motivated guys out of the way, and caught it. "Any willing outfit ladies out there that want to further the bond between our families?" he boomed, wiggling his eyebrows. I chuckled. He knew as well as I did that it was difficult to find that kind of entertainment at our gathering. Most female guests were from our world and not outsiders, so they were firmly off limits. I wrapped my arm around Aria, and she flinched. My good mood evaporated at once. Forcing my face to stay calm, I watched as Matteo started dancing with Liliana, who looked ecstatic about being the center of attention. I pulled Aria against me since we were expected to have another dance. This time she barely tensed. I glanced down at her blonde head and the way her face was tilted toward my brother and her sister. "If my brother married your sister, you'd have family in New York," I said. "I won't let him have Lily," Aria muttered, surprising me with a protective note in her voice. "It's not Lily he wants," I said, glancing toward Jana, who was skulking at the fringes of the dance floor. Aria seemed shocked by my comment. Hadn't she noticed the looks my brother had been giving her sister? Maybe she didn't recognize desire on a man's face. That would soon change. When the first shouts rang out that suggested I bed Aria, I had to stop myself from jumping up, throwing her over my shoulder, and carrying her to our room. "You wet her! Now better!" Matteo shouted, throwing his arms up and bumping into a chair. I laughed at my brother's antics and rose from my chair. Aria stood as well. "Stain the sheets red!" Father shouted with a lewd grin. Ignoring him, I led Aria toward our bedroom under the applause and shouting of the other guests. Some of their comments made me want to punch them in the face, even if I intended to do everything they suggested, eventually. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt close to bursting from desire. I really hoped I could hold back like I'd promised myself. Father and my uncles clapped my shoulder and back as I stopped with Aria in front of our bedroom door. Aria was silent beside me, glancing down so I couldn't see her face. I'd show her how much I wanted her. I shoved the door open, and she slipped in. Finally mine. Chapter 6. I slammed the door shut in Mateo's face as he kept spewing suggestions of all the ways I could fuck Aria. If I didn't have better things to do, I'd go outside and kick Mateo's fucking ass. "Shut up, Mateo, and go find a whore to fuck," I shouted. He finally shut his fat mouth, or maybe he'd passed out. From the amount of booze he'd downed, I wouldn't be surprised. Aria released a rushed breath behind me, and I turned to her, my body already thrumming with desire. I had to watch her all evening in her sexy dress, not to mention the 3 years I'd spent waiting for her before. But tonight, the wait was finally over. She was fucking gorgeous. Narrow waist, smooth skin, pink lips. I couldn't help but wonder if her nipples would be the same color. Fuck. I needed her. I threw my jacket over the armchair. I really hoped she would be up for more than one fuck tonight. I didn't think my cock would be satisfied after one round. When my father told me I was to marry you, he said you were the most beautiful woman the Chicago outfit had to offer, even more beautiful than the woman in New York. I didn't believe him, I said. I hated that my father had been right, but damn it, in this case he'd been spot on. I walked toward Aria and grabbed her waist. She stilled completely, not meeting my gaze. I leaned down, inhaling her sweet scent. But he told the truth. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and tonight you are mine. I bent low to kiss her throat, but she kept ignoring me. Was this some kind of game she was playing? She should know that the games I usually played were of a darker variety, and I always won. "No," she hissed and stumbled away from me, her eyes wide and horror-struck. What the hell did she mean? No. She glared, but behind her bravado was another emotion I was too angry to read. What? Have you never heard the word no before? Oh, I hear it often. The guy whose throat I crushed said it over and over and over again until he couldn't say it anymore. She backed away. So you're going to crush my throat, too? She really knew how to push my fucking buttons. Did she really think that making me angry on our wedding night was the way to go? I'd sworn to myself that I would hold back for her. No, that would defy the purpose of our marriage, don't you think? I don't think my father would be happy if you hurt me, she said haughtily. Is that a threat? I asked quietly, feeling my pulse pound in my veins. I had to fight the urge to throw her on the bed and show her what I really wanted to do to her. Maybe she was more like her insolent brat of a sister, Jana, than she'd let on. Maybe the shy, innocent act had been for show. But then she dropped her gaze, and I could see her shivering as she whispered, No. Anger still simmered under my skin, and I wasn't in the mood to let her off easy. But you deny me what's mine? I can't deny you something that you don't have the right to take in the first place. My body doesn't belong to you. It's mine, she said fiercely, eyes shooting daggers my way. I couldn't believe her audacity. I reached for her shoulder to pull her against my body and silence her with a kiss before she said anything else that drove me up the wall, but Aria flinched violently and clenched her eyes shut as if expecting a blow. I dropped my hand, stunned by her reaction. Did she think I'd hit her? I was a violent man with hardly any patience to spare, and my brutal reputation preceded me, but I'd sworn to myself that I'd never abuse my wife. I'd watched my father rape and beat my mother before she'd killed herself. I didn't want to become him in that regard, at least. In all other areas of my life, I was already too much like him. I could take what I want, I said, because I wasn't sure what else to do. Aria didn't need to know that it was an empty threat. While I could certainly follow through with it, I would never do it. I hated my own confusion. I always knew what to do, but with Aria things were more complicated. She peered up at me with her beautiful eyes. "You could, and I would hate you for it until the end of my days." Hate was the prevailing emotion in most marriages in our world, from what I knew. Do you think I care about that? This isn't a marriage of love, and you do already hate me. I can see it in your eyes. This discussion was a waste of time anyway. We had our traditions. Both Aria and I were bound by them. I pointed at the white sheets. You heard what my father said about our tradition. It was a ridiculous one. Not all women bled the first time unless the man made sure to be rough, which some husbands actually did to guarantee the expected splotch of blood. I had absolutely no intention of being rough with her. I wouldn't hurt her more than absolutely necessary, but I was a big guy. It would hurt, and she would bleed. Aria walked away from me and toward the bed, looking down at it as if it were her doom. Had she thought she could talk me out of consummating our marriage if it weren't for our tradition? Then she didn't know me very well. I walked up to her. She looked like a goddess. I couldn't wait to get her out of her dress, to taste every inch of her. I put my hands on her naked shoulders. She was warm and soft, but she didn't turn. I stifled my annoyance at her refusal to acknowledge my presence. I would be patient, even if she provoked me. I brushed my hands over her collarbones to the soft rise of her breasts. I could feel my cock responding to the feel of her perfect skin, to her tantalizing scent. Fuck, I burned to bury myself in her. Something wet dropped on my hand. I didn't have to see it to know it was a tear, a fucking tear. She was crying. I grabbed her shoulders and turned her around before I hooked my finger under her chin and tipped it up. Tears rolled down her cheeks. I knew some women could cry whenever they wanted, but the look in Aria's eyes told me all I needed to know. She was terrified and hopeless. I was a good judge of human character. I had to be to keep my men in check. Aria wouldn't fight me if I pushed her toward the bed, ripped her clothes off, and took her. She'd lie back and let it happen. She would cry, but she wouldn't refuse me, not anymore. She was mine for the taking. It was expected of me to take her, to make her mine. Tears had never weakened my resolve, but before now, those tears had never belonged to my wife, to the woman I was supposed to spend the rest of my life with. I couldn't fucking believe that the sight of my terrified wife got to me. I pulled away, cursing, and so furious I could barely see straight. I punched the wall, glad for the blinding pain ripping through my knuckles that grounded me. I was going to be Capo in a few years. I had killed, blackmailed, tortured, but I couldn't take my wife's virginity against her will. What did that make me? Father would call me a pussy. Maybe he'd decide I wasn't fit to be his heir if I couldn't even fuck my wife. But I knew I wasn't growing soft, not in general. I could go out now and kill every fucking member of the Chicago outfit without a flicker of remorse. Hell, I could go down now and slice my father's throat, and I'd fucking enjoy it. Of course, we still needed to make sure everyone believed I had fucked Aria. There was only one way to do it. I turned back to my shaking wife and pulled out my knife. Not only was I denying myself the pleasure of being inside her tight pussy tonight, but I was also going to bleed for her. The thought didn't sit well with me, and not because I cared about a cut. I'd suffered through much worse injuries, but I couldn't help but feel like my action would give Aria too much power over me. But I knew I'd already made up my mind. She was watching me with barely hidden trepidation, and when I moved toward her, she flinched. Again. She expected the worst because I was a monster. I cut my arm, put my knife down on the table, and grabbed a glass to catch a few droplets of blood. Aria's surprise would have been amusing if I wasn't still mad at myself. I headed into the bathroom to add a few drops of water to the blood so it would look convincing. I hadn't been with a virgin before. My tastes had always run toward the rough, so experienced women had seemed the better choice, but I'd witnessed a few presentations of the sheets over the years, and I knew what was expected. Aria hadn't moved from her spot when I headed back to the bedroom and toward the bed, where I spread a few drops of the pink liquid. From the corner of my eye, I could see her approaching me carefully. She stopped a few feet from me, hope mingling with confusion on her pretty face. Some girls were ugly criers. I didn't think Aria could ever look anything less than stunning. The deep blush on her cheeks made me hate myself even more for my weakness. I could have had her beautiful body beneath me tonight, but instead I was painting a fucking picture with my own blood for the fucking furies of my family. What are you doing? They want blood, they get blood. Why the water? Blood doesn't always look the same. Is it enough blood? What had the women of her family told her about first times? Did you expect a bloodbath? It's sex, not a knife fight. She bit her lip again, and an image of her doing that in the throes of passion slipped into my mind. Won't they know that it's your blood? She asked quietly. She looked too damn gorgeous with that fucking blush and small, hopeful smile. I wanted to see if I could make her lovely blush spread all over her body. I needed a fucking drink. If I didn't get laid today, I'd at least get drunk. Fucking waste of a night. No. I poured myself scotch into the glass with the blood water mix. Aria didn't take her eyes off me as I threw my head back and downed my drink. She gave me a disgusted look. What about a DNA test? Was she serious? They'll take me at my word. Nobody will doubt that I've taken your virginity the moment we were alone. They won't, because I am who I am. I had a reputation. I'd never shied back from doing something I was supposed to do. So why wasn't I getting Aria out of her dress to fuck her? Fear filled her face, and she took a step back as if she could read my mind and was thinking of running. That was fucking why. While I enjoyed seeing fear on the faces of my enemies and occasionally my own soldiers, the idea of having Aria lie beneath me with a similar expression didn't turn me on at all. I didn't want her terrified of me. No, I said. That's the 5th time you've shied back from me tonight. I put my glass down and grabbed my knife from the table before I walked toward her. She looked like she wanted to bolt. Did your father never teach you to hide your fear from monsters? They give chase if you run. She didn't say anything, but I could see her start shaking when she peered up at me. Did she think I'd fucking cut her? If I really was that kind of monster, we wouldn't be standing here. She'd be sprawled out on the bed, crying her eyes out because I'd fucked her. That blood on the sheets needs a story, I told her, hoping to fucking calm her, but she flinched again. That's 6 times. I brought the knife down to the edge of her dress, making sure the blade didn't touch her unblemished skin. I sliced the fabric slowly until the dress finally fell apart and pooled around her heels. It's tradition in our family to undress the bride like this. Aria was left in nothing but a tight corset and white lacy panties. Damn it. She was fucking sex on legs. And then she flinched again. 7, I said, wishing I could tear my eyes away from her gorgeous body. The rise of her perfect small breasts, her narrow waist, the thin fabric of her panties barely hiding her pussy. Turn around. Fuck. Aria's back was even more tantalizing than her front. What was that thing she was wearing? She had a fucking bow over her perfectly round butt, practically inviting me to unpack her. It would be so easy to rip down her flimsy panties and bury myself in her. She smelled sweet and perfect, and she was mine, only mine. I tugged at the bow. It would be so easy. You've already bled for me, she whispered in a small voice. Please don't. My wife begged me not to hurt her. Maybe I was a monster. I ran my knuckles over the silky skin of her back, needing to touch her before I cut through her corset. She held on to it before I could catch a glimpse of her breasts. I wrapped my own arm around her, pulling her against me. She gasped and stiffened when my cock dug into her lower back, and the blush across her cheeks deepened further. Tonight you beg me to spare you, but one day you're going to beg me to fuck you. Don't think because I don't claim my rights tonight that you aren't mine, Aria. No other man will ever have what belongs to me. You are mine. She nodded quickly. If I catch a man kissing you, I'll cut out his tongue. If I catch a man touching you, I'll cut off his fingers, one at a time. If I catch a guy fucking you, I'll cut off his dick and his balls, and I'll feed them to him, and I'll make you watch." She knew I wasn't kidding. She'd seen what I had done to her bastard of a cousin years ago, and that was nothing. I let her go. Her proximity was giving me ideas I really didn't need right now. I walked toward the chair and got myself another drink as Aria disappeared into the bathroom. I heard the lock click into place and had to bite back a laugh. My wife was hiding from me behind a locked door. Everyone in this fucking mansion was probably getting more action than me tonight. Damn it. I had downed 3 more glasses of scotch when Aria finally emerged. This was fucking torture. She was wearing a flimsy see-through nightgown that didn't hide anything. Was she fucking kidding? That's what you choose to wear when you don't want me to fuck you. Her eyes darted between the bed and me. I didn't need to read her mind to know that she still didn't trust me. In that outfit, she was probably right not to trust any man. I didn't choose it. Of course she hadn't. My stepmother? That woman was a meddlesome, sadistic bitch. She gave a quick nod. I was sick of her terrified expression. I set down my glass and stood. As usual, Aria flinched. I didn't even bother with a comment. I was too fucking annoyed. Without another word, I headed into the bathroom and let the door fall shut behind me. I got out of my clothes and stepped into the shower. Under the warm water, I jerked off to images of Aria's delicious body. I felt like a fucking teenage boy, and even back then, I'd never had to use my hand when I shared the room with a gorgeous girl. Shooting my cum at the shower tiles didn't give me any kind of satisfaction, but at least my balls didn't feel like they were about to burst anymore. When I stepped back into the bedroom 15 minutes later, Aria was mostly hidden beneath the blankets, only her golden hair spread like a halo on the pillow. I turned off the light and got into bed. She was so still she might as well not have been there at all. I knew she wasn't asleep. Her breathing was off. It screamed fear. I crossed my arms behind my head and glared into the darkness, and then I heard it. A sob. Soon more followed, and I could feel the mattress vibrate as Aria shook under the force of her crying. I was furious, but beyond that, there was an emotion I didn't think I was capable of. Compassion. I wanted to console her. I hated that weak part of myself. Vitiello never showed sympathy, and he certainly never bowed down to the ridiculous whims of a woman. That's what my father taught Matteo and me. "Will you cry all night?" I asked sharply, letting my anger run free. It was the more familiar choice. Aria didn't reply, but I could still hear her muffled sobs. "I can't see how you could possibly have cried any worse if I'd taken you. Maybe I should fuck you to give you a real reason." This was the man my father had raised me to be. Letting my fury out had always felt good, so why didn't it this time? Aria shifted, but her cries got only worse. I switched the light on and sat up. For a moment, I was stunned by the sight of my wife curled up in a fetal position beside me, shoulders curled in protectively and body shaking with sobs. It was hard to hold on to my anger, seeing her like that. There were men who got a hard-on if a woman cried. I never understood them. The problem was that I had no clue what to do with a crying woman. I'd never consoled anyone in my life. I touched her arm. That obviously wasn't the way to go because she flinched and would have rolled off the fucking bed if I hadn't grabbed her by the hip and pulled her toward me. "That's enough," I said, trying to keep my frustration in check. She was already scared out of her mind. If I let my anger out on her, things definitely wouldn't improve. I rolled her onto her back. She lay unmoving, her eyes scrunched shut as if she were waiting for me to make a move on her. "Look at me." Her eyes peeled open, big and blue and filled with tears. "I want you to stop crying. I want you to stop flinching from my touch." She blinked once, then nodded. She would have agreed to anything in that moment. I'd seen that look in other people's eyes before. "That nod means nothing. don't you think I recognize fear when it stares back at me? The moment I turn out the light, you'll be back crying as if I'd fucking raped you. Rape was one of the very few despicable things I wasn't guilty of, and I had absolutely no intention to change that. So to give you peace of mind and shut you up, I'm going to swear an oath. Hope filled her face, making her look even more stunning. I wasn't sure why I even cared. I shouldn't. She licked her lips, and I almost groaned. An oath? I took her small hand and pressed it against the tattoo over my heart. Her palm was warm and smooth, and it felt too good. I spoke part of the words I'd said many years ago during my initiation. Born in blood, sworn in blood. I swear that I won't try to steal your virginity or harm you in any way tonight. If Mateo could see me now, he wouldn't let me hear the end of it. I pointed at my cut. I already bled for you, so that seals it. Born in blood, sworn in blood. I covered her hand, then waited for her to say the words. Born in blood, sworn in blood, she said softly. There was the tiniest smile tugging at her lips, and the sight of it shouldn't have made me feel so content. I let go of her and turned the lights off. She didn't cry again. Eventually, her breathing deepened. Of course, I was wide awake, but I couldn't even leave the room. If someone saw me running around when I should be banging my wife, that wouldn't go over well. Nobody could ever find out. Listening to Aria's even breathing, I wondered if I'd get a sliver of sleep tonight. I had never slept when I had to share a room with anyone. I was a light sleeper, always vigilant, waiting for someone to stick a knife into my back or eyeball, and lowering my guard was out of the question when others were around. But Aria was my wife, and to be honest, she wasn't a threat in any regard. Not because she was weaker and untrained. That wouldn't matter if she poisoned me in secret. But because she didn't strike me as someone who could seriously injure, much less kill someone. It wasn't in her nature. Slowly, my muscles slackened. Aria's breathing never hitched. It was calm, soft, her sleep unperturbed. No horrors in her past haunted her nights. Knowing what kind of man I was, I hoped her sleep would stay as innocent as it was. Chapter 7. Something soft tickled my fucking nose. My eyes shot open, and I stared at hair the color of spun gold. I was spooning Aria's small body, my arm wrapped around her narrow waist, and she was completely relaxed in my embrace. I had slept with her body against mine. I'd never let a woman sleep in my bed. I'd thought it would take months before I'd get a decent night of sleep now that I was forced to share a bed with my wife. Fuck. Aria was my wife. And still a fucking virgin. I propped myself up on my elbow. She didn't stir. Her pale eyelashes rested on her porcelain skin, lips slightly parted. Fucking perfection, that's what she was. Her stomach lifted and fell under my palm as she breathed peacefully. I could feel her warmth through the little nothing she was wearing. I wanted to slide my hand down between her legs, wanted to feel the heat there, wanted to bury my fingers in her, and my cock. Fuck, my cock sprang to life. I wanted to claim her because it was my right. She was mine, my wife, and because of that, I wanted to protect her even from myself, the hardest task of all. Aria's breathing changed. Her stomach tightened under my palm, then her entire body stiffened. She was scared of me, of what I might do. Good, you're awake, I murmured. She stiffened even further, and slowly her eyes peeled open. Gripping her hip, I rolled her over so I could get a better look at her face. Even without a hint of makeup, with tousled hair and sleepy, Aria was stunning. Her eyes lingered on my chest, a blush spreading on her cheeks. While I'd never fallen asleep beside a woman, I'd spent more than enough time in bed with them, but for Aria, this was the first time she was so close to a man. The early morning sun let her hair glow in golden hues. I reached for a strand, marveling at the silkiness. Everything about her was soft, smooth, silky, beckoning to be touched, to be claimed. It won't be long until my stepmother, my aunts, and the other married women of my family knock at our door to gather up the sheets and carry them into the dining room, where undoubtedly everyone else is already waiting for the fucking spectacle to begin. Her blush deepened, acute embarrassment flickering in her eyes. The epitome of innocence, so different from me and yet at my mercy. She glanced down at the cut on my forearm. I nodded. My blood will give them what they want. It'll be the foundation of our story, but we'll be expected to fill in the details. I know I'm a convincing liar, but will you be able to lie to everyone's faces, even your mother's, when you tell them about our wedding night? Nobody can know what happened. It would make me look weak. Weak. People said many things about me. Weak wasn't one of them. I had no trouble doing what was necessary. No trouble hurting and breaking others. I shouldn't have hesitated claiming Aria, shouldn't have been bothered by her terror and tears. I should have pushed her down on her knees so I didn't have to see her fear and fucked her from behind. That's what people expected from me. Weak because you didn't want to rape your wife? She asked, her voice shaking. My fingers tensed on Aria's waist. Rape. We both knew nobody in our world would see it that way. No matter how brutally I fucked Aria, they'd see it as my privilege, my right. My lips pulled into a tight smile. Weak for not taking what was mine for the taking. The tradition of bloody sheets in the Sicilian mafia is as much a proof of the bride's purity as of the husband's relentlessness. So what do you think it will say about me that I had you lying half-naked in my bed, vulnerable and mine, and yet here you are, untouched as you were before our wedding? Fear simmered in Aria's eyes. Nobody will know. I won't tell anyone. Why should I trust you? I don't make a habit of trusting people, especially people who hate me. Aria touched the wound on my forearm, her eyes softer than before. I don't hate you. She had every reason to hate me because I owned her, because I would never release her now that she was mine. She'd be trapped in an expensive golden cage, safe from violence because I vowed it to myself, but condemned to live without love and tenderness. And you can trust me because I am your wife. I didn't choose this marriage, but I can at least choose to make the best out of our bond. I have nothing to gain from betraying your trust, but everything to gain by showing you that I'm loyal. She was right. It was a matter of survival instinct that she'd try to gain my trust, even if it was a futile endeavor. She was at my mercy and needed to stay in my good graces. Aria was a clever woman, but she didn't know my treacherous uncles and cousins like I did. The men waiting in that living room are predators. They prey on the weak, and they've been waiting for more than a decade for a sign of weakness from me. The moment they see one, they'll pounce. My uncle Gottardo had never forgiven me for crushing his son's throat. He was waiting for a chance to get rid of me. Aria's brows puckered. But your father... If my father thinks I'm too weak to control the familia, he'll gladly let them tear me apart. My father didn't care about me. I was his guarantee to uphold the bloodline. As long as he considered me his strongest, most brutal option, he'd keep me alive. If he thought I was getting weak, if he thought I wasn't fit to become Capo, he'd put me down like a fucking dog. What about Matteo? Father still believed Matteo would taste blood the second he saw his chance to become Capo instead of me. He would never understand that Matteo and I weren't enemies, that we weren't only bound by necessity and pragmatism. My brother and I would die for each other. Father hated his brothers as much as they hated him. He kept them alive because honor dictated it, and because it gave him a fucking thrill to give them orders as their Capo, to have them grovel at his feet and try to stay in his good graces. I trust Matteo, but he's hot-headed. He'd get himself killed trying to defend me. Aria nodded, as if she understood. Maybe she did. She was a woman, shielded from most of the violence of our world, but that didn't mean she didn't hear about it. Nobody will doubt me, she said. I'll give them what they want to see. I didn't know Aria well enough to gauge her lying skills. Slowly, I pushed into a sitting position, which allowed me a better view of my wife. She lay on her back, her hair fanning out around her head, and the outline of her breasts teased me through the flimsy material of her nightgown. Aria's eyes trailed over my upper body curiously, and my groin tightened at her unpracticed appraisal. When her eyes finally met mine, her cheeks were flushed. You should be wearing more than this excuse for a nightgown when the harpies arrive. I don't want them to see your body, especially your hips and upper thighs. It's better they wonder if I left marks on you, I said, my eyes lingering on those pink lips. But we can't hide your face from them. I moved lower, reaching for Aria's cheek to kiss her when she closed her eyes and flinched as if she thought I'd hit her. Revulsion filled me at the mere idea of raising my hand against my wife. This is the second time you thought I was going to hit you, I said in a low voice. She looked at me in confusion. I thought you said, what? That everyone expects you to have bruises on your face after a night with me? I don't hit women. Even Grace, who had a talent to drive me to the brink, had never been on the receiving end of my violence. I'd spent my childhood and youth listening to my mother's broken crying, and once she was dead, to Nina's. That wasn't what I wanted in a marriage. If I felt the need to break people, I had enough enemies to choose from. How am I supposed to believe that you can convince everyone we've consummated our marriage when you keep flinching from my touch? Believe me, the flinching will make everyone believe the lie even more, because I definitely wouldn't have stopped flinching away from your touch if you'd taken what's yours. The more I flinch, the more they'll take you for the monster you want them to think you are. I chuckled. I think you might know more about playing the game of power than I expected. My father is consigliere, she said. Aria wasn't only beautiful, she was also clever. I pressed my palm against her cheek. This time, she managed not to flinch, but she still became tense. Before annoyance could claim me, I reminded myself that she wasn't used to a man's touch. That I was her husband wouldn't magically make her comfortable with the unfamiliar closeness. What I meant earlier was that your face doesn't look like you've been kissed. Aria's eyes grew wide. I've never been kissed. All mine. Always only mine. I crashed my lips down on hers, and Aria's hand flew up to my chest as if she was going to push me away, but she didn't. Her palms shook against my skin. I tried to soften my kiss, not wanting to scare her, but it was a fucking struggle to be gentle and slow when all I wanted was to lay my claim on the woman beside me. My tongue stroked her lips open, and Aria responded hesitantly. Her blue eyes flickered with insecurity, but I didn't allow her to worry. I took the lead, gave her no choice but to surrender to me. The feel and taste of her stirred the embers of my desire into a raging fire. I pressed harder into her, my kiss turning more forceful even as I tried to restrain myself. My fingers twitched against her cheek, wanting to travel south, wanting to stroke and discover every inch of her body. I pulled away before I could lose control. Aria blinked up at me, licking her lips, almost dazed. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips red. I wanted her. A knock burst through my lustful haze. I rolled over and got up, glad for the distraction. Aria gasped. I chanced to glance at her, catching her staring at my hard-on with widened eyes. A man is supposed to have a boner when he wakes up beside his bride, don't you think? They want a show, they'll get a show. My aunts, cousins, and especially Nina were eager for new tidbits of gossip that would make their dull lives a bit brighter. They'd descend like bloodthirsty hyenas on us if they suspected I hadn't claimed Aria. Now go and grab a bathrobe, I ordered. Aria obeyed at once, practically leaping out of bed and rushing into the bathroom. I had to admit her fighting spirit last night had pleased me more than her obedience. My eyes strayed toward the fake bloodstains on the bedsheet, and a flicker of regret overtook me. There was a reason the familia insisted on the bloody sheets tradition, particularly my father. I still remembered the sheets after his wedding night with Nina, and I had been only a child then. Sighing, I headed toward the table and picked up my weapons. The knocking became more insistent, but I didn't give a fuck. Aria returned, dressed in a long white satin bathrobe and holding her cut corset in one hand. She curiously watched me strap my knife and gun holsters onto my naked body, one of them covering the small cut on my forearm. Before I headed for the door, I shifted my boner so it would be even more prominent. That would give the furies of my family something to gossip about. Aria's gaze slid down to my groin once more, and the blush returned to her cheeks. Aria moved toward the window, wrapping her arms around herself, looking breakable and perfectly beautiful. Tearing my eyes from her, I opened the door to the eager faces of Nina, Cosima, and Egidia. Behind them, more women from mine and Aria's families had gathered. Their eyes traveled the length of me. Some of them feigned shock even when it was obvious that they enjoyed the sight, considering the ugly old fools they were married to. Only Nina pointedly ignored my undressed state, but I knew her, and caught her nervous swallow. It was impossible not to know a person's mimic and gestures if you'd seen them at their lowest. Being married to my father, I'd seen more than enough of that side of her. "We've come to collect the sheets," she said, putting on her usual mask, smiling spitefully. I allowed them to enter. They practically shoved each other out of the way to reach the bed first. They whispered when they saw the stain, then looked toward Aria, who squirmed under their attention. She was already embarrassed as it was. I wondered how much worse it would have been if they would have actually been the proof of her lost virginity. Nina and Cosima removed the bedsheets, giggling in that fake way that gave me a fucking headache. "Luca," Nina said with feigned indignation, "did nobody tell you to be gentle to your virgin bride?" More of those fucking giggles. I held Nina's gaze, my mouth pulling into a cold smile. "You were married to my father. Does he strike you as a man who teaches his sons to be gentle to anyone?" Her smile became even less honest, and a flicker of pure animalistic fear flashed in her brown eyes. In this room, probably no one knew what she had to endure. "Let me through!" Jonna screeched and stormed into the room. As an unmarried woman, she wasn't supposed to be here, but of course the girl didn't care. Her blue eyes landed on the sheets before they jerked toward Aria. Her face reflected worry and fear, and my annoyance with her decreased slightly. She was concerned for her sister. She turned to me with a look that was probably intended to intimidate. I cocked my eyebrows at her, and the little wench actually took a step in my direction to do God only knew what. Like her sister, she only reached my chest and weighed less than half of me, not to mention the only fight experience she probably had was with her tiny midget of a brother. "Jonna," Aria said sharply, her eyes darting between her sister and me. "Will you help me get dressed?" Aria turned and walked toward the bath, her movements stiff, as if she was sore. I was torn between admiration for her show and frustration over the fact that there was even a reason for her to pretend. After she'd sent me another scathing look, Jonna followed after her sister and closed the door. Nina shook her head, turning to Ludovica Scuderi. "Jonna doesn't know how to behave herself. I doubt her future husband will tolerate that kind of behavior." Considering how little Rocco cared about the well-being of his daughters, he'd probably give her to a sadistic bastard who'd beat Jonna into shape. But that wasn't my concern. Nina held the folded sheets in her palms, the bloodstains on display. Ludovica was pointedly not looking at them or me. "I don't have all day," I said. "Why don't you head downstairs and prepare everything for the show?" The women left, and I closed the door, glad to have them gone. They hadn't been suspicious, that much was clear, and why would they be? I was Luca fucking Vitiello. Sparing my bride definitely didn't fit my reputation. I headed for the bathroom. I needed a good shave and a fucking cold shower. I pushed the door open when I was met with resistance and Jonna's angry face came into view in the gap. "You can't come in," she hissed, narrowing her eyes at me. She was a kitten trying to scare the tiger. "I'm her husband. Now step back," I said. I could have pushed the door open without trouble, but shoving a girl out of my way wasn't my favorite option. "I don't care that you're her husband," she muttered. "Okay. I had given all of my meager patience to Aria last night. I pushed harder, and Jana stumbled backwards, her eyes flashing indignantly. The Spitfire stepped in my way, trying to stop me, but my eyes were drawn to movement in the shower, where Aria whirled around, turning her back to us. Sweet Jesus. That woman's back was already enough to give me another boner. "Leave!" Jana's hiss brought my attention back to her. "I need to get ready, and there's nothing here that I haven't already seen." A big, fat lie, one I'd have to tell over and over again today when the sheets were presented. I glared at Jana. "Now leave, or you'll see your first cock, girl, because I'm going to undress now." I reached for my boxers, but it was an empty threat, unfortunately. Scuderi would lose his shit if I showed my dick to his daughter, the one that wasn't married to me at least. He probably didn't care what I did to Aria, considering he would let me marry her when she was only 15. Not that I gave a fuck about Scuderi, but it would have been dishonorable. "You arrogant asshole, Jana began, and I was close to forget about doing the honorable thing when Aria told her sister to leave, and finally the redhead moved toward the door. "You're a sadistic pig," she muttered before she closed the door. No one had ever insulted me like that and lived to see another day, but she was safe, because she was a girl and Aria's sister. Stifling my anger, I moved toward the washstand, but my eyes remained on Aria. She tensed when the door shut and we were alone. She was still afraid of me, even though I'd bled and lied for her. I couldn't even blame her for her distrust. With a man like me, she had every reason to expect the worst. I took my brush and started spreading shaving cream on my face when she finally turned the shower off. Then she turned, and I halted in my movements. My eyes drank her in. She was perfection. Her skin glowed and looked like silk, even her pussy. She'd been waxed for her wedding night, only a small triangle of blonde remaining, but nothing hid the delicious crease between her thighs, a place I could have sunk my cock into last night. Aria let me admire her, standing completely still, but a blush traveled over her throat and face. I set my brush down and took one of the towels from the rack before I moved toward her. Aria's eyes held insecurity as she opened the shower stall and took the towel with a small thanks. I couldn't stop looking at her, and so close up, her nakedness called even louder to the worst in me, the monster in me beckoning to be unleashed. Aria wrapped herself in the towel and stepped out of the shower. She peered up at me. She was petite, vulnerable, breathtakingly beautiful, and unconditionally mine. "I bet you're already regretting your decision," she said, her eyes searching mine, looking for something all women hoped for: tenderness, affection, love. She wouldn't find any of those things in my eyes, or my heart. I couldn't and wouldn't give her those things, but I could treat her with the respect she deserved as my wife, as the woman I swore to protect. I'd respect her body, would honor her no as if it were my own. That was all I could give her. I returned to the washstand and picked up my shaving brush. Aria slipped past me and was almost out of the door when I gave her an answer. "No." She peered over her shoulder at me. "When I claim your body, I want you writhing beneath me in pleasure, not fear." Aria's eyes widened, lips parting, and then she quickly left. I set the brush back down, grabbed the edge of the washstand, and stared at my reflection. I had no trouble being a monster. It was in my nature, and I enjoyed it. But the second I'd seen Aria, I'd made a vow to keep that part of myself away from her. The women I'd fucked over the years had sought my closeness because they'd been looking for a thrill, had wanted to be dominated, and to submit to someone dangerous. For them, it had been a game, a sexual role play that got them wet. Because those women didn't understand that it wasn't a role, not a fucking game. I was a monster. There wasn't a role I played when I was with them, and it definitely wasn't a role when I tortured and killed. Aria knew all those things. She knew the monster I harbored because she'd grown up in a world where men domineered women, where they owned them, where rape fantasies weren't just that. They were horror stories spoken in hushed whispers among the married women. They were the shapeless fears of girls before their wedding night. With those clueless women, I'd enjoyed being rough, treating them like shit, because they got a thrill out of it and because it was the only way I could at least be partly myself. But with Aria, I didn't have to pretend I was someone else. She knew what I was, and for some reason that made me want to be good to her, to show her that there was more than brutality, at least where she was concerned. Chapter 8. I took a long time, showering and wanking like a goddamn teenage boy. With a gorgeous woman in my bed all night, I really shouldn't be suffering from blue balls, and yet here I was. Slinging a towel around my waist, I stepped out of the bathroom. Aria perched on the stool in front of her vanity, blonde hair trailing down her back and using whatever women use to accentuate their eyes. Not that Aria needed it. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw me. They trailed the length of me, fascination reflecting on her face. Stifling a groan at her innocent appraisal, I stalked toward the wardrobe and grabbed a few clothes. Knowing she was still watching, I let my towel fall to the ground. She sucked in a breath and my cock gave a fucking twitch, imagining how she was blushing. When I'd put on briefs and pants, I turned. As expected, Aria's cheeks were flushed. She pretended to be busy inspecting her nails, but she wasn't fooling me. She was too embarrassed to face me. It was something new for me. I didn't have experience with a girl like her. The women of my past had been straightforward with their demands and practiced in their advances. Aria wasn't, and I wasn't entirely sure how to handle her. Taking the guns from the table, I began strapping them to my holsters as I did every day, as I'd done for as long as I could remember. "Do you ever go anywhere without guns?" Aria asked quietly, turning around in her stool to face me. She was wearing some sort of long dress with a golden belt and golden sandals, reminding me of an Egyptian princess, even if her hair didn't match the image. It was still strange to think that she was really mine, that she would be mine until the very end. This wasn't for one night or a few weeks of mindless pleasure. This wasn't no strings attached. This was forever, for both of us. She was my responsibility from this day on. Remembering how my father had failed his wives, both my mother and now Nina, it seemed like a fucking impossible challenge. "Not if I can avoid it. Do you know how to shoot a gun or use a knife?" "No. My father doesn't think women should get involved in fights." "Sometimes fights come to you. The Bratva and the Triad don't distinguish between men and women. The Triad had laid low. Most of their territories had been claimed by the Bratva, so they were the ones we were worried about." Aria tilted her head. "So you've never killed a woman?" "I didn't say that." Aria didn't need to know how the Bratva had almost gotten me. It wasn't something I wanted people to know. Aria rose from the chair, smoothing the long dress out. I was glad she'd chosen something floor-length. It made things easier. People might suspect I'd left my marks on her upper thighs. Good choice. The dress covers your legs. Someone could lift the skirt and inspect my thighs. I had seen the way many men had leered at her yesterday when they thought I wasn't paying attention. Someone tries to touch you, they lose their hand. Aria's eyes widened in shock. She'd have to get used to my possessiveness. Come on. I led her out into the hallway and closer to the main hall. A few male guests were still in the lobby, but the majority of voices came from the dining room. Aria stiffened. "Are they all waiting to see a bloody sheet?" Her skin turned red. Many of them, especially the women. The men might hope for dirty details. Others might hope to talk about business, ask a favor, or get on my good side. Aria made no move to descend the stairs, so I nudged her forward gently. We walked down close together, and I had to slow my steps considerably to adapt to her shorter legs. I'd never walked hand in hand with a woman, so this was something new. Romero greeted us with a smile. "How are you?" he asked Aria, and then looked like he wanted to swallow his tongue. Asking a bride that kind of question after her first night was definitely inappropriate. I chuckled, but my mood dropped when the gathered men sent me winks and grins. Everyone thought I'd spent the night banging my stunning wife. Aria surprised me when she pressed closer to me. It took me a second to realize she was seeking protection from their attention. I wrapped my arm around her waist and sent them a warning look. They averted their eyes. "Mateo and the rest of your family are in the dining room," Romero said. "Poring over the sheets?" "As if they could read them like tea leaves," Romero confirmed, then gave Aria an apologetic look. "Come." I led Aria toward the dining room despite her tension. The presentation of the sheets was something we couldn't evade. Everyone was waiting for us and fell silent when we entered. My father, the familia underbosses, the cavalleros and scuderi had gathered around the dining table. Most of the high-ranking outfit men had already left with their families this morning to return to their respective territories. Aria squirmed under the attention. Soon she'd have to face the women who looked like famished dogs with their sights set on a piece of meat. Father nodded toward me with a look in his eyes that made me want to push Aria behind me. Thankfully, Mateo chose that moment to walk up to us, looking a mess with bags under his eyes and stubble. For him, that was the equivalent of a stylish meltdown. "You look like shit," I told him as he sipped on his espresso. Mateo's eyes darted from me to Aria. "My 10th espresso and I'm still not awake. Drank too much last night." "You were trashed. I'd have had your tongue cut out for some of the things you said to Aria if you weren't my brother." Mateo gave Aria a grin. "I hope Luca didn't do half of the things I suggested." Aria blushed furiously and leaned into me once more. I stroked her side in reassurance. She didn't have to be wary of my brother. She twitched, giving me a surprised look. To be honest, I wasn't sure why I'd felt the need to console her at all. "Quite a work of art you presented us," Mateo said, nodding in the direction of the bloody sheets, causing Aria to stiffen in my embrace. I searched Mateo's face, not sure if he suspected I had spared Aria. It couldn't be because of the sheets, because if something about them looked fake, he would have warned me. Mateo's eyes held a knowing gleam. The asshole could read me too well. Father and Fiore waved at us to come over to them. Stifling a groan, I indicated Mateo that I'd have to move to the table. Mateo smiled but didn't move an inch, obviously not in the mood to talk to them. Aria followed me toward the table. Her face reflected anxiety, and I could only hope that she'd be able to keep up the charade. The men rose. Father's leer made me want to drag Aria right back out, but that wasn't an option. Scuderi spread his arms, and I reluctantly released Aria so he could embrace her. I couldn't hear what he said, but Aria didn't look happy about it. Fiore smiled and shook my hand. "It seems you are still satisfied with our choice for you." I nodded. I knew this was only the beginning. The moment Aria was out of earshot, the men would try to extract details of my night with her. Father put a hand on my shoulder before he gave Aria and me his false benevolent smile. "I hope we can expect small Vitiello soon." Aria's eyes widened a tad before she could mask her shock. I had absolutely no intention of having kids any time soon, not as long as my father was in power. He wasn't that old yet, only in his mid-50s, but I hoped he'd find an end soon. I want to enjoy Aria alone for a long while, and with the Bratva closing in, I wouldn't want to have children to worry over. Father gave me a knowing smile, thinking I wanted to fuck my young wife in peace for a while. Yes, of course. Understandable. I hear the Bratva sent a new Pacan into your territory, I said to Fiore, wanting the topic of my wife off the table. Fiore nodded, then looked at Dante, who frowned. Yes, Grigori Mikhailov. We're still trying to check his background. He used to work directly under the Pacan in Yekaterinburg, and now he's taking over everything in Chicago. Unpredictable and brutal. They call him Stalin. Aria peered up at me, and I loosened my hold on her. This wasn't anything she needed to worry about. The women were throwing eager glances her way anyway. She quickly walked away and toward them, stopping beside her mother and sister. "Can't you take your eyes off your wife?" Father asked with a chuckle. I only smiled coldly. The less I said, the better. Nina pointed at the sheets and giggling rose among the women. Only Aria looked like she wanted to be swallowed whole by the ground. Scuderi turned to us. I must say I find your tradition of the bloody sheets enlightening. Maybe it's a tradition you'd like to reintroduce once you're capo, Father said to Dante, who stood with his hands shoved into his pockets, looking completely uninterested. His cautious blue eyes settled on my father. I prefer to focus on the future and not look for traditions of the past. That's good to hear, Fiore said pointedly to his son. My father gave me a look. He, too, had noticed the tension between the Cavallaro men. Obviously, Fiore was unhappy about Dante. I could only assume it had something to do with the fact that Dante still hadn't married, even though his wife had been dead for years. What about you, Luca? Are you thinking of changing the old traditions once you're capo? Dante asked. I smirked. The Familia is built on tradition, I said, then nodded toward my father with faked respect. I'm not going to be capo for a long time. My father is strong, and I trust in his leadership. Father's answering smile made me want to take my words back and end him right here and there. Dante nodded, but his eyes held calculation. Peace between us had an expiration date. Don't hold back on us, Luca, Durant said. Tell us more about your first night with your beautiful wife. I must say I would have expected more blood considering your size and hers, Uncle Gottardo said with a cackle and a wink. There was something in his eyes that made me consider crushing his throat like I had his son's. Dante's mouth curled in disgust. Scuderi, on the other hand, didn't seem to care that someone spoke like that about his daughter. If I ever had a daughter, I'd cut off anyone's head who dared to talk that way about her. Every man looked toward Aria, then at me. I didn't bother masking my anger and possessiveness. If my civil mask led to those kinds of questions, I'd rather drop it before my uncles got more blood than they bargained for. I'm feared among my enemies and my soldiers. I don't need to claim my wife without preparation so she bleeds more to gain anyone's respect. Uncle. These words were already more than I wanted to share, even if nothing had happened between Aria and me. Father laughed, but his gaze was assessing. I'd have to be on my toes. Where had Matteo gone? Was he sleeping off his intoxication in a quiet room? From the corner of my eye, I saw Liliana and Fabiano slip into the room. Neither was supposed to attend the gathering. Why's there blood on the sheets? Has someone been killed? Fabiano bellowed, pointing at the sheets with wide eyes. The men around me began laughing, except for Dante and me. We glanced at each other. We would never like each other, but maybe we could establish a base of respect to keep up the peace for a few years. Suddenly, Aria rushed out of the room with her arm around her sister, Liliana. I excused myself to check on my wife, not liking her out of my sight. Romero leaned beside the closed door of the guest bathroom, and I relaxed. Aria and Liliana are inside, he said. What's the matter? Liliana looks sick. The door swung open and Aria slipped out, quickly closing the door before we could catch a glimpse inside. Is your sister okay? Aria tugged a strand of hair behind her ear, glancing between Romero and me with obvious nervousness. I had to remind myself again that this was new for Aria, that this was one of the first times she was alone in the presence of men that didn't belong to her family. The sheets made her queasy, she said with a small shrug. Romero's expression darkened. They shouldn't allow young girls to witness something like that. It'll only scare them. Romero sent me an apologetic look, but I didn't care if he criticized that particular tradition. I didn't much care for it either, but it was one of the traditions that would be the hardest to abolish. You are right. Lily needs some tea, Aria said, glancing at me, and I realized she was unsure if she was allowed to go into the kitchen and prepare one. I can get it for her and stay with her so you can return to your guests, Romero said. Aria's smile was hesitant. That's nice, but Lily doesn't want you to see her. I frowned, wondering what had happened. Romero really wasn't someone who scared females. He was one of the few soldiers with his talent who could hide his violence almost completely. Is she scared of me? Aria laughed. You sound like that isn't a possibility. You are a soldier of the Mafia. What's not to be scared of? She glanced toward the closed bathroom door before she continued in a whisper. But that's not it. Lily has a major crush on you and doesn't want you to see her like that. I gave Romero an amused look. Romero, you still got it. Capturing the hearts of 14-year-old girls left and right. Romero shook his head, obviously uncomfortable with the whole thing. I turned to my wife, who was still smiling, looking relaxed and almost happy. I knew my words would change that. But we have to return. The women will be mortally offended if you don't give them all of your attention. I'll take care of Lily, Jonna said. Looking over my shoulder, I found Aria's sister and brother heading our way. The redhead pointedly ignored me, but the midget gave me his best death glare. I led Aria back into the dining room. The men had by then gathered around the sheets while the women flocked around the table. I reluctantly released Aria so she could head back to the harpies. The men laughed at something Durant said. It was probably for the best that I hadn't heard it. There's the lucky bridegroom, Father intoned, holding out a glass of scotch to me. I took it reluctantly. Judging from the way he and his brother smiled, they'd probably enjoyed more than one already. Only Scuderi, Dante, and Fiore looked sober, which didn't come as a surprise considering they were in our territory. Gottardo's beetle eyes held challenge when I stopped beside him. So, Luca, won't you at least tell us how many rounds you managed last night? Won't you share at least that piece of information with us? Durant smiled in a way that made me want to slice my blades from one fucking corner of his mouth to the other to see how much wider his fucking grin could get. I don't share ever, not even the tiniest fucking bit of my wife, I snarled. My father and his brothers were disgusting pieces of shit. The same sadistic streak stained their blood. Sometimes I worried it ran in my veins as well and was only waiting to show its full potential. I was cruel and pitiless, but not like my father, not yet. Father shook his head with a bellowing laugh, but the laughter didn't extend to his eyes. They were vigilant and suspicious, and for a moment I worried he'd seen through the charade I was playing. But my father was always suspicious because he had reason to be. There was no one he trusted, and rightfully so. Everyone hated and feared him. That wasn't the base for trust. Not that I had many people I trusted, definitely not without reservations. Mateo had my trust and Romero to some degree, but everyone else could be an enemy disguised as an ally. Uh-oh, quite possessive of your gorgeous young bride, Durant cackled. Considering her beauty and your possessive streak, I'm surprised you agreed to wait 3 years before marrying her. His fucking beetle eyes latched onto Aria as she talked to the other women, and something in them made me want to stick my blade into his eyeball before shoving the fucking thing down his throat so he could choke on the slimy globe. I like women of age, I gritted out. I could feel my blood pressure rising, my fury burning away at my self-control. I took a sip from the scotch, even if it was too early for hard liquor, and glanced toward my wife. She was smiling, but blatant embarrassment shone on her face, and her cheeks were dusted pink. I could imagine too well what the women were talking about. Her eyes darted to me as if she noticed my attention, and for a brief moment a small conspiratorial smile tugged at her lips. A moment without her usual wariness and submissive fear, a glimpse at her true persona when she was around people she trusted. It was a side of her I wanted to see more of. I still remember my first night with Criminella, Durant said with a twisted grin. After that, they all launched into stories of their own wedding nights. My mood was on the verge of homicidal when the ordeal was finally over and most of the guests had left. I touched Aria's back as I led her out of the dining room and up to our bedroom to pack. She was quiet and tense at my side, and I wasn't sure if it was because of the presentation of the sheets or because of something else. We had almost reached our bedroom when my brother made an appearance. I scowled at him. I could have used his help at the presentation, though knowing his temper, especially when he had a headache from last night, it was probably for the best that he'd taken off. You two lovebirds will have to postpone your mating session, "I need to have a word with you, Luca," he drawled, looking inexplicably cheery all of a sudden. Not a good sign. Aria cast her gaze up to me with obvious uncertainty, again asking me silently what to do. "Go ahead. Check if the maid's packed all your stuff. I'll be back soon." She didn't need to be told twice and rushed into our bedroom. She wasn't comfortable around my brother, or me for that matter, and I wasn't entirely sure it was only because we were men. Matteo grinned like a wolf. "The sheets were fake, weren't they? My big bad brother spared his little virgin bride." I got into his face, narrowing my eyes at him. "Keep your fucking voice down." We were alone in the corridor, but that could change at any point, and then I'd have a lot of explaining to do. Matteo cocked his head. "What happened? Did you have too much to drink and couldn't get it up?" "Fuck off. As if alcohol ever stopped me," I muttered. When Matteo and I had partied the nights away, we'd always ended the evening banging a girl. "Then what?" he asked, honestly curious, as if it were incomprehensible that I could hold back. The memory of Aria's blank fear of me and her hopeless tears flashed before my eyes. "She started crying," I admitted, my eyes darting to my forearm for a second. Matteo picked up on it, of course, and shoved the knife holder to the side, revealing my wound. I wrenched my arm out of his grip and repositioned the leather holder. "You cut yourself," he said, searching my face. Matteo was the person who knew me best, and yet he was surprised. His mouth twitched, then he shook his head with another chuckle. "I knew it. I told Jonna last night that she didn't need to worry about Aria. You have a soft spot for damsels in distress." That was bullshit. I'd never felt the urge to hold back for anyone. "I don't," I began, when his words registered fully. "You were alone with Jonna?" Matteo nodded with a smile I didn't like one bit. He motioned for me to follow him away from the bedroom. I doubted Aria was behind the door spying on us. "I kissed her, and she tastes even better than she looks." "I can't fucking believe you got more action than me on my own fucking wedding night." Matteo ran a hand through his hair. "The ladies can't resist my charm." Did he really think this was funny? I grabbed his shoulders. "This isn't a joking matter, Matteo. The outfit won't find it funny if you go around deflowering their girls. Father would have to make amends to the outfit if that happened, and I wasn't sure if these amends wouldn't include having Matteo handed over to Scuderi for disembodiment. Or maybe Father would order me to dish out the expected punishment and kill my brother. I'd kill Father and every fucker who wanted to kill Matteo, but it would lead to all of us losing our lives." "I didn't deflower anyone. I kissed her," Matteo interrupted my thoughts. "Yeah, as if that's ever the end of it." I had noticed the way Matteo watched the redhead, but I had hoped he'd be more sensible than actually pursuing her. "I want to deflower her, but I'm not an idiot." The facts were speaking a different language. Kissing a woman he wasn't married to, especially from the outfit, was the biggest kind of idiocy imaginable. If Jonna told anyone, we'd be doomed. The only thing stopping her was probably that she'd be ruined as well. "I want to marry her." I froze. "Tell me you're kidding." "I'm not. That's why I need your help. Father won't talk to Scuderi on my behalf if he thinks I want Jonna for any other reason than spite or revenge. You know him." "So what do you want me to do?" "Help me convince him that she hates me and insulted me and that I want to marry her to make her miserable." "Isn't that the truth? The girl can't stand you and you want her because of it. How is that any different from the story we're going to tell Father?" "I don't want to make her miserable." "The end result might be the same. The girl is going to drive you insane. You realize that, don't you?" "I'm really not sure if I want her in New York." "You'll deal with it, and Aria will be happy to have her sister with her." He had a point, but I wasn't sure if I wanted them to be together often. Jonna's influence wouldn't make my marriage to Aria less difficult. It would be hard enough to make it work. I didn't need additional complications. "You really think you thought that through, don't you?" I said. "I did. And Father will choose some bitch that'll make me miserable for me soon enough." "So you rather choose your own bitch who will make you miserable?" He shoved my hand away, looking pissed. Jonna isn't a bitch. You want to hit me because of her. I want to hit you for a lot of reasons. Matteo was serious. I could tell how much this meant to him, so even if I considered it a bad idea, I knew I'd have to help him. As his firstborn, father valued my word more than Matteo's. I could only hope this wouldn't come to bite Matteo and me in the ass. After father promised to talk to Fiore and Rocco about Jonna, he asked me to stay for a private conversation. Matteo mouthed good luck before he left father's office. I crossed my arms in front of my chest, waiting for my father to speak. He regarded me closely, and for a moment I wondered if he suspected the sheets were fake. But if this were that kind of conversation, he wouldn't have been alone with me. The surveillance cameras wouldn't save his life. Now that you're married, you might want to consider moving into the mansion with me and Nina. After all, it's our family's home. That's a gracious offer, I bit out, even when the words left a bitter taste in my mouth. But like I said, this early in my marriage, I want to enjoy my wife as much as possible, wherever I want, whenever I want. Father nodded with a dark laugh, leaning forward. I don't care if you do that in the mansion. As if I didn't know that. But I would never live under the same roof as my father again, especially not with Aria. Picking up on my reluctance, father said, I didn't expect you to be this possessive of your wife. It's a new side of you. He leaned back. Very well. Stay in your penthouse for now. He tapped his fingers against the desk, making me wait to see if he was going to say anything else. He nodded. That's all. I turned on my heel and stalked out, feeling my vein throb in my temple. Every day it became harder to have my father tell me what to do, to bear his presence. Matteo and I loaded our luggage into my car since Matteo was riding his Kawasaki back home. Then I waited for Aria to say goodbye to her siblings. She was clinging to Jonna. You'd think she was on her way to jail and not to live with you, Matteo murmured, then winked. I suppose there isn't much of a difference. I ignored him and tried to stifle my impatience. I wanted to get back to New York. For one, because I didn't want to spend any more time under the same roof as father, and because I had a meeting to attend. Business had rested these last 3 days, and at the current time, that was too long. Scuderi seemed to lose his patience at the same time as I did. Jonna, for Christ's sake, do I have to come get you? Aria finally came toward me, looking like she'd been gutted. Chicago isn't the end of the world, I told her. Her sisters could come visit occasionally. Aria shook her head, biting her lip, as if she were trying to force back tears. It might as well be. I've never been separated from my sisters and brother. They were my whole world. Matteo and I had never been separated for long either, but I still didn't get why she was so emotional over it. We should leave. I have a meeting tonight. I held the door open for Aria and she got in. Closing it, I jogged around the car. I'll be behind you, Matteo said, then headed for his motorcycle. I slipped behind the steering wheel and revved the engine. Matteo was already racing down the driveway like a madman. No bodyguard? Aria asked as she fastened her belt. I don't need bodyguards. Romero is for you, and this car doesn't exactly have room for additional passengers. Aria didn't say anything, only stared out of the window. Looking at the miserable face of my wife, I wondered how life with her would be. I'd never shared my apartment. I had come and gone as I pleased, but now there would always be someone around. It would be difficult to pretend 24/7. Aria would see my true self if she wanted to or not. I wondered if she'd be able to bear it. She seemed so fragile and innocent. What if my darkness was too much for her? Chapter 9. We didn't speak during the drive to New York. I didn't really care. Talking to women had never been a top priority. The only topic I cared about was the mafia, and women had limited knowledge of the realities of mob life, if any. Without a word, I got out of the car and grabbed our luggage. Matteo could pick up his bag with his spare car key later. When I headed for the elevator, I realized that Aria was still beside the car. her arms wrapped around her middle, looking around in trepidation. Thinking about running? Shaking her head, she finally headed my way. You would find me. I would. Now that she was mine, I'd search the entire world for her. The elevator glided open and I got in, followed shortly by Aria, who glanced around curiously and scanned the number of floors. The elevator is private. It leads only to the last 2 floors of the building. My penthouse is at the top, and Matteo has his apartment on the floor below. Aria turned to me. Can he come into our penthouse whenever he wants? I couldn't read the tone of her voice. Are you scared of Matteo? I'm scared of the both of you, but he seems more volatile. While I doubt you'd ever do anything you hadn't thought through. You seem like someone who's always firmly in control. If she was already scared of me when I showed only my civil side, I didn't want to know what would happen if she ever saw me at my worst. Sometimes I lose control. Aria peered down at her wedding band and twisted it. I really wished she'd at least look at me so I could gauge her emotions. You have nothing to worry about when it comes to Matteo. He's used to coming over to my place whenever he wants, but things will change now that I'm married. Most of our business takes place somewhere else anyway. Matteo and I hadn't discussed the matter so far, but considering that Aria might walk around the apartment naked at some point, I definitely didn't want my brother to show up unannounced. The elevator beeped and came to a stop, then the doors slid apart. Aria became tense and took a deep breath as I motioned for her to enter my apartment. Our apartment from now on. It was strange to allow a woman into my domain. I didn't really count my housekeeper, Mariana, as a woman in this case. She worked for me, after all. I'd never had one of my affairs or one-night stands over, and even Nina had only managed to weasel her way inside once when she accompanied my father. But this would be Aria's home now, not just mine. As I watched her take in my penthouse, I realized that was probably why she looked so tense. She hadn't chosen this place like she hadn't chosen me, but she'd have to call it home from this day on. I wondered if she liked it. There were no frills or soft colors, no plush throw pillows or fluffy rugs. I'd asked the interior designers to keep it functional and modern, with grays and whites and blacks. The only dashes of color were the modern art paintings that hung from walls. And now Aria. She stepped up to the French windows. With her bright orange dress and her long blonde hair, she was an absolute eye-catcher in my colorless apartment. I wasn't sure how long I'd stared at her when I finally snapped out of it. Your things are in the bedroom upstairs. Mariana wasn't sure if you wanted to put them away yourself, so she left them in your suitcases, I told her. Her family had sent most of her belongings to New York a couple of days ago. Who's Mariana? Aria asked without turning. I walked up to her until I could see her face in the window. For once, her expression was blank, impossible for me to read. She's my housekeeper. She's here a couple of days per week. How old is she? Aria asked. She tried to sound casual, but the delicate blush traveling up her throat betrayed the reason for the question. Are you jealous? I asked. I touched her hips, and as always, she froze for a split second before she caught herself. I'd been doing everything I could to treat her right, but she still acted as if I'd brutalized her. I'd never felt more like my goddamn father than in this moment. Aria slipped away from me and moved toward the doors. When she faced me, her expression was perfectly controlled once more, and I hated it. Can I go outside? She asked. This is your home now, too, I gritted out, trying to hold back the darkness that threatened to claw its way out of my chest. Aria stepped outside and headed directly for the banister. I followed her, suddenly suspicious of her motives. You're not thinking about jumping, are you? I asked as I leaned beside her. The idea that Aria might choose death over me like my mother had chosen death over my father, and ultimately Matteo and me, felt like a punch to the stomach. Aria looked up at me with a small frown. Why would I kill myself? Some women in our world see it as their only way to gain freedom. This marriage is your prison. She knew that as well as I did. There was no sense in lying to her. I wouldn't do that to my family. Lily, Fabi, and Jana would be heartbroken. Of course they would, and of course Aria would think of them. I still remembered her anguish over having to leave them. Let's go back inside, I said, wanting this conversation over. I led Aria into the apartment, my hand on her lower back. Despite her constant tension, I couldn't stop touching her. It annoyed the hell out of me. I have a meeting in 30 minutes, but I'll be back in a few hours. I want to take you to my favorite restaurant for dinner. Oh, Aria said, eyes growing wide. Like a date? I was surprised by my suggestion as well. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, wanting to show Aria that life in New York wouldn't be as bleak as she feared. You could call it that. We haven't been on a real date yet, I said, wrapping my arms around her. Aria tensed as usual. When will you stop being afraid of me? I asked quietly. People were always scared of me, but not the people who mattered, Mateo and Romero. Aria bit her lower lip. You don't want me to be afraid of you? Dark amusement rose in me, but I shoved it down. You are my wife. We'll spend our lives together. I don't want a cowering woman at my side. Some of the tension disappeared from Aria's face, and a small smile played around her lips. Are there people out there who don't fear you? A few, I said. With the way she smiled, I couldn't resist kissing her. She froze briefly, but I did my best to keep our kiss gentle, my lips tasting hers without demanding she open up for me. It was fucking hard, but Aria's softening body was my reward. She finally parted her lips for me, and I dove in, teasing her tongue. She touched my neck, surprising me with the gesture. It was a soft touch, as always, so soft and careful. When she put her palm up against my chest, right over my familia tattoo, a surge of desire flooded me, but it wasn't the only sensation I felt. For the first time ever, a kiss gave me a foreign sense of belonging. I drew back, staring into the hooded blue eyes of my wife. I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket and almost groaned. I have half a mind to cancel this fucking meeting, I murmured, stroking Aria's swollen lips. But there's still more than enough time for this later. I glanced down at my watch. Only 20 minutes until the meeting with all of the underbosses of the Familia. I'd suggested it myself, considering that they were all in the area because of the wedding, but now I really regretted my suggestion. I really need to go now. Romero will be here when I'm gone. Take your time to look around and make yourself comfortable. I quickly drew back from Aria before her soft body and enticing scent made me late. Without another glance at my wife, I headed for the elevator. It took me down to the garage, and I locked our floor with a code only Romero had. Checking my phone, I found a text from him telling me he'd be here in 5 minutes. That had been a couple of minutes ago. I headed for my car and got in. On my way outside, I passed Romero in his own. I gave him a quick nod before I sped up. The meeting would take place in the Vitiello townhouse. I'd never understand why Father took business home. Mateo's bike was already parked in the front, right on the boardwalk, and he was perched on top of it, smoothing his hair back and looking like he was waiting for a photographer to come along. I parked, then joined him. Not inside yet. I was waiting for moral support. You mean someone who stops you from sticking your knife into one of our uncles? I don't have a track record of killing family members, so if anyone ends up crushing our uncle's throats, it'll be you, he said with his sharp grin. Giving him the finger, I headed up the stairs. Mateo was close behind me. I jabbed the code into the security panel, then stepped inside. Male voices came from the back of the house where the meeting room was situated. When we entered the room, everyone had already taken their respective seats. Only the 2 chairs on Father's right side were still vacant, our seats. Father scowled. You're late. My eyes darted to my watch. 1 minute late. I'm sure the boy got distracted by his stunning wife, Mansueto Moretti, underboss of Philadelphia, said with a crooked smile. He was several years older than my father, which was why he dared to speak up at all, and his age was also why he was going to survive calling me boy. He should get his priorities straight. A whore can be replaced, Father drawled, turning around toward his liquor cabinet. Mateo gripped my wrist hard, and my eyes jerked toward him. His warning gaze made me take a deep breath. I wasn't sure what he'd seen on my face, but it must have been bad. I turned back to the gathered men, most of them focused on my father, who poured himself a scotch, but Mansueto and Uncle Gottardo had their eyes on me. The former didn't worry me as much as the latter. I stalked toward my chair and sank down. Mateo took his seat beside me, still watching me warily. He could stop it. I wouldn't kill our father in a room full of underbosses. I was fairly sure the underbosses from Philadelphia, Boston, Charleston, and Baltimore would be on my side, even if the last city was ruled by my Aunt Egidia's husband, Felix. She hated her brother, and her husband definitely shared that sentiment. But the remaining men wouldn't be on my side. Father's consigliere Bardoni, because he knew I wouldn't keep him in that position the moment I was in power, and the other men because they were either loyal to my father or wanted to become Capo themselves. My father took his seat at the head of the table and took a sip from his scotch. He didn't offer anything to us, but I hadn't expected him to. It was his way to show all of us that we were his subjects, which was also why he sat in a wide leather armchair while we perched on fucking wooden stools. My father motioned with his glass toward his consigliere, which was obviously his cue to report about the latest attacks from the Bratva in our territory. I knew most of them already. I made sure to get updates from the underbosses once a month at least, while my father never bothered to get involved. He preferred things being handled for him, especially in recent years. It led to some underbosses, my uncles namely, doing whatever they pleased in their territories. That would change the moment I came into power, but knowing my father, he'd live forever out of spite. The meeting dragged on for hours, and when we finally emerged from the house, it was getting dark. Mateo blew out a breath. "I don't suppose you're up for a night in the Sphere?" he asked with a lopsided grin, but his eyes were tired. "You said it yourself, my days as a free man are over. I have a date with Aria." Mateo shook his head. "Strange to think of you as a husband. Why don't you bring her along? I'm sure she can shake her booty to the beat." "The only one she's going to shake her booty for is me," I muttered. The idea of Aria in a crowded club, even with me at her side, didn't sit well with me. Mateo mounted his bike, then put on his helmet. "Enjoy your wife, while I find a girl for a meaningless toilet stall fling." He laughed, then put down his visor and raced away. Enjoying my wife was something I was fucking eager to do, if she'd let me. It was strange returning home, knowing someone was waiting for me. Someone who'd be waiting for me all our lives. But when I stepped into my penthouse, it wasn't Aria I saw. Romero sat on the sofa, but got up when he saw me. "She's upstairs getting ready," he said. "How did it go?" I asked, regarding him closely. I trusted Romero, which was why he was allowed to be alone with Aria, but he was still a guy, and she was a woman too beautiful for words. "She was upstairs most of the time." He hesitated. "What?" "I think she cried, but I didn't check on her." I gave a terse nod. "Mateo is on his way to the Sphere. Why don't you join him?" Romero glanced at his watch. "My mother and sisters expect me for dinner. They'll be offended if I cancel." When Romero had left, I made my way upstairs. The bedroom door was ajar, and I stepped inside. Aria came out of the bathroom, dressed in a white flowing skirt and a pink sleeveless blouse and pink high heels. A dash of color. Then my eyes registered her red eyes and the photo of her family on the nightstand farther away from the door. "I wasn't sure which was your side. I can move it to the other nightstand if you want," she said, motioning at the bed. I didn't really have a side I slept on because I always slept alone. I had the entire bed. "No, it's okay," I said. The side farthest from the door was a good choice, since that meant I'd be between her and a possible attacker coming through a door, even if it was nearly impossible to get inside the penthouse without my permission. Even torture wouldn't make me give away the security code. "Was the meeting okay?" Aria asked, hovering a few steps away from me. Let's not talk about it. I'm starving. I held out my hand, wanting the distance between us gone. Aria put her hand in mine, and I closed my fingers around hers loosely, marveling at how small it was in comparison to mine. I led her down into the underground garage silently. My mind kept drifting to Father and his lack of interest when it came to fighting the Bratva. He regarded the Familia and the Italian mob as superior and didn't even consider that the Bratva could beat us at our own game. He was blind, and one day it would cost us parts of our territory. Truce with the outfit wouldn't change that. I glanced toward Aria, the woman who was meant to bring peace. It seemed strange that she might have been my enemy if our fathers hadn't arranged our marriage. Aria noticed my gaze and turned to face me. You look great, I said. Great didn't even begin to cover it. Aria was so breathtakingly beautiful. She gave me a small smile. Thanks. I parked my car in a gated parking area that I always used when I was in the area. On our way to the Korean restaurant I'd chosen for the date, I caught the looks of the men, caught their admiration and awe when they saw Aria, my wife, mine. The look I gave them made their eyes move on quickly. Surprise flashed across Aria's face when I led her into the restaurant. Matteo and I both enjoyed Asian food and had discovered the place due to business a couple of years ago. One of the waiters came up to us at once and took us to a vacant table in the back. The place wasn't fancy. There were no white tablecloths and fancy napkins. Instead, there were narrow tables and barely any space between them. I ordered a lychee martini, one of their signature drinks, while Aria scanned the drinks menu with furrowed brows. I'll have the same, she said eventually, looking slightly overwhelmed and still stunned by my choice of restaurant. You look surprised, I said when the waiter had left. I didn't think you'd go for Asian food, considering everything. This is the best Asian restaurant in town, and it doesn't belong to an Asian chain. It's independent. The Triad hadn't been as strong in recent years. They had focused their forces on the West Coast, which suited me just fine. There are independent restaurants in New York? Aria asked, surprised. A few, but we're in negotiations right now. Either they paid us for protection or the Russians. There really was no other option. Aria huffed, her eyes still busily scanning the menu. Do you need help? I asked when it became obvious that she was overwhelmed by the choices. Aria gave an embarrassed smile. Yeah, I've never tried Korean. I'd suspected as much. Scuderi didn't strike me as a man who ventured out of his comfort zone very often. The marinated silk tofu and the bulgogi beef are delicious. Aria's eyes grew wide. You eat tofu? If it's prepared like this, then yes. Aria regarded me like she saw me in a different light. Maybe she'd finally stop flinching whenever I was near. Just order what you think is best. I eat everything except liver, Aria said, closing her menu. I was glad she wasn't one of those women whose list of the things they didn't eat was longer than the list of things they did. I like women who eat more than salad. When the waiter stopped at our table, I ordered for both of us while Aria battled the chopsticks. Have you never used sticks before? I asked once the waiter was gone. I had to stifle laughter at the look of deep concentration on Aria's face. My parents only took us to their favorite Italian restaurant, and I wasn't really allowed to go anywhere alone. Of course, she hadn't been. Rocco Scuderi had kept me updated on the state of things. You can go anywhere you want now. Aria raised her blonde eyebrows. Really? Alone? I leaned forward so the people at the neighboring table wouldn't overhear me. With Romero or me, or Cesare when Romero isn't available. I could tell that Aria wasn't happy about it, but she really couldn't have expected me to let her walk around without protection. Deciding to distract her, I picked up my own chopsticks. Here, let me show you. I showed Aria how to open and close them. Biting her lip in a very distracting way, she tried to imitate the motions, again with a look of utter concentration on her face. No wonder New York girls are so thin if they eat like this all the time. You're more beautiful than all of them, I said without hesitation. Aria peered up, as if she wasn't sure I was being serious. It was the longest she had ever looked into my eyes, and I wondered what she was trying to see. I was towing the line, trying to make her feel comfortable, and being good to her without making her hope for something as ridiculous as love. Aria had been completely sheltered. Even if she knew the rules of our world and what kind of man I was, her naivete and innocence would still make her hope for something that would just never be. I picked up a piece of the bulgogi beef and held it out to Aria. Surprise flashed across her face. I raised my eyebrows in challenge. She parted her lips, then closed them slowly around the sticks, and I almost groaned. Did she even realize what kind of images she created in my mind? Delicious, she said, smiling sweetly. Watching her innocent joy over something as simple as eating Korean food filled me with a new appreciation. Aria became tense the moment we returned to our apartment and quickly disappeared into the bathroom. I ran a hand through my hair as my eyes rested on the bed. This would be our first night in our apartment, in this bed. Watching Aria enjoy herself during dinner had rekindled my desire for her. It was difficult to read her. Why was she so tense? The door to the bathroom opened, and Aria stepped out in a long dark blue nightgown that contrasted beautifully with her golden hair and pale skin. My eyes were drawn to the slit, showing off a small sliver of her smooth thigh. Unfortunately, Aria had the deer in the headlights look going. I walked past her into the bathroom, needing to cool off. I splashed some cold water into my face. My body throbbed with the desire to lay claim on the woman in my bedroom. I'd never had to hold back, never wanted to, but Aria needed me to. Fuck. Staring down at the boner in my briefs, I pushed away from the sink. Aria was my wife. She shouldn't still be a virgin. Maybe she was ready tonight. Maybe she'd only been terrified because of the pressure on our wedding night. Wasn't she curious? I remembered how fucking eager I'd been before my first time, despite my nerves. When I stepped out of the bathroom, I found Aria in front of the panorama windows, her back turned to me, looking out toward the skyline. I moved toward her, noticing the way her body tightened. It got only worse when I reached out for her. Her obvious nervousness set my teeth on edge, because I didn't know how to put her at ease. Words of consolation or reassurance weren't really my fucking strength. My first instinct was to give her an order to stop the tensing, but that wouldn't have gone over well. I reached out for her and she stiffened even more, as if she thought I'd grab her, push up her nightgown, and fuck her right against that window, which was what I wanted to do but never would, unless she fucking wanted me to. I touched my knuckles to her soft skin and lightly ran them down her spine, trying to show her that I was going to hold back for her, that I'd be careful with her. Apart from the goosebumps pimpling her skin, she didn't react. She obviously wouldn't act on her own accord. I had no trouble leading. The problem was that my style of leadership was usually not for sensitive women, and Aria was breakable. I held out my hand to her, knowing that she would follow my silent order because she'd been brought up to obey. She finally turned around to me, but her gaze rested on the scar in my palm, which she traced with her fingertips. My skin tingled from the almost non-existent touch. It was strange being treated that carefully. "Is that from the blood oath?" She looked up, finally meeting my gaze. She often averted her eyes, and I wasn't sure if it was because of my reputation or if her upbringing had taught her to cast down her gaze. It was something I wanted gone as soon as possible. "No, this is," I said, showing her the scar on my other hand. It was much smaller than the one Aria was still touching. That happened in a fight. I had to stave off a knife attack with my hand. Aria's eyes widened, her lips parting in surprise. I needed to kiss that mouth. Wrapping my fingers around her waist, I led her toward the bed. She followed obediently, even though I could feel her pulse pound in her veins in fear. I decided to ignore it for now because I had a feeling she'd still be a virgin in a year if I waited for her to be relaxed around me. I pulled her toward the bed where I sank down and positioned her between my legs. I kissed her, enjoying her taste, the way she adapted to my demands. I let myself fall back and took her with me, my kiss becoming harder, more demanding. The feel of Aria's body on top of mine awakened my cock. I traced her waist, her rib cage, and cupped her breast. Those clothes needed to go. I needed to feel her skin, her heat, her scent. They were like a drug to me. I kissed her throat and ear. I've never wanted to fuck a woman as much as I want to fuck you right now, I rasped. Aria stiffened and turned her face away when I tried to kiss her again. She tried to sit up. For a moment, I considered holding tight, but then I released her, confused by her change in mood. She'd been into our kiss. I bet she was wet from my touch. Why did she pull back? I don't want this, she said, sounding actually disgusted, and the look on her face made me feel like my fucking father. Anger surged through me. If she thought this was a fucking game, she'd better think again. She slipped off me and crawled under the covers. I couldn't believe it. I'd never been turned down by a woman, much less twice, and definitely not by my own fucking wife. Stifling my frustration, I turned the lights off. I wouldn't be made a fool of. If Aria had no intention to turn this into a real marriage, then so be it. I had never wanted to marry, and if she preferred to keep her distance, I could keep myself entertained. I didn't need this marriage to work. It was only for show anyway. I waited for her to fall asleep before I slid out of bed. It would have been disrespectful to leave while she was awake. It was a silent code of honor that husbands tried to keep that part away from their wives, even if their wives preferred them seeking out other women. I grabbed my mobile and a few clothes before I headed downstairs. Aria's expression, full of disgust and anxiety, kept flashing in my mind, making me feel like my father. That was the last thing I wanted to be. My days of seeking women in clubs were over, and I couldn't risk the press catching me. I sent Grace a text, even if I was starting to grow tired of her. Apartment, 30 minutes. She'd have to hurry to make it there in time. I left the penthouse, locking it so Aria would be safe, and drove to the apartment where Grace and I often met to fuck. My anger at Aria's rebuke turned to anger toward Grace, because I knew she said something to Aria on our wedding day. Was that why she couldn't bear my fucking touch? Grace stepped in almost on time, slightly breathless, but as usual with a heavy layer of makeup. Either she slept with that shit on her face or she'd hurried to put it on so she could meet me. "You're 2 minutes late," I said coldly. She flushed. "I'm so sorry, Luca. I came as quickly as I could." She removed her coat, revealing garters, a miniskirt, and a bra where her nipples peeked out. Usually that sight got me going, and I was getting hard, but for some reason it felt different, which annoyed the fuck out of me. If I couldn't enjoy my wife, I at least wanted to enjoy other women, but even that seemed impossible now that I was with Aria. Fuck it. I focused on my anger, on the monster inside of me. I don't wait for anyone. I pushed away from the wall, but Grace quickly stepped in front of me, touching my chest. I narrowed my eyes at her. "I'll make it up to you. I'll give you what you need. My pussy is dripping for your cock, Luca." She cupped me through my pants and squeezed hard. My cock jerked. I hadn't slept with a woman in 2 weeks. That was the longest dry spell I'd suffered through since I was 13. All for Aria. Damn it. "I knew that virgin pussy couldn't keep you entertained." I gripped Grace's neck hard and brought our faces close. "Don't mention my wife again, understood? And don't think I don't know you talk shit to her on our wedding day." Grace winced, but my roughness turned her on. Her nipples puckered and her lips parted. I just needed to get the fucking anger out of my system, the fucking desire for Aria. "Get on your knees. I'm going to fuck your mouth." Grace shivered and knelt before me. I opened my zipper, grabbed her hair, and guided her mouth to my cock. I fucked her lips so hard and fast, deep-throating her. She moaned around my cock a few times. I pulled back, suddenly unable to bear her moans, the wet sounds of lips smacking around my cock. She got to her feet with a smile. "Condom," I told her. I didn't have any with me. I'd given them all to Matteo shortly before my wedding because I'd assumed I wouldn't need them again. Because I'd assumed my wife would want my touch and not look at me like Nina looked at my goddamn father. The mere idea that I could be like him, that Aria could think I was like that, it drove me insane. Grace shook her head. "We don't need it," she said with a seductive smile. "I'm taking the pill, and I never went bareback with any of the other guys I was with." My lip curled. Did she really think I'd fuck her without a condom? I didn't trust her one fucking bit. In her twisted mind, she probably thought that if she got pregnant, I'd actually stay with her. "I don't go bareback, Grace." She pouted. "I bet you do with your wife." I stiffened. Shaking my head, I reached for my pants. "I warned you." "Luca, wait," she cried, grabbing my hand. "Come on, don't be like that. Fuck me, I need you. I have a condom in my purse." Shaking her off, I left her standing naked in the room. Fuck. Why did she have to keep bringing up Aria? And why the fuck did I care? Aria didn't want this to be a real marriage. She couldn't even stand my fucking closeness. When I returned home, I went straight into the shower, not even glancing toward my sleeping wife, and cleansed myself under the hot spray. Returning to bed with Aria after what I'd done felt wrong. I crept through the darkness, but even in the dim light I could make out the golden halo of her hair on the pillow. She was turned toward my side. I carefully slid into bed. Aria didn't stir. As my eyes grew accustomed to the dark, I made out her face and her bare shoulder. Her sweet, flowery scent drifted into my nose, and suddenly I felt the urge to shower again. Fuck! I never wanted to marry, never wanted a woman at my side in my life. But now I had a wife who didn't want my touch when all I could do was think about touching her. I rolled over, turning my back to her. I wasn't sure what Aria was hoping for, but I knew she wouldn't get it. And she was obviously determined not to give me what I wanted either. The next morning I left bed early, not wanting to face my wife. I wasn't worried that she'd realize where I had been. Aria didn't have experience with men, so she wouldn't be able to link my behavior to my nightly visit, but I was wary of being in her presence because, even without having to look at her, my fucking conscience was already giving me trouble. Before Aria, I had been convinced I didn't have one to begin with. I'd never felt like it, and it didn't even make sense. Aria didn't want this marriage. She'd been forced into this and made it plainly clear how unwilling she was. Chapter 10. I felt like an intruder in my own penthouse. Trying to evade Aria was almost impossible. Wherever I went, her scent seemed to linger. I was growing tired of having to tiptoe around the fucking apartment, of not knowing how to handle the woman in front of me. My go-to reaction with anyone else would have been harshness, maybe even a threat or violence. My father had never walked on eggshells around his wives. He'd broken them until they anticipated his every demand, before he ever uttered a word. My eyes followed my wife as she sank down on the sofa with a book. She kept her distance from me, and so did I, but damn it, I couldn't stop looking at her. "I have work to do all day," I informed her, as if she gave a fuck. "Okay," she said simply. Stifling my frustration, I turned and headed for the elevator. Romero had sent me a message that he was almost there. The door opened on Matteo's floor, and he joined me. "Still no luck?" I glowered, knowing exactly what he meant. No, she can't bear my touch. Matteo regarded me curiously. "Maybe you're just trying the wrong approach." "And what kind of approach do you suggest?" I gritted out. He shrugged. "I don't know your wife well enough to tell you what kind of approach she requires. Maybe you should ask Romero. After all, he spends more time with her than you." Matteo grinned challengingly. "Fuck you." When we stepped into the underground garage, I almost bumped into Romero, who was about to take the elevator up to the penthouse. "Luca, Matteo," he said with a small nod. "I'll be gone all day to check on the drug lab that reported suspicious delivery trucks in their street, and won't be back until midnight. Keep Aria busy." "Yeah, keep her busy," Matteo said, wiggling his eyebrows. I almost punched him. He was pushing all my buttons today. Romero regarded us curiously. "You're gone a lot." I was, when I should be spending every second banging my beautiful wife. "He's busy fucking his whore, Grace," Matteo said. Disapproval flickered across Romero's face before he could hide it. "Aria is a good woman." "She's my woman and none of your business, Romero," I snarled. "Make sure you guard her and keep her entertained." I stepped up to him. "And no word about Grace to her." Romero gave a tight nod. He stepped inside the elevator without another word. Matteo chuckled as he followed me toward my car. His bike parked right beside it. "You know how to make people hate you. Aria, Romero, I don't give a fuck if they hate me as long as they do as I say. Both of them are forever bound to me by their fucking vows." Matteo mounted his bike. I got into my car before he could say anything else that would drive me up the wall. Later that day, I got a message from Father. Matteo sent me a questioning look. "You look like you swallowed a bitter pill." "Father wants to see us." Matteo grimaced. "Again?" "Come on, let's head over there. I want to get this over with as soon as possible." When we arrived in front of the mansion in the Upper West Side where Matteo and I had grown up, my insides tightened as they always did. I hated this fucking place, hated the memories connected to it. From the outside, it was regally white, but it harbored only darkness. Light hadn't been part of our childhood or our present. Matteo was already waiting on the bottom of the stairs leading up to the double doors. He was always quicker on his bike. His expression held the same apprehension that I felt. We didn't say anything as we headed up the stairs. The camera swiveled toward us. I keyed in the code that would switch off the alarm system and unlock the door. The guards would already have seen our faces and stayed in their rooms in the back of the house. Matteo and I both froze in the entrance hall when Nina's cry rang out. "I'm sorry, Salvatore, please," she cried out again. My hand curled to a tight fist. "Father, we're here." Matteo shook his head, his mouth tight. "We should kill him," he whispered. "You're a better Capo. You're a better everything." "Shh," I growled. Matteo had spoken quietly, but Father was paranoid. I wouldn't put it past the old man to have micros hidden away somewhere so he could hear everything that went on in his home. There was nothing I wanted more than to kill my father, but the Familia would never accept patricide. Father appeared on the landing, only in a bathrobe. He didn't even bother closing it, and I had to stop myself from grimacing in disgust. He was covered in blood and still sporting a fucking boner from whatever he'd been doing to Nina. His cold eyes settled on Matteo and me, and his mouth pulled into a creepy, benevolent smile. "Sons, good to see you." I knew he was trying to get a reaction out of us, daring us to look away from the sight of his disgusting old man dick. But Matteo and I were his sons. We had seen and done so many horrible things. No way in hell would we show weakness in front of that bastard. "You called for us?" I said simply. Matteo stayed silent, which was for the best. Father regarded my brother, and I knew he was daring him to say something. My muscles tensed. He had at least 6 guards in the back of the house. If Matteo lost his shit and we had to kill our father and his men, it would get nasty. Thankfully, Matteo gave a tight smile. It was fucking fake, but Father wouldn't know that. His self-satisfied smirk widened. "I have a few matters to discuss with you. I'm taking a shower and getting dressed. Check on Nina and see if she's still breathing." I gave a terse nod. Satisfied with our obedience, Father turned and headed for his bedroom. Matteo met my gaze, and the look in his eyes worried me. "Let's check on Nina," I told him firmly. Without a word, we headed upstairs and toward the bedroom Nina slept in. Father didn't share a bed with her. He only sought her out when he wanted to fuck or when they had social events to attend. The door was ajar. Taking a deep breath, I pushed it open, hoping I wouldn't have to dispose of a body or make up an inane story about how Nina had died so we could publicly bury her. Soft sobbing came from inside. My eyes landed on the bed where Nina was tied, spread eagle. She was bruised, bloody, and naked. "Fuck," Matteo muttered. It wasn't the first time that Father had done something like it. I pulled my knife, and so did Matteo. Nina whimpered when I cut through the binds around her ankles, while Matteo freed her arms. She tried to sit up, but she must have been tied up for a while and couldn't manage. I reached for the satin gown discarded on the ground and draped it over her before I pulled her into a sitting position. I bent low so I was eye level with her. "Why don't you run?" Nina looked toward Matteo. "He would send you after me." Matteo was the best hunter in the familia. He'd hunted down a few traitors. "Matteo wouldn't find you," I muttered. "I can't," she said firmly. "Where would I go? What would I do? This is my world." I straightened. Nina tolerated Father's sadism because she loved the luxury and the money he could offer her. I didn't understand it, and I didn't have the patience to try. Steps rang out, and I moved back. Father appeared in the doorway, dressed in a dark suit and a high-collared shirt. "Salvatore?" Nina simpered submissively. Father didn't look at her, only at me and Matteo. "Why don't you have a go at her? I don't mind sharing her with my sons." He'd offered her to us before. I wasn't sure if it was another way to test us, and if he'd really let us touch what was his. Hatred filled me. I couldn't understand my father's reasoning. He was a disgusting monster. Instead of protecting her, he treated her like shit. I'd never hurt Aria like that, much less allow anyone to see her naked, or heaven forbid, touch her. I'd kill anyone who thought he had a right to my woman. She'd never have to submit to anyone but me. "Luca's got his young little wife. Why would he want me?" Nina said quickly, as if she really thought I'd consider it. I hadn't last time, and I wouldn't. It was bad enough that she had to bear Father's touch. I wouldn't break her further. "She's so shy and petite. I can only imagine how much fun it is to break her, right?" Nina said, as if she needed other women to suffer so her own became easier. I hated and pitied her equally. "What about you, Matteo?" Father asked. "I prefer my women young and prettier," he got out. It was a lie. Nina wasn't that much older than the women we both took into our bed, and she was beautiful with her long brown hair and slender figure. Father shrugged, then finally turned to his wife, who'd managed to put on her bathrobe by now. "Take one of the guards and buy yourself a few new shoes and dresses." She smiled and nodded. "But put on makeup. You look like shit," he added. I turned on my heel and left the room, not giving a fuck if Father still wanted me there. Matteo was close behind me, his eyes burning with rage. The same rage I felt. Maybe we should just kill him. Kill him today and try to make it look as if someone else had. Nobody would be sad to see him gone. Not a fucking soul. "In my office," Father ordered as he followed us. He took his time to sit down and lean back in his office chair, regarding Matteo and me. "Still satisfied with your bride?" Father asked with a curl of his mouth. Satisfaction hadn't been part of my marriage so far, but that was something Father couldn't find out. I smirked. "I am. As you said, Aria is more beautiful than any other woman I've ever seen." "That she is," Father said in a strange voice, and my hackles rose. Matteo looked from him to me, and his eyes sent a clear message. He'd be with me. He'd cut the bastard down if I gave the sign. And I seriously considered it, because I hated him for what he'd done to Mother, for what he did to Nina and all the other women, hated him for how he'd ruined our childhood and still ruined our lives as much as he could. But right this second, I hated him the most because of the fucking greedy note his voice had taken on when he spoke about Aria. Father narrowed his eyes at me. I knew I hadn't been quick enough to hide my possessiveness, much less my murderous thoughts. My muscles tensed, trying to consider the best way to kill him. Shoot the camera in the corner and then kill the guards before they could alert reinforcement. I knew Father was hated among our men, but even the respect they harbored for me wouldn't be enough to make me capo, at least not of a united familia. We would be torn in half between the men who were loyal to my father, or pretended to be because it suited them better, and my supporters. It would be the end of the Familia. The outfit would use our moment of weakness to strike, truce or not. The Familia was my future, my fucking birthright. I forced myself to relax. I'd kill him another day, when I'd figured out a way to do so without people finding out. Father smiled. Do you enjoy breaking her? I stared into his eyes, my smile turning harsh. I won't talk about my wife, Father. She's mine, and whatever happens between her and me is only for me to know. I won't share a fucking memory with anyone, mine alone. Father chuckled, but then he sobered. Good, good. As long as you don't mistake your ownership of her for something else. Don't let a cunt lead you around by your dick. Women are good for 3 things only. He waited for me to recite what they were. My hands itched for my gun, or better yet, my knife. This kill would have to be personal. I wanted his blood trickling over my fingers, wanted his last breath against my skin. I wanted to rip his bowels out one after the other as he watched. Fucking, sucking, and showing off, I got out. Father cackled. I assume you didn't call us over so we could untie Nina for you? Matteo asked with cocked eyebrows. I sent him a glare. Father narrowed his eyes. No. The Familia in Sicily is struggling. The Camorra over there is much stronger than they are in the States. That was a safer topic than women, but my anger still simmered under my skin. Aria was content ignoring me. She never sought my closeness and slept soundly beside me at night while I couldn't stop watching her and wondering why she looked at me as if I were my father when I'd sworn to myself to treat her right. Fuck, I was turning into a fucking pussy. 2 days had passed since my last meeting with Grace, but today I met her again, and I didn't wait long. Grace didn't look at me with disgust. With her, I didn't feel like my sadistic bastard of a father, even when she wasn't the woman I wanted. Within a few minutes of her arrival, I had shoved her on all 4s on the bed and was fucking her from behind. My mind kept drifting to Aria with every thrust. I pushed Grace further down, so I only saw her hair. Blonde, but so very different from the spun gold of my wife. I tried to imagine it was Aria, tried to imagine her flowery scent, but Grace's sweet perfume clogged up my nose, and her moans kept distracting me. My grip on her hips tightened further, and I thrust harder into her, but I could actually feel myself soften at her fucking view. That had never happened, not with anyone. I closed my eyes so I wouldn't have to see the woman before me, and instead an image of the woman I really wanted formed before my inner eye. Yes, harder, Grace screamed, and I almost snarled at her to shut the fuck up. Instead, I tightened my hold on her hips and slammed into her, anger consuming my veins. What the fuck was I doing? God, yes, she moaned. A board creaked. Tension shot through me a second before I reached for my gun on the bed beside me and opened my eyes, expecting a Russian fucker trying to catch me by surprise. Fuck. Aria stared back at me with wide, horrified eyes. Shock washed over me and I stilled. What was she doing here? How had she found this place? I'd never wanted a Bratva ambush more than I did now. Anything was better than the hurt look on my wife's face. What's the matter, Luca? Grace shoved her ass back, driving my cock deeper into her, but I was already going soft. Aria still hadn't moved, and nor had I. Her blue eyes filled with tears, and my chest tightened uncomfortably. She should never have seen this. Before I could decide what to do or say, she whirled around and started running. Fuck! I growled. I pushed Grace away when she tried to reach for me. Let her leave. I pulled up my pants, fucking glad that I almost never undressed when I fucked Grace. I started chasing Aria with my shirt still unbuttoned and my fly open, not giving a fuck if someone saw. Aria disappeared in the elevator, and before I could reach it, the doors closed and it began its descent. Damn it. I took the stairs, trying to button up my shirt. I couldn't go out in public half naked. That was a newspaper article I didn't want to have to explain to my fucking father. I stormed out of the building, catching a glimpse of Romero running after Aria, who hurried down the steps toward the subway. I ran after them. Fuck. I needed to catch her, needed to stop her from doing something stupid, needed to explain. Fuck it all. People jumped out of my way in wide-eyed shock. I jerked to a halt on the platform just when the doors closed. Romero was a few steps ahead, but he too hadn't managed to board the subway. I watched the train disappear with Aria in it. My heart pounded in my chest, not just from the sprint, but from worry over my wife, my crying, hurt wife. "Fuck!" I snarled. Romero turned to face me, panting. "I'm sorry, Luca. I don't know how she found out. She tricked me and slipped away." I was too worried about Aria to be pissed at Romero for letting her run off. I fumbled for my cell and lifted it to my ear, calling Matteo. "I thought you were banging Grace," was the first thing out of his mouth. In the background, I could hear women laughing. "I need your help. Aria caught me, and now she's disappeared. We have to catch her before something happens to her." "Where are you?" I told him where we'd be heading, then hung up and called Cesare. Romero was already checking the stops of the subway line on his phone. "Where should we start?" he asked. I took a deep breath, trying to anticipate Aria's next move, but I didn't know my wife well enough to guess where she'd be going, and she wasn't familiar enough with New York to have favorite spots. "I want you to return to the penthouse in case she goes back there." Romero opened his mouth as if to protest, but I sent him a warning look. He'd messed up, not as bad as me, not nearly as bad as me, but still. I went back to my car and drove to the first stop of the train. I doubted Aria had gotten off here, but I was at a loss as to where she could be. Matteo pulled up next to me on his bike and opened his helmet. "Any clue where she could be heading?" I shook my head. "You realize your shirt is buttoned wrong?" I ignored his comment. Where could Aria be? She was responsible and aware of the risks of our world. She would stay somewhere public, probably somewhere in Manhattan or maybe Brooklyn, but that still left about 1,000,000 options. I closed my eyes briefly. If something happened to her... "Luca?" I looked at Matteo, who was frowning at me. "We'll find her. Aria won't run off. She'll come back eventually." "Eventually?" "Why don't you call Gianna?" I nodded. That was a good idea, but I doubted Gianna would tell me the first thing. Grabbing my phone, I realized I didn't have the redhead's number. "Do you have her number?" I asked my brother. After all, he'd kissed her, so who knew if they'd exchanged more than spittle? Matteo shook his head. "Calling Scuderi is out of the question," I muttered. Aria's father would call my father, and then things would get nasty. Cesare pulled up in his car and got out. We were only 3 men who needed to search New York. We had to find Aria. There was no other option. We'd been searching for Aria for almost 2 hours, but there was still no sign of her. My temple was throbbing, and I actually considered calling Scuderi after all. Screw the consequences. The only thing that mattered was getting back Aria. My phone rang, and I picked up immediately. "Aria just came home," Romero said. I sagged with relief. "Is she all right?" "Yes," Romero said without hesitation. "Keep watch on her. I'll be there as fast as I can." Matteo, Cesare, and I arrived less than 15 minutes later at my penthouse. Romero, perched on the bar stool, jumped off the moment we entered. "She's upstairs, showering." His face reflected the same relief that I felt. I walked past him, then continued upstairs. I pressed down the door handle, but it was locked. I knocked. "Aria?" No response. I knocked harder. Still nothing. I could hear movement behind the door. "Aria, let me in!" I hammered my fist against the door once more. I needed to see her with my own eyes, needed to make sure she was okay, unharmed. "I'm going to kick in the door if you don't let me in." Matteo and Cesare slowly came up the stairs, watching me with worry. I didn't give a fuck. "Aria, open the fucking door!" Finally, the lock was turned, and I shoved open the door and stalked inside. Aria stood in the center of the room, dressed in a silk nightgown, her eyes swollen and red. I moved toward her and grabbed her arm. needing to know where she'd been, needing to explain what she'd seen. "Don't touch me!" she shrieked, wrenching out of my grip. "Where have you been?" I rasped. I wanted to touch her arm again. I fucking needed to touch her, as if merely seeing her wasn't enough to confirm she was unharmed. Aria jumped back, her eyes flashing with anger. "No! Don't ever touch me again, not when you use those same hands to touch your whore!" "Out, everyone, now!" I growled. Steps rang out, and then there was the familiar sound of the elevator. "Where have you been?" My pulse was pounding wildly. Didn't Aria understand how much danger she'd been in? Aria glared at me, but behind the anger lingered deep hurt, and I didn't get it. "I wasn't cheating on you, if that's what you're worried about. I would never do that. I think faithfulness is the most important thing in a marriage, so you can calm yourself now. My body is still only yours. I only walked around the city." If she knew how eager the Bratva probably was to get their hands on my wife, then she wouldn't have done it. "You walked around New York at night, alone?" "You have no right to be angry with me, Luca, not after what I saw today. You cheated on me." Guilt flared up in my chest, but I shoved it down. I was never guilty about anything. How can I be cheating when we don't have a real marriage? I can't even fuck my own wife. Do you think I'll live like a monk until you decide you can stand my closeness? Aria swallowed hard. God forbid. How dare I expect my husband to be faithful to me? How dare I hope for this small decency in a monster? Faithful? Was this even a real marriage? Aria might have said yes, but she didn't act like she wanted to be my wife. She'd looked at me like I was my father. I'm not a monster. I've treated you with respect. Respect? I caught you with another woman. Maybe I should go out, bring a random guy back with me, and let him fuck me in front of your eyes. How would that make you feel? Aria hissed, and something snapped inside me. I grabbed her by the hips and hoisted her on the bed, pressing her down with my weight as I held her wrists above her head. Nobody would ever touch her, nobody but me. Do it. Take me, so I can really hate you, Aria whispered harshly, tears glistening in her eyes. She closed them and turned her face away. My gaze traced her flushed skin, her trembling lower lip, the tears that clung to her lashes. Scared. Scared of me. Fuck. Aria. My wife. Mine to protect and honor. I needed to control myself better. I lowered my head and pressed it to her shoulder, breathing in her flowery scent. I exhaled, getting a grip on my anger. God, Aria. I released her wrists and raised my head. Aria didn't move, her arms still stretched out above her head submissively. The sight of her surrender left a fucking bitter taste in my mouth. I tried to touch her cheek, but she drew back. Don't touch me with her on you. She was right. She didn't deserve this. I got up. I'm going to take a shower now, and we will both calm down, and then I want us to talk. Aria peered up at me. What's there left to talk about? Us, this marriage. Slowly, she brought her arms down from where I'd pushed her into the bed. You fucked a woman in front of my eyes today. Do you think there's still a chance for this marriage? I didn't want you to see that, I murmured. Fuck, the look in her eyes when she'd caught me would haunt me for a long time, which was ridiculous considering how much I'd done and seen. Why? So you could cheat in peace and quiet behind my back? Aria was right, but she'd never showed any hint that she cared about this marriage. Let me take a shower. You were right. I shouldn't disrespect you further by touching you like this. She didn't say anything, only regarded me with those sad eyes that felt like a blade in my chest. I turned and headed for the bathroom. I wasn't sure how long I stood under the stream of hot water until I felt like I could return to my wife, like I'd washed every trace of Grace's perfume and touch away. I didn't like the heavy feeling Aria's tears had left in my body. It was a sensation I had no experience with and wasn't keen on experiencing more often. After I'd wrapped a towel around my waist, I returned to the bedroom where Aria sat against the headboard. Her hands were folded in her lap, those blonde tresses cascading down her elegant shoulders. I felt like even more of an idiot for going to Grace when I had someone like Aria in my bed, but she still didn't want me, which became apparent once more when I dropped my towel and she quickly looked away, as if she couldn't bear the sight of me. I wasn't vain like Matteo, far from it, but I knew how women checked me out. I worked hard for my body. After pulling on boxers, I sank down on the bed beside Aria. My gaze rested on her puffy eyes. It still caught me off guard. Did you cry? The better question was why. I'd have thought she would be happy if I left her alone and looked for another woman like so many wives in our circles were. She tilted her head toward me with a small frown. Did you think I wouldn't care? Many women in our world are glad when their husbands use whores or take on a mistress. As you said, there are few marriages based on love. If a woman can't stand her husband's touch, she won't mind him having affairs to satisfy his needs. Her mouth thinned. His needs. I'm not a good man, Aria. I never pretended otherwise. There are no good men in the mafia. I'd been trying to be good to her even when I knew I'd fail eventually, but I hoped it wouldn't happen so soon. Her gaze dipped to my chest, the spot over my heart. I know, but you made me think that I could trust you and that you wouldn't hurt me. I never hurt you. Didn't she realize how hard I was trying? It hurt seeing you with her, Aria admitted in a whisper, looking away and swallowing once more as if she had to fight back more tears. The urge to touch her was impossibly strong, but I held back. Aria, I didn't get the feeling that you wanted to sleep with me. I thought you'd be glad if I didn't touch you. Aria shook her head. When did I say that? When I told you I wanted you, you pulled back. You looked disgusted. Her expression had haunted me those last few days. How could she not remember? We were kissing, and you said you wanted to fuck me more than any other woman. Of course I pulled back. I'm not some whore you can use when you feel like it. You're never home. How am I supposed to get to know you? She knew everything about me that mattered, and the things she didn't know were for the best. Aria sighed. What did you think? I've never done anything? You were the only man I've kissed. You knew that when we married. You and my father made sure it was the case, and despite that you expect me to go from never having kissed a guy to spreading my legs for you, I wanted to take it slow. I wanted to get to know you so I could relax. I wanted to kiss you and do other things first before we slept together. Fuck, my mind went in overdrive. Other things? What kinds of other things? Aria scowled and turned away. This is useless. No, don't, I murmured, touching her cheek and gently turning it back to me. Reluctantly, I dropped my hand. I get it. For men, the first time isn't a big deal, or at least it wasn't for the men I know. I hadn't considered that Aria would need time to get used to a man's touch, to my touch. I'd hoped she'd be eager and curious. When was your first time? Aria asked immediately. I was 13, and my father thought it was time for me to become a real man, since I'd already been initiated. You can't be a virgin and a killer, that's what he said. He paid 2 prostitutes to spend a weekend with me and teach me everything they knew. I still remembered the 2 days I'd spent in the Foxy. Aria grimaced. That's horrible. Yeah, I suppose it is, I said. For me, it had been what was expected. But I was a 13-year-old boy who wanted to prove himself. I was the youngest member in the New York familia. I didn't want the older men to think of me as a boy, and I felt like a big deal when the weekend was over. I doubt the prostitutes were overly impressed with my performance, but they pretended that I was the best lover they'd ever had. My father probably paid them extra for it. It took me a bit to figure out that not all women like it if you come all over their face when they give you a blowjob. Disgust flashed across Aria's face, and I couldn't help but laugh, even when I hoped that she wouldn't show the same reaction when I came in her mouth. Yeah. I let a strand of her hair trail over my finger, enjoying the silky feel of it. Aria watched me with curiosity, but she didn't pull back. I was really worried tonight, I admitted. Worried that I'd let someone have what's yours? Aria said. I didn't miss the hint of vulnerability in her tone. Had I been worried that Aria would seek out other men? Never. Aria wasn't the type. No, I knew. I know you are loyal. Things with the Bratva are escalating. If they got their hands on you, they'd hurt her. Me taking her on our wedding night, even against her will, would have been nothing compared to what they'd put her through. My stomach clenched in a mix of fury and worry. They didn't. They won't, I growled. I'd protect Aria no matter what it would take me. I trailed my fingers over Aria's throat, but she leaned back. You're going to make this really difficult, aren't you? She gave me an indignant look. I'm sorry for what you saw today, I said. Apologizing was something I didn't do. Father had beaten it out of me, but here I was doing just that. But not sorry for what you did. I rarely say I'm sorry. When I say it, I mean it. And I did. Aria shouldn't have seen what she did, and I shouldn't have gone to Grace. If I didn't want to be like my father, I couldn't act like him, not even in that regard. Maybe you should say it more often. There's no way out of this marriage for you, nor for me. Do you really want to be miserable? After a moment of consideration that almost made me lose my patience, Aria gave a small shake of her head. No, but I can't pretend I never saw you with her. I could only imagine what kind of images played out before her inner eye. Aria had never seen anything like it, and then she had to see me fucking Grace. I don't expect you to, but let's just pretend that our marriage begins today. A clean start. Longing flashed across her face, but still she looked doubtful. It's not that easy. What about her? Tonight wasn't the first time you were with her. Do you love her? She looked so goddamn vulnerable. Love? No. I don't have feelings for Grace. I'd never had feelings for any of the women in my life, or anyone, really, except for Mateo, perhaps. Then why do you keep seeing her, the truth? I hoped she could take the truth. Because she knows how to suck a cock and because she's a good fuck. Truthful enough? Aria's cheeks turned red, and again I had to touch the heated skin, needed to feel her. I love how you blush whenever I say something dirty. I can't wait to see her blush when I do something dirty to you. If you really want to make this marriage work, if you ever want the chance to do something dirty to me, then you'll have to stop seeing other women. Maybe other wives don't care, but I won't have you touching me as long as there's anyone else. She was right, and it wasn't as if any woman could hold my interest. I had only thought about Aria since I'd seen her photo in the newspaper, even when I was with Grace. I promise, I'll touch only you from now on. Aria regarded me with narrowed eyes. Grace won't like it. Grace definitely wouldn't. Who gives a fuck what she thinks? Won't her father give you trouble? We pay for his campaigns, and he has a son following in his footsteps who needs our money soon as well. What does he care about a daughter who isn't good for anything but shopping and eventually marrying a rich man? She probably hoped you'd be that man. Of course she did. We don't marry outsiders, never. She knew that, and it wasn't like she was the only woman I fucked. Aria blinked, obviously stunned by my admittance. You said it yourself. You have your needs. So how can you tell me you won't cheat on me again soon if you get tired of waiting for me to sleep with you? Do you intend to make me wait long? I asked. I think we have very different concepts of the words long wait. I'm not a patient man. If long means a year, these last few days were already hell. The idea of sleeping in a bed with Aria for months without sleeping with her, that wasn't something I wanted to consider. Aria glared. What do you want me to say, Aria? I kill and blackmail and torture people. I'm the boss of men who do the same when I order them to, and soon I'll be the Capo dei Capi, the leader of the most powerful crime organization on the East Coast and probably the U.S. You thought I'd take you against your will on our wedding night, and now you're angry because I don't want to wait months to sleep with you. Resignation crossed Aria's face as she closed her eyes and scooted down on the bed. I'm tired. It's late. I leaned toward her and touched her waist lightly. No, I want to understand. I'm your husband. You aren't like other girls who can choose the man they're going to lose it to. Are you scared that I'm going to be rough with you because of what you saw today?" Aria gave the smallest shiver, confirming my suspicion, but by God, she didn't need to be scared. "I won't be. I told you I want you to writhe beneath me in pleasure. And while that probably won't happen the first time I take you, I'll make you come as often as you want with my tongue and my fingers until you can come when I'm inside you. I don't mind going slow, but what do you want to wait for?" Aria's eyes fluttered open, and the look in them sucked the breath cleanly out of my lungs. I wasn't sure why, but I didn't like it. This time, I managed not to run my fingers through the golden halo on the pillow. "I won't make you wait for months," Aria whispered, sounding exhausted. She closed her eyes again, looking like a sleeping queen as she did. I swallowed, unsure what to do to make her happy in this marriage, unsure if I should try. I lay down beside her, listening to her breathing that had already evened out in sleep. I knew I wouldn't fall asleep any time soon. Chapter 11. I woke before sunrise after less than 2 hours of sleep with my arm around Aria. For a few moments, I stayed like that, enjoying that she was relaxed in my embrace and sleep. Finally, I pulled back and reached for my cell on the nightstand. I quickly typed a message to Matteo, telling him that he'd have to talk to the manager of one of our whorehouses alone. Then I wrote Romero. He wouldn't have to guard Aria today. "Business?" Aria asked in a sleepy voice. I glanced toward her and shook my head. "I canceled my plans for the day so we can spend some time together and get to know each other." Aria blinked, becoming more alert at once. "Really?" "Really," I said. Resisting the urge to kiss her, I swung my legs out of bed. "I'll get ready, and then I'll think of something we can do today." "Okay," Aria said with a small smile. 30 minutes later, I was looking into the fridge, trying to figure out what we could make for breakfast. Mariana had stocked the fridge well, but she wouldn't come over to cook today. Aria came down the staircase in shorts, showing off those legs. "Can you cook?" Aria huffed as she headed toward me. "Don't tell me you've never made breakfast for yourself." "I usually grab something on my way to work, except on the days when Mariana is here and prepares something for me." I couldn't stop checking her out. "I love your legs." Aria ignored my comment and peered into the fridge. Her arm touched mine, and I had to stare down at her, at the golden crown of her head and the way her nose crinkled in thought. Aria reached into the fridge, taking out eggs and red peppers. She looked like she knew what she was doing. That made one of us. I stepped back and leaned against the counter to watch her cook, but Aria wouldn't have it. She raised her eyebrows. "Won't you help me? You can chop the peppers. You know how to handle a knife, from what I hear," she said teasingly. I snatched the knife and stepped up beside her. Aria gazed up at me. She reached my chest, and again a wave of protectiveness washed over me. Aria handed me the pepper and motioned at a wooden board. I'd seen Mariana use it for chopping before. While I cut the peppers, Aria scrambled the eggs, then poured them into a hot pan. "What happens to these?" I showed her the peppers I'd chopped. "Shit," Aria said with a grimace, glancing between the sizzling eggs and the peppers. "Have you ever cooked?" I asked. Aria grabbed the peppers and thrust them into the cooking eggs. I doubted they'd get done before the eggs. Leaning against the counter once more, I enjoyed watching Aria trying to unstick the eggs from the pan. Her expression became increasingly frustrated. "Why don't you make coffee for us?" she asked with a pointed look. She was really cute when she was trying to look angry. I humored her and went over to the coffee maker while Aria muttered curses under her breath, trying to save the eggs. When I finally put 2 cups of coffee down on the bar, Aria spooned the burnt mess of eggs down on 2 plates. I could stomach a lot, but this would be a new challenge. I sank down on a bar stool and Aria climbed on the one beside me, watching me expectantly. Despite the burnt smell wafting up to my nose, I picked up the fork and shoved a piece of the eggs into my mouth. It was by far the worst omelet I'd ever had. Aria took a bite as well and scrunched up her face, then spit the eggs out immediately before drinking a large gulp of the coffee. She looked at me with watery eyes. "Oh my God, that's disgusting." "Maybe we should go out for breakfast," I suggested. I had a feeling that if Aria tried to cook us something else, we'd either get food poisoning or she'd burn down the penthouse. Embarrassment flashed across Aria's face as she glared down at her coffee. "How hard can it be to make an omelet?" My chest vibrated with suppressed laughter, but it died when my eyes dipped down to Aria's bare legs. We were sitting close enough to touch, and gauging her reaction, I put my palm down on her knee. Aria paused with her cup against her lips. She didn't push me away or flinch, which I took as a good sign. I ran my thumb gently over her skin. "What would you like to do today?" Aria's brows drew together as she glanced between my hand on her knee and my face. Did she enjoy the touch? "The morning after our wedding night, you asked me if I knew how to fight, so maybe you can teach me how to use a knife or a gun, and maybe some self-defense," she said. That wasn't what I'd expected. Shopping or something like that, yes, but fighting? "Thinking about using them against me?" Aria rolled her eyes. "As if I could ever beat you in a fair fight." "I don't fight fair," I teased. "So will you teach me?" "I want to teach you a lot of things," I murmured as I cupped her knee. "Luca, I'm serious. I know I have Romero and you, but I want to be able to defend myself if something happens. You said it yourself. The Bratva won't care that I'm a woman." Aria didn't know the Bratva. Even if she could defend herself, these fuckers would still be able to hurt her if they ever got close. "Okay, we have a gym where we work out and do train. We could go there." Aria smiled widely and hopped off the stool. "I'll grab my workout clothes." I hadn't expected her to be this excited about the prospect of fighting. The second Aria and I entered the familiar gym, every man in the room stopped what they'd been doing to stare at my wife. A glower from me quickly made them look away. "Our changing rooms are men only. We don't usually have female visitors." Aria grinned. "I know you'll make sure nobody sees me naked." "You bet I will." Not that any of my men would dare to look at her. They knew I'd crush them if they did. Aria laughed, looking happy. I led her toward the changing room. "Let me check if someone's in there," I said. The only dick Aria was going to see would be mine. I pushed inside. 3 men were in different stages of undress. They turned to me and gave respectful nods. "I'm here with my wife, and she needs to get changed," I said, giving them a cold smile. They exchanged surprised looks, then quickly put on their gym clothes. After they'd left, I led Aria inside. Her face pulled into a grimace at the stench. Such a girl. "We're not catering to sensitive female noses," I said with a smirk. Aria tugged her bag out of my hand and headed for one of the lockers. I followed close behind, then dropped my own bag on a bench. Aria grabbed the hem of her shirt, then stopped. "Aren't you going to give me some privacy?" Was she being serious? I opened my gun holster and put it down, then pulled my shirt over my head. Aria's eyes took in my upper body, indignation flashing in her eyes. She turned her back to me before she pulled her T-shirt over her head. Aria reached for her bra, but I beat her to it and unhooked the clasp, with one finger brushing her skin. I wanted nothing more than to turn her around and kiss her, but I took a step back and changed into my gym shorts, all the while watching in rapt attention as Aria pushed down her pants. 2 perfect ass cheeks came into view. She was wearing a fucking thong, and then she pulled that down as well before she bent down to pick up her shorts, and the sight almost undid me. Didn't she realize what kind of view she just gave me? I exhaled. The small glimpse of her pussy sent blood into my cock. I was almost relieved when she got dressed in tiny running shorts. When Aria turned around to face me, her eyes darted to the bulge in my pants, and her eyebrows skyrocketed as her cheeks turned red once more. "That's what you're wearing for self-defense lessons?" The shorts barely covered her upper thighs and were skin tight, as was her tank top. I don't have anything else. This is what I wear when I go jogging. You realize I'll have to kick every guy's ass who looks at you the wrong way, right? And looking like that, my men will have a hard time not looking at you the wrong way. It's not my job to make them control themselves. Just because I'm wearing revealing clothes doesn't mean I'm inviting them to look. If they can't behave themselves, that's their problem. Oh, they would behave themselves. I nodded toward the door and led Aria outside, my hand on the small of her back. A few men looked up, then quickly down. I steered Aria toward the sparring mats, which 2 soldiers vacated with respectful nods the moment we approached. From the array of knives hanging at the wall, I picked one that was good for beginners and not too heavy, then held it out to Aria, who took it with a look of confusion. We faced each other on the mat. Attack me, but try not to cut yourself. Won't you get a knife too? I don't need one. I'll have yours in a minute. My biggest challenge would be to fight Aria without hurting her. I'd never had to be careful in a fight before, but she was tiny in comparison to me. Aria was obviously annoyed by my comment, but it was the truth. So what am I supposed to do? She asked, eyeing the knife uncertainly. It was obvious from the way she held it that she'd never fought with one before. Try to land a hit. If you manage to cut me, you win. I want to see how you move. Aria glanced around us for a moment before she straightened her shoulders. She lunged forward, and I was surprised by how fast she could move, but I sidestepped her unpracticed attack easily. It was harder to grip her wrist without crushing it, and then I whirled her around until her back was pressed enticingly against my front. You don't have my knife yet, Aria said breathlessly. I tightened my hold on her wrist ever so slightly, then lowered my head to her ear. I would have to hurt you to get it. I could break your wrist, for example, or just bruise it. Aria held her breath, her pulse thudding under my fingers. I released her, and she quickly dashed out of my reach, whirling around to face me once more. Again, I said. Fighting Aria was fun, and I could tell that she was growing annoyed by her inability to hit me. I'd never been beaten in a fight, and those men had been made men with years of experience and twice Aria's weight. When she tried to kick my balls, I snatched up her foot and tugged. I underestimated her momentum, and she landed hard on her back, gasping and dropping the knife. I knelt beside her, touching her belly. Are you okay? I murmured, trying to look calm because my soldiers were watching. Aria's eyes fluttered open. Yeah, just trying to catch my breath. She glanced behind me toward my men. Don't you have a soldier who's only 5'something and terrified of his own shadow who would be willing to fight me? There were definitely a few men around who would be easier opponents for Aria, but I'd never let anyone fight her, not even in jest. My men aren't terrified of anything, I said loudly as I helped Aria to her feet before I faced them. Anyone willing to fight my wife? A few of them laughed, and others quickly shook their head. You'll have to fight me, I told Aria. Aria definitely didn't want to give up, but I could tell that she was tiring. I was holding her against my body once again when a sharp pain in my bicep startled me. I loosened my hold and Aria managed to slip away, but before she could bring the knife down, I grabbed her wrist. My eyes darted to the spot on my upper arm where she had left teeth marks. Did you bite me? Not hard enough. There isn't even blood, she said, her lips twisting with amusement. My stomach shook, but I held the laughter back. Aria's eyes shone with pride as she peered up at me. Fuck. I wanted to laugh, but with my men watching, I couldn't. A few low chuckles escaped anyway. Aria grinned. I shook my head. I think you've done enough damage for one day. Aria had never been more relaxed around me than after our training. It had allowed us to be close physically without her having time to worry about where it might lead. Let's get takeout, I said on our way home. What are you in the mood for? Aria pursed her lips. I've never tried sushi. My eyebrows shot up. Never? She shook her head. But I'd like to give it a try. Maybe I'll like it. There were so many other things she'd definitely like if she gave them a try, but I swallowed the words, not wanting her to get tense again. I drove past my favorite sushi place and picked a selection of everything, so Aria would find something she'd like before we headed back home and settled outside on the roof terrace with our food and a bottle of wine. Aria tried every piece of sushi eagerly, nodding and humming her approval. I loved watching her. "I'm surprised," Aria said as she settled against the backrest. I had my arm thrown over it, close to her bare shoulders. I wasn't sure what she was referring to. "I didn't think you'd really try." "I told you I would. I keep my word," I said. I wanted this marriage to work. "I bet this is hard for you." Aria motioned at the space between us. "You have no idea. I want to kiss you really fucking bad." Aria's eyes flitted to my lips. I put my glass back down on the table and leaned closer, touching her waist. "Tell me you don't want me to kiss you." Aria opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. Slowly, I leaned forward, giving her time to pull back, but she didn't. I kissed her, forcing myself to go slow, but soon our kiss became more heated. It was a struggle to keep my hand on her waist and not explore the rest of her body. I pushed my thumb under her shirt and rubbed her bare skin. Aria moaned softly into my mouth. I wasn't sure if she even noticed. I guided her back gently until she was stretched out on the lounge and I was half bent over her. Aria tasted so fucking sweet as my tongue claimed her mouth. I could tell she was growing more and more aroused by the way she rubbed her thighs together. I raised my head to gaze at her flushed face. "I could make you feel good, Aria," I said, my fingers twitching eagerly on her hip, wanting to head south. "You want to come, don't you?" Conflict danced in Aria's eyes, but then a determined glint took over. "I'm fine, thank you." My stomach twitched with suppressed laughter. You were so stubborn. I knew she was wet. The way she'd pressed herself into me, the way she'd moaned. Fuck. I claimed her lips once more, my tongue teasing hers as I wanted to do with her pussy, my finger rubbing circles right above her waistband, knowing she'd feel it between her legs, too. But Aria stayed true to her words, even as she panted and moaned and shivered under my kiss. Eventually, I had to stop, because my dick was so fucking hard in my pants it got too uncomfortable. Aria blinked up at me, dazedly. "We'd better stop now," I groaned. "My pants are getting tight." Aria looked smug and embarrassed at the same time. I chuckled, pressed another kiss to her mouth, then pushed to my feet and pulled Aria with me. She held onto my hand for once, surprising me, and fuck if that didn't feel like a major victory. It was even worth the blue balls I suffered through all night as Aria slept in my arms. Chapter 12. My phone buzzed on the nightstand, startling me awake. I carefully untangled Aria from me and she rolled over. Grabbing the phone, I stood. It was Cesare. I quickly took the call. "What's the matter?" "The Bratva chopped up one of our chemists and spread his remains around the sphere." "Is someone taking care of it?" "The cleaning squad is already there." "All right, I'll be there as quickly as I can. Did you call Matteo already?" "No." "I'll do it then." I called my brother, agreeing to meet in 15 minutes before I returned to the bedroom and quickly picked out clothes and grabbed my guns. When I was dressed, I headed into the hallway once more, telling Romero that he needed to come over sooner. Then I went into the bedroom to wake Aria. But she was already sitting up. "Are you leaving already?" She actually looked disappointed. "The Bratva got one of ours. They left him in tiny pieces around one of our clubs." "Somebody I know?" Aria asked. "Will the police get involved?" I went over to her. She looked adorable with her tousled blonde hair. "Not if I can help it," I murmured, cupping her face. "I'll try to be home early, okay?" Aria gave a small nod and I dipped my head down to kiss her. She didn't flinch or draw back when our lips touched. Instead, she parted from me. I took her up on the invitation, eagerly deepening the kiss, but eventually duty called. I pulled back and left quickly. The Bratva had graffitied their fucking Kalashnikovs onto the entrance of the sphere, and the dead chemist wasn't the only one they'd killed. One of our most successful dealers had also been dismembered and left in his backyard with the same goddamn graffiti on his house front. Fucking Russians, Matteo muttered. It's another warning. They want their drugs back, Cesare said with a frown. A group of familiar soldiers had stolen the Russians' last drug delivery in retribution for their attack on one of our drug labs. We need to send them a response, Matteo said. The familiar cleaning squad, a group of initiates mostly, tried to remove the Kalashnikov graffiti. They'd already got rid of the bloodstains on the walls and pavements, but the graffiti was harder to wash off. I called my father again, hating that I needed to get his okay for possible actions. He picked up after 10 rings, as usual, making me wait. I'm busy. Not with business, that was clear. We need to send the Bratva a clear warning. They're becoming too daring. Father was silent. His disinterest in the Russians would cost us everything at some point. I'll call Fiore. Fiore isn't here. He doesn't know what's going on in New York, and he probably doesn't give a fuck. The outfit won't help us. They have their own problems. We need to act now. We can't wait for you and Fiore to discuss every fucking thing in detail. The Russians are turning us into fools. Cesare stared at me as if I'd lost my mind for talking to my capo like that, but I didn't give a fuck. I cared about the familia, and if my father posed a risk to it, he needed to realize it. You aren't capo yet, Luca. You won't be capo for a long time, and you might not become capo at all if I declare you as unworthy. Don't forget it. Most of the soldiers in New York already trusted my judgment more than his. I didn't say anything. Do what must be done so the Russians know their place, he said eventually. Will do. I got out, then hung up. I like the look on your face, Matteo said with his sharp grin. We'll attack one of their labs. They want their fucking drugs back. We'll steal more of it and crush a few Bratva assholes. Matteo clapped his hand, grinning. That sounds like my kind of entertainment. I turned to Cesare. Choose 10 men to join us. We couldn't allow the Bratva to destroy our drug trade. New York was our city. It was my city, and no one would take it from me. The attack was bloody, brutal, and exhilarating. But it was a success, even if the Bratva almost caught us by surprise by the end. After hours of killing and torturing Russian bastards for information on possible future attacks, a veil of darkness seemed to cloak my mind, a need for more violence, more blood. I didn't bother getting out of my blood-soaked clothes before heading home. I just wanted to see Aria, wanted to feel that calm and belonging her closeness miraculously brought me. But I was barely myself, or maybe I was my true self in those moments of mindless bloodshed, of unrestrained cruelty. It was difficult to say. More monster or man? Before Aria, the answer would have been easy. Romero eyed me worriedly when I entered the apartment. Are you okay, or do you want me to stay? Leave, I growled, my eyes latching onto Aria, who lay on the couch. She couldn't sleep because she was worried about you, and then she fell asleep on the couch and I didn't want to carry her upstairs. I gave him a harsh look as he finally stepped into the elevator and disappeared. Slowly, I stalked closer to my beautiful wife. She was in her satin nightgown, revealing her slender legs and the enticing swell of her breasts. Mine. Only mine. So fucking beautiful. A dark hunger unfurled in my body, a need to finally claim the woman before me. I slid my hands under her back and legs, then lifted her into my arms. She smelled sweet and innocent. I wanted to corrupt her, to taste her, to fuck her. I wanted to make her mine. Luca? Aria's soft voice echoed through the pounding in my ears, through the fog that always clung to me after hours of screams and shooting. I carried Aria into our room and lay her down on our bed. My eyes traced her body in the dark. She was like a beacon of light in the black of the room. She moved, and the room was flooded with light. Aria's eyes met mine, wide, fearful. My gaze dipped to the swell of her breasts once more, then continued to her narrow waist and down to the valley between her thighs. Luca? I could have died today. I could die tomorrow. I could die without having tasted every inch of my wife, without having claimed her. I got out of my blood-soaked shirt, then unbuckled my belt. My hands were steady, always steady, no matter what they did. They didn't shake when I pulled the trigger, when I cut a throat, or when I skinned a fucker. Luca, you're scaring me. What happened? I shoved down my pants and knelt on the bed before wedging one of my knees between Aria's legs. I leaned over my wife, my eyes taking in the way her breasts rose and fell with every breath, mine to claim. Aria lifted her hands and touched my cheek, warm and soft and careful. I blinked, my focus shifting to her face, to her fear-widened eyes, the barely contained terror in her expression. Man or monster? I dipped my face down into the crook of her neck and breathed in her flowery scent, feeling her pulse throbbing against my lips. I concentrated on the feel of Aria's palm against my cheek. Aria was my wife, mine to protect. Luca? I peered at her face. I wouldn't